Welcome one and all to the Chinese DPC. We kick things off in the middle week of action here in the second tour of the year on the road to TI, but more importantly, on the road to figuring out who is the best team within the region. My name is Snare. I've been your host for these proceedings so far, and I'll be your host for the rest of these tours. But I'm joined today on the panel. I've got Lyrical, I've got Sheepstick. What's happening, y'all? What's going on? Early morning. I love this the shiny thing. Well done, Sheep.
What
Pretty good
shiny
trip.
thing?
Your shirt.
Your shirt. The
Oh, my
boss thing.
shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought this.
I would have expected it, right? You didn't fall off the truck. You didn't just pick it up somewhere.
I mean,
and
that
just
is
show
how
up.
I got half my clothes.
I didn't buy this. This was a hand-me-down from a family friend. I got a bunch of Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah.
I got them all delivered, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll take them to sick.
No, I want the friends that are going to just deliver me some Hawaiian shirts, you know?
All right.
But unfortunately, we've been the friends that have been delivering some Chinese Dota. And if any of you have missed out on what this Dota has looked like thus far in the last couple of days, it's been a very intriguing set of games. The way that the table looks is as expected, but the manner of the games isn't exactly how we would have seen it coming. Aster Aries versus Team Aster. We had the brother-to-brother matchup the other day. Big Brother Sheepstick, they were not messing around this
Oh,
day.
I missed
They
the
just came in
series.
to just completely slap them around.
I have absolutely no idea what happened in this one, boys.
I got to panel it, I think.
Yeah, you did.
Carry it, bro, carry it.
It was pretty fun. You know, you got the little Spider-Man versus Spider-Man meme going on here. I think that there were a couple moments where Aster Aries looked like there was something solid going on. But as we've pretty consistently seen, like the tiered divisions of Chinese Dota, around that like 15-20 minute mark, everything kind of fell apart. There was like the slight edge in the laning stage from Aster, and then Aster Aries just sort of got outmaneuvered on the map. And this was the jug win as well, which Snare was very much sad about.
Yeah, you were
He
casting
hates
this
that
game
hero.
and you were like, oh, yay, Juggernaut.
Right.
Wonderful. It was very disgusting to watch. And then the second game, of course, after the Juggernaut win, we had access here to this Alchemist that came out from Aster Aries. And Alch, I don't know about you, Sheep. I feel like this hero is best suited right now as a support. Every time I've seen it core, it just feels a bit underwhelming, I think is the best way to characterize it.
Normally, you'll see Alchemist often come up against Enigma, I feel like, and that's it. But then you're playing into Enigma, and everything just kind of feels bad anyway, because you're getting Black Hole and stuff. I mean, I don't know who. I'm assuming they lost this game.
Yeah, they did.
Sad. Look at that. Even have the Aegis. What can you do?
Yeah, not much you can do. Unfortunately, the gulf between the two teams is just a little bit too wide. But I think it's also just because, not just because the gulf is big, but Aster just looked really, really, really clean. At the major, you could definitely tell there were still cracks and they were still getting used to one another. But as time has gone on, that sort of consistency is starting to shine through more and more and more. And I think as well, we're also getting a bit more comfort out of the new coaching staff in the background. So ROTK doesn't have to yell as much Lyrical. He can just show up and say, all right, here's what we're doing. We're going to do it well. And no one even needs to smile. No emotion. We just, another day at the office.
Not yelling as much, but still yelling some amount. You know, you got to sort of stick with it to some extent. It's sort of his brand at this point. But yeah, definitely having some good success. The Aster team is sort of that consistent presence in this DPC where they're kind of going to run it. And if we think back even to their match against LGD last tour, it was still the similar type of story where they were winning in the main one, and then there was eventually that tiebreaker scenario.
So the other series that we had, the second one of the day, was the sister matchup between Extreme Gaming and YBB. In this one, Extreme Gaming, they came in a little bit of favorites, expected that they were going to be able to win. We had high hopes for YBB. Since they came up from Division 2, we haven't necessarily seen them live up to that. And Sheep, you can't dodge this one. You were here.
Oh, I was. Yeah, I got this one. No problem. All right, so this was a disappointing game. I was very unhappy with the Mars core. I felt like his itemization was pretty bad. I'm just going to flame him. I hate this guy.
Jesus.
I'm so sick of seeing Mars core. I hate this hero. I think it's terrible. He always has no damage. And then you just really fall off. And we saw that this game. There was so much to deal with between CK, Storm, and Doom. Yeah, no, this sucked. It was that PA. Is that PA as well? I remember he reached like a peak time with his BKB where they were able to pull out some good fights, and then everything just sort of fell apart.
Yeah.
Because you just get doomed, or like you got kited through his BKB and then just couldn't really play.
I mean, it's exactly that you said when we were doing the panel itself, that they have this anti-carry button, and when you only have this one carry, then the Doom just presses R, and suddenly their team fights over every single time. And there's a limited amount you can expect from Lu to do in this. He can't buy BKB and Lincoln Sphere and Satanic and Rapier, all these things at once. It's a bit much. You need the team to be able to help you out. And unfortunately, Lyrical, it's sort of been the story of YBB this tour so far, that Lu is the shining light in the squad, and he's trying to sort of drag everybody else up along with him. It doesn't always seem to be working out for them just yet.
Well, it reminds me of a couple of other teams that have sort of had a similar strategy. I think about, for instance, Knight's last tour, where it was MKS that was consistently like the 4 protect 1 carry. And I do, the thing that's interesting is I really like PA as a hero nowadays, and I think that she should be good, particularly because of like the changes to Blur and just how hard it is to find her in some of these fights. But it doesn't feel like it works together, because like a lot of the heroes that you need to enable PA don't allow you to either find the jump afterwards or get like the vision or something. Because when she starts the fights just by blowing up one target, it looks awesome. I feel like she's one patch away from just being like mega broken, but right now it just kind of sucks.
Well, this was the second game, which was honestly an extravaganza of Dota. That went the distance, 50-something minutes at the very end there. YBB almost grabbed the win, but Extreme Gaming, they dug deep, they showed some grit. This is also one of these games, Sheep, where we got to see the double Meteor Hammer. This is an item that's been just gaining currency. The stocks are on the rise. We heard from Kaka, he doesn't necessarily think to himself it's very good. But, you know, it's nice to see that YBB at least, they took the experiment. They gave us information. We were aware now of what not to do.
Hey, Meteor Hammer is still legit. You know, it just, like 33 said, you just gotta not play like you have Meteor Hammer. You just gotta play like normal, but you have a Meteor Hammer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. It's good. Maybe I don't think having 2 is honestly that bad. Just maybe
Not on Ricky.
slowed Ricky's game down a bit too much. Yeah.
So the other series that we had on that particular day to end off the 3 series, we had PSG LGD versus VG Gaming. This was supposed to be much more competitive, supposed to be much more entertaining. Unfortunately, I think Jawed had things to do that day. So he tells his team, yo, get this game out of the way. It was not even close, let us be honest. Like the way that they played, even with the offlane Pango Sheep, they pulled out this hero that we've seen lose game after game after game. But here it looked like, well, this hero should actually just be in that position all the time.
Yeah, they made it work. I think LGD are just very understanding of their heroes and how they want to play, and their support duo is incredibly talented, and they'll always be able to make plays on the map and find farm. And when you're playing with this Storm Spirit especially, like, they're just taking your map. Anytime you show on a side lane, Storm Clock, they're there, they're killing you. And honestly, I love this Ursa pick, just upping the pace, able to get Roaches for them, and just, yeah. Oof.
I mean, Ursa Darkseer is a sick combo, but it's okay because Vichi's going to get top 8 at the major, and it'll all be right. Don't worry. No, I think that you're definitely right. Like, LGD is just something different when it comes to these moments. I will say that I think the moments where they've sort of struggled this tour has been when it's come to the big stage. There's still a couple of like very younger players that are really important to this LGD squad, and sort of dealing with the nerves of a big stage, a big match. That doesn't really, I feel like, happen as much in China because there's so many games that they have to sort of pull back into it that they're not feeling the same type of pressure that they would when they're actually on LAN in, like, you know, a double elimination bracket. Things get a lot different there.
Obviously, and now after those set of games, Team Astra is still sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 3 wins, followed by PSG, LGD, and Extreme Gaming on 2 wins apiece. VG 1-1. We're going to be finding out as time goes on exactly if there are top 8 material or if it's just about them being good in the region. And then we have Asta Aries and IG sitting on 1 win for Asta Aries with 2 losses. 2 losses just heads up on the side of IG, and they are going to be at the bottom of the leaderboard in tandem with YBB Gaming and the outsiders from China. This is more or less what we sort of anticipated, what we sort of expected coming into this. We're going to be looking at what our predictions were coming into the tour, just to remind us of what we all thought was going to happen. But first, some business at hand. Dota at hand.
Wait, hold on.
What's up?
Gabe.
Yes.
At least they'll get top 8 in Div 1.
Yeah, hell yeah, let's go. Big plays.
Check out.
YBB Gaming will be taking on Invictus Gaming today, so no matter what, one of these squads is going to get their first win of the tour, and that's certainly going to help them try build momentum down the stretch. It's going to be entertaining because both of them are still not 100% sure what to make of them. And the first series, the one I really want to focus on, Vici versus Outsiders from China. Cheap. You know why we need to focus on this?
Haha, why?
We need to see something from Outsiders from
Do they
China,
have a stand-in
right?
yet?
They do not.
Then
do
they
not.
lost. Unlucky.
Oh my gosh.
Damn, that's pretty gnarly.
All right, so this is what we all thought was going to be happening today.
Oh, I didn't do predictions for China? That's embarrassing. My bad, guys.
Yeah, and I reminded you as well, so that's on you.
You did?
Yes.
Unlucky. All right, well, I would have predicted VG, and then I would have predicted...
My name's actually Kezu.
IG.
Those are my predictions.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
I'm a Kezu here.
We're sort of mixed on this one between IG and YBB. The only reason I personally said YBB in this one, Lyrical, is because having the game against Extreme that they had, right? Both of them sort of went the distance against Extreme Gaming. IG took them to 3 games. YBB took them to a very long game number 2. But I think that YBB came closer to be able to beat Extreme Gaming when Extreme Gaming were good. Because regrettably, when we saw IG taking on Extreme to the 3rd game, Game 2 was kind of a feed fest from Kaka. Did not look that great. And it was sort of like a loss for Extreme Gaming more so than it was a win for IG. So that particular series, I'm expecting YBB to do a little bit better. But I need Hopium for this first series. Is there any way that Vici Gaming end up falling to, as our resident Vici Gaming expert on the panel, tell me how on earth does Outsiders from China manage to find a way to bring down Vici?
I think that realistically it has to come through Chosen One. So in the mid lane, he has looked like the best player from this team. And it's also worth noting that every match they have looked better. But as I said, they're still not at that same level of these other teams in the region. I think the other big thing that they need to look for is like fast tempo gameplay, come out of the lanes with at least even, and then try and play around something like a Death Prophet, something like Shadow Shaman wards, just like very simple Dota. Or the type of Dota that I really like, sometimes you get out of like the beginning of a patch, is like minus armor strats, and then just like all in on stuff. You just got to do some weird cheesy thing, and maybe then Vici aren't prepped for it.
Gabe, your problem is you're planning for like mid-game moves.
Yes.
And Outsiders from China's problem is they don't make it to that point. What they have to do is cheese their lanes beyond all shadow of a doubt. You need like Undying. You need Elder Titan. I don't know, anything that could possibly give you some sort of lane security. You need your offlaner to be on like Baby's first offlane hero that is like impossible to mess up. I don't know what hero that is, but he's the biggest problem on this team. I'll be real, because their carry's like rank 9. He always plays some greedy carry and plays like very slow. Like, I'm not gonna really go out of my way to do anything impressive, but I will maybe be reliable for you if we get to like mid to late game. Their mid laner actually is good at the game. And he's gonna either win his lane or go even, and then like do some nice things around the map. The supports or whatever, and their off laner is just a griefer. So they need to make sure that
oh no. Oh no.
So they need to make sure this guy just does okay in his off lane, and I genuinely think the game's become much easier.
All right, we're going to be seeing if the game will be easier for them if they can get something for Ling Yao to play that will impress Sheep and not allow her to say that she's just griefing the game. But we have a draft on our hands. Outsiders from China versus Vici Gaming. OFC, they have Radiant with first pick. Vici Gaming have Dire with second pick. And Nature's Prophet, still a very good hero, so glad to see it picked up. It's a bit versatile. We don't know just yet if their offlaner does play this, but we'll find out shortly. And then, of course, for Vici Gaming, we get the Yang Clockwork and the new BAB Primal Beast. In my opinion, his best hero by some country mile. So
stop calling him BAB. I'm holding you accountable.
BAB.
No, I'm holding you accountable. Say his name proper.
BAB.
New.
BAB.
New.
So he's going to be meowing around with this Primal Beast. Exactly, he's just going to goes through with this onslaught.
Speaking of which, let's
a new
go.
Hero.
Dude,
let's go.
All right, I'm mega down. This is sick. This is going to be good from Outsiders China. They've got global presence. They got ways to gank the map. You said that the lanes are where they're all going to fall apart. They're just not going to lane. Like 6 minutes in, they're just running at people. Let's go. That's the answer.
Well, that's the scary thing. I've seen a Spirit Breaker 5. I think it was Kuroki maybe that played it the other day, and he got trashed in lane early. I think Mind Controlled Drow died like 5 times because Spirit Breaker at like levels 1 to 2 is a little bit shaky because you need like your bash and your charge to really be able to help him, and he has a very low base attack time, so he's not very good at trading either. He's a little bit of a body, but he can be a shaky support in lane. So my only concern is that if Vici have a kill lane in their off lane, and this is the safe lane, then there is potential there to kill Natures like quite a lot.
I mean, this is you're talking about kill lanes, right? We've seen how many kill lanes with Primal Beast up against these sort of range carries. There was a point where it was like Lina, Nature's Prophet every game, and people would pick like Primal Beast Rubik, Primal Beast Enchantress, Primal Beast +1, and then you just constantly aggress onto this Nature's Prophet. So they have that option right now from Vici Gaming. But so we need more protection, I think, to make sure that Outsiders from China don't just end up feeding this lane. What do you think? Do you all want to see the Spirit Breaker 4 or 5 at this point in time?
I mean, I actually, because what Sheep was talking about, don't like the idea of it being like a safe lane Prophet with a SP. I would rather see Chosen One play on the NP. Give like your highest impact hero, a hero that can be in every lane early on with like, level 6
I
Wrath of
disagree
Nature
with
coming
you.
out. Okay,
I
that's
disagree with you.
fair. Hit me up. Tell me what's up.
I think that your idea is sound because Nature's Prophet can do all that.
Yeah.
But the problem is they need a playmaker or else nothing will happen on the
Okay.
map and no one else is good enough to do it.
Oh
Tell
my
us how you
God.
really feel. You know?
I will.
Oh, I love that.
I
That's
think
great.
he like when he's on his like tiny and stuff, he looks really good.
I see a playmaker right now.
Yeah.
The Q button on Spirit Breaker. That's the
There you
playmaker.
go.
Okay.
That's how
Honestly,
we make
that's
things
fair.
happen.
I respect that. I'm gonna stop flaming them as hard as I have been now. I'm gonna relax a little bit.
Uh-huh.
No, it's good. This is
Um,
what people
It's
want
the
to
early
wake up
morning.
to
Get
in the
it off
morning.
your chest, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Besides, it's still the early games. This means that
Yeah.
by the time we get to the end of the tour, when you're forced to recognize that they're good now,
Yeah.
then you can reflect and say, oh, wow, I flamed them at the beginning. Now they've just been increasingly getting better. So
It's like if they win this game, it's gonna be a really bad look on me.
That's fine.
we'll see how they approach the
Dude,
second
look.
phase, though.
They're happy and they're chatting it up, getting some smiles on. They're excited to play some Dota.
I mean, you
Good.
can't be despondent right now, right? If you're going up against a VG Gaming, you know they're going to try to play this aggressive style against you. So if you're despondent, you're already mentally defeated. You're not going to be able to keep up with the tempo that VG will try to set. I am kind of surprised, speaking of tempo, that VG Gaming ended up ignoring the Enchantress. We saw in the series against LGD that they stole that away from LGD because of how good LGD are with that hero. But Yang didn't look too terrible. And they did end up losing that game, but I thought this hero would have a bit more currency just in general. I felt like I was going to be in every game, honestly.
I was kind of wondering as well if you're talking about how strong this is for them, but I think the one thing that this does give you is so many ways to start the fight now for Vici. I feel like you're never going to be comfortable. Like with Ench, you can just sort of run into an area and like not die. But now you can actually like go in there and kill, I feel like, with both Clock and Primal. And now you've got like a pretty cool follow-up with Jakiro. This is a funky little
heroes.
Vici draft.
Funky.
Yeah.
Another new hero.
Yeah.
Some magic damage, some push. What do we make of Jakiro overall, Sheep? Why don't you think he gets seen more often? And it does seem like it's just going to consign the Clockwork to the 4 role?
I mean, I'm really glad for starters that the Jakiro has been buffed. Like the macro pyre actually deals damage now on first tick instead of like, oh, there's a delay, I'm gonna blink out of the macro. Like, well, it's so stupid. So he actually functions now, which is nice. Yeah, I'm guessing the Clock will go forward. I mean, you could still lane the Clock with like a ranged carry and then put Jakiro with Primal Beast off lane, or even put Primal mid and do whatever you want. Honestly, they're quite open with it. What I really like about the Jakiro, though, is when I see Spirit Breaker, I think I want a support that can buy Yules, and Jakiro is one that really enjoys having it. So if he can get any level of farm priority, maybe he sits mid for a little bit, get a Yules, I think it's going to help them a lot to deal with Spirit Breaker.
Well, they go for the Disruptor now on the side of Outsiders from China. Damn, I'm looking at this draw vertical, and you can't actually lose this game, like, or you can't fall behind at all in this game.
Yeah.
This is we have to always be making things happen on the map. We cannot sit back and just farm. We have to constantly be fighting. And given the execution from Outsiders from China, it's a little bit concerning that they have opted to go for this kind of draft that doesn't have the room for mistakes.
I would, yeah, and as to your first point, I think it is a draft that definitely can lose. We might in fact just see that here in a little bit. But there are some cool things that they've got going, because if they do manage to get off to a hot start, then suddenly you start snowballing. Things look up pretty good. You've got Roche taking potential now. You've got the way to extend the fight. If they're diving in, for instance, with Nature's Prophet, let's say that this is an off-lane Prophet, which it seems more likely to be now at this point. And like TP's the safe lane or TP's mid, and then people try and come and rotate. Glimpse away. Fight suddenly 4v5. They're feeling great about it. I think like if they could pull together, I actually, again, kind of like the idea of putting Chosen 1 on NP, because then you could pick a Darkseer here.
Hey,
And then Darkseer Ursa feels very nice.
Darkseer Ursa, Darkseer Spirit Breaker in the laning phase,
Yeah.
They
There's
could be
some good
4
stuff.
high-ranged heroes, like 4 snipers, and Gabe would be like, man, what a great argument. For real, for real.
Oh, I love it.
So another PA, the second one that we've seen in the tour, yet another Ursa. A lot of Roche potential from Outsiders from China. Fortunately, Vici has some ways to scout vision of that area on the map with this Clockwork. And PA, I mean, Ursa doesn't necessarily enjoy buying an early MKB, so PA feels, once she gets BKB, she feels very nice about this game for quite some time.
Yeah, I think PA is going to be pretty happy. The biggest problem I see right now is like the Primal still seems like a problem to me. Outsiders don't have like really good stuns. I think the ability for Vici to kind of like initiate and burst is high, and it's hard for them to react outside of only having Disruptor ult. I do like their lineup though. Like I think if I take away the team names, I see Nature's Ursa and these 2 supports, and I feel like they have a lot of potential to make plays and fight. maybe they're a little low on damage, I guess, would be the only problem. So if they could pick, like, if they put this Nature's on offlane and they take some mid with like burst magic, then I'm probably pretty happy.
How would you feel about Ember or Puck in this mid lane here for Chosen One?
I like Puck. Puck sounds fun.
Puck's banned, guys.
Is Puck banned?
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Oh, yeah, it is. Okay.
Well, I don't like Puck as
Well,
much anymore.
Puck sucks. Awful hero.
Ember's kind of an interesting one because I think that there is a lot of like lockdown to sort of catch him out of Slight or whatever. You can like, ice path right over where his remnant is and stuff, but they take it. I'm afraid of it. It looks like a good pick in theory with everything else that's going on, but I think that they have enough control, and then the PA burst. Like, Ember is probably going to die mid game a lot of times.
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen.
Oh no!
Spoiler alert.
I'm gonna assume here that this is a PA with a clockwork. What's gonna happen is Clock's gonna walk into the lane and barrier assault the Nature's Prophet, and then PA is gonna dagger him, and then they're gonna chill, and then the next time their spells are up, they're gonna kill him, and then they're gonna gain level advantage, and then they're gonna do it again. They're gonna do it again. I don't know why you would put your player, who's least consistent in the game, on a fragile ranged offlaner with no stuns or mobility spells and unable to defend himself. They're gonna have to do so much. If he wins this lane, I swear to God, I don't know what I'll do. But you guys can come up with some kind of punishment, but I will get on my knees and I will beg for forgiveness. I swear to God.
Having heard that, we definitely need something to come out of Outsiders from China because we're going to need the begging, the supplications to come out of Sheepstick right now because Outsiders from China, they definitely need a little bit of help if they want to find themselves successful against VG Gaming. They did end the draft with this last pick on the DK in the mid lane, so they have some initiation and some tower pressure, and we'll see if it's going to be a nice, smooth experience from VG Gaming as anticipated, or if Outsiders from China can present a challenge that we haven't seen from them before. To find out, we send it over to our incredible casting duo. We have BCAP, we have Lacoste, we have some Dota, so take it away, boys.
It's going to be a challenge, isn't it? See if Outsiders from China can get through the laning phase. I would say this team has been struggling mightily, and I don't know if it's going to change against VG here. I don't know about you, Lacoste. It's looking weird.
I gotta say, I like their draft. It looks really good. They have a bit of everything, so I don't mind too much. For them, it's gonna be mostly about execution, like how well they can execute. Like we've seen them lose laning stage so badly, 5, 6, even 8K one of those games. So gonna be difficult playing against VG Gaming. On the side of VG Gaming, also, if you remove the team names, I would prefer Outsiders from China's draft, to be honest, because this Phantom Assassin, as a hero, I feel like it's very slow compared to, even though Ursa is also a Battle Fury carrier, he comes online much faster because he threatens Roshan kill. He wants to take a fight as well relatively early on.
Glimpse, but a dual breath coming through, and it looks as though this Disruptor is going to be given up for first blood, and it will go the way of Erica. That slow starting PA getting a little bit of a boost to start.
Yeah, here we go. So, buying some tangos and might have enough to buy a full Blightstone immediately after they pick up 2 runes. FY with the tips. Okay.
Damn, starting it off quick. Early tip. Anything on his... I'm just looking at his cosmetics. Gotta always see if he's got another glitched item. Don't really see him on the clockwork too much when you think about him in your mind. So, let's see. Bounty runes. 3. Oh, actually getting pushed away from that one in their own jungle.
Erica, can he pick it up? Yes, he
He gets
can.
it, so it will be 3. So 3 bounty runes for Vici. That's going to put Yang and Erica in a good spot with that full Blightstone, like you said, picked up by Erica. Not on the Wraith King. I feel like there was a point in time where Erica only played Wraith King.
Yeah, and I mean, whenever I see some of these players, I see Erica, like, of course, the first one is gonna, like, fly, Morphling, Erica, Wraith King. Yeah, this lane, like, the way it started on the top should be much more difficult considering that they gave Erica first blood, they gave him 3 bounty runes, so he's off to a really good start. Usually not a fan of Orb of Corrosion, but if you have such a great start, I don't mind it too much. We've seen time and time again, if you buy Orb of Corrosion, you lose your lane, then your Battle Fury timing is very delayed. Mid lane, Setsu putting some extra pressure on Ember Spirit, starting with Dragon Tail. Chosen One needs to be careful. Still far away from his bottle.
Yeah, Setsu stunned him under the tower, and he took like 4 tower shots immediately. So it's put him in this weird position where I don't know if he really wants to play aggressive before the bottle, but standing forward, you might just pay with your life. I think fortunate for him, it was Dragon Blood level 2. Otherwise, there would be a lot of damage coming through onto this Ember.
Setsu starting with the Bracer, puts a point in Dragon Blood. Every single time he gets close with Ember, gets hit at least once. Looking for a Dragon Tail as well. Seems like Chosen One will be able to farm his bottle eventually underneath the tower. But Setsu doing a very good job in terms of denies. Already 4 denies on Dragonite. This is also minded Ember Spirit into Dragonite pick. Outsiders from China did have last pick this time around.
So we'll see how this goes for Vici, as they're already up in CS on all 3 lanes, which has been the case with Outsiders from China. Vici, you know, they ended up losing to LGD in their most recent matchup. It wasn't exactly what they would have liked, but it feels like they'll be back on the winning board if they do get the typical result against Outsiders from China with the odds that were shown. I mean, this has been a team that's struggled and has had a hard time even coming out of just the laning phase. So Vici, if they take advantage of that, should be in a good spot come 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's very, I would say, tempo-oriented lineup on Vici Gaming. They can play with other 4 heroes while Phantom Assassin is farming up Battle Fury into Deso or a BKB, whatever he decides to go for. Then it opens up to Roche. It also gives you more tower presence. Dragonite, Jakiro. Like Jakiro, sure. Liquid Fire level 1. Not sure if he wants to put more points in it. We'll see. But yeah, you still have decent amount of tower damage, so you can put the pressure on.
Just see Yang's webcam come up. He's always got a smile on his face, like a little bit of a smirk.
Yeah.
It's like he hasn't died yet, so the dead Yang strats haven't come into play, but he's happy about that. He's just throwing on some aggression.
Wasn't Yang the guy that retired for like a week or something?
It was so. There's been a lot of Chinese Dota players that have done that.
I think
Fade did that as well, I believe, coming out of like Epicenter. He was just like, I'm gonna retire. 3 days later, he was like, I'm back, guys.
Maybe I mixed it up. Maybe I mixed up Fade with Yang.
And they've all done it at some point. I'm pretty sure Yang retired as well, because then he went to the 5 position because he was playing off lane originally. So, charge on to Setsu. We'll see if he commits to that. Yeah, that'll stop. In the Roche pit. They have sent Cold Bird out of this lane 2 or 3 times already.
He does have a
He's
TP
6
available.
CS.
Yeah, it's not looking great. Erika has more denies than he has CS.
Oh.
And sitting at 24 on this Phantom Assassin. This top lane is done so. If he shows up, Jakiro puts a point in Ice Pad just to be able to stun him so he can't TP out. He's just dead.
Probably trying to get the kill on a FY, but Cogs pushed him, so FY got some space. Don't have Glimpse that was used onto the Primal Beast. That'll bring FY over towards mid, where there is that Water Rune available.
Dragonite doesn't have a bottle, so FY will pick it up.
Does he come over? No, he's just going to go back towards bottom. But maybe he'd want to put some pressure on. Yeah, this, again, is all 3 lanes just CSing so well. Cry's doing an okay job. He's 21-0. I think he's holding up, at least for himself. But 1 kill, strictly farming. Other than that, it's a 2k net worth lead for Vici.
Already 5 minutes into the game. Spirit Breaker hasn't really done much in this top lane. He's been trying to move around.
Onslaught, trample, easy kill there for Neo. The Spirit Breaker, he took Bash level 1 and then just couldn't do anything with it. Like he wasn't able to play aggressively with that Bash.
A bit difficult. He gets close. He gets slowed down by Phantom Assassin, Dual Breath, Liquid Fire on level 2. He doesn't provide you with much damage. Also, this Nature's Prophet has been shut down. Cold Bird having a really rough time. Lowest net worth core at the moment. Yang almost has more net worth than him.
Yeah, Yang really holding on to those off-lane roots, right? He's able to outfarm the off-laner. So level 6 for Setsu. Cry. Whoa, trample on him. Fairy Fire. He'll survive.
3 heroes from Outsiders from China lurking around the mid lane. But FY is also here.
Yeah, battery assault charge in. That lands on FY
Make it
under the
4.
tower. He should end up dead. He'll get bashed up, killed off. 4 heroes, though, pulled to this. Is it going to be worth it? Maybe if they get Setsu, that feels somewhat worth. But now Yang coming around. He picks up an Arcane Rune, and Setsu's still not going to die. Dual Breath. Not enough.
Dragon Knight a bit too tanky, even with the 4 heroes. These are also under-leveled heroes. Disruptor level 3, and this was Nature's Prophet level 3, also TPing in, something that usually we don't see.
Yeah, that kind of puts them in a interesting spot in net worth and leaving it open for Erica, who is top of the net worth by a mile. It is not going well when you think about this Phantom Assassin.
Coldbird shows up top, immediately dies. Rotation from FY. Erica secures another kill.
Yeah, so they get the kill on the Nature's Prophet. They take out one more, and it's a 3K lead for Vici. With Chosen One being pushed back, CXK not sure he exactly wants to be here. He does have some help from the Disruptor. But they're not going to be able to get Yang out of it. This dead Yang strat's just not activated.
You love the dead Yang meme.
I'm a huge... That video is amazing. Where they throw him off the balcony.
Yeah.
And it just cuts for a split second. You clearly see that it's a crash test dummy. FY getting a kill with the help of the Dragon's Breath from Setsu. That allows him to get the last hits with the Battery Assault, and CXK gives up on that charge.
Spirit Breaker really struggling to get any kind of farm, anything done. 2 Observer Wards have been placed from Vici Gaming. One behind Tier 1 tower on a mid lane, and also one scouting out the triangle so they can start to play even more aggressive. 4K gold lead, 7.5, 8 minutes into the game. Interesting build from Neo. We don't see it as often. Primal Beast with the drums. I guess he wants to put slightly more pressure earlier and make him more tanky just so that he does not die from Ursa. It also gives him like a bit more chase potential, and also if he needs to run away. And this ward that I was just talking about is scouting out Cry, FY level 4 and Clockwork.
Yeah, they need
another hero, yes.
Charge in CXK here with a bash that hits on a Setsu, but he's got 3 of the Dragon's Blood, so killing him
Stop
just feels
trying
like
to kill
not
Dragon Knight, please. You don't have damage.
It's not happening. Dual Breath. Meanwhile, FY, he's trying to 1v1 the Ursa, and he's winning! What?
I didn't think he has enough to actually kill him there.
Wait! What? That shouldn't happen. All right.
Level 6 Ursa, so 3 points in Fury. Maybe, because I was checking out the mid lane, if Overpower was on cooldown, so he did not have that attack speed, didn't have extra damage coming up from the Fury swipes. But yeah, a bit of a different one. Maybe if he ran into creep camp just to share some of the damage.
Maybe.
Yeah, a lot of maybes.
Yeah, and he's retired, so...
For now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the rumor is that he's going to come back as well.
I hope so.
Him and
I
Ame.
miss maybe.
Pulverize. That'll kill off this Disruptor. They've got the charge coming through on Aniu, but he's level 8. And these heroes on the side of Outsiders from China are still under level.
Spirit Breaker and Nature's Prophet are the same level combined as Neo at the moment. So they are going to have very difficult time trying to kill him.
Very difficult time.
Unless he lands like 4 bashes in a row. I don't think it would be even enough. They need Nature's Prophet to be level 6 to have that extra damage.
The odds of that happening, 17, very little. 4 bashes in a row like that. Oh no, FY. You can't do it to him again. All right, it's not a 1v1 this time. They do have some help from Erica. They're going to throw another Stifling Dagger. They've got the Rocket Flare. They have the Vision. They get a crit. And FY with another kill and a Cry. Disruptor also comes over, glimpses him under the tower. That might do it.
Should be enough.
Oh, yeah. He's going to die, but so will the Disruptor. And Chosen One comes over. Not sure you want to play with this Phantom Assassin. This is not a fun time here in the triangle.
Where
it's
are
not
the
all
crits
fun
at?
and games. Looking for crits. Finding one, maybe? No. Was there a crit that entire time? I don't think so.
I don't think there was. He attacked him like 7 or 8 times. Setsu was also nearby, ready to use Dragon Tail. And now with that first Dragon form, this cosmetic on Dragon Knight really confuses me. Like, it's gone now, so we can't see it. But it looks like level 3 ulti instead of level 1.
Yang?
Cry might get a kill here.
Oh,
Good hook shot.
Macro-fire, good hook shot. Yang! Oh, the cogs! FY does it to him again! Oh, God, Cry.
That's the only thing he can do right now. Cry. This is looking really rough. He was so close to getting those kills. He needs those levels. And now Coldbird will die one more time. Coldbird, I mean, I thought that he died way more times than this. He's sitting at only 3 deaths. Only.
3 deaths, 11.5 minutes, 3 of 12.
3 deaths too many.
Yeah, and he's about to be passed by Yang in the net worth. It's coming. You can sense it. Just see what he can get with like dual breath.
TP. Yeah, that's the lane.
There you
TP
go.
stop. Neo should go back, so Yang gets the lane for himself.
Oh, FY. They're mad. They're very upset that this FY Clockwork's getting a lot of kills. And the last hit will go to Chosen One.
That's something. They're going to lose the mid tower, it seems like. Erika playing very active early on. Deciding to join.
Yeah.
This is Phantom Assassin we were talking about. This is not some carry Nature's Prophet that likes to get involved early on. Chosen One.
Onslaught lands with the Ice Path pulverized. They'll get a kill on the Chosen One. Wrath of Nature didn't really deter that. Meanwhile, I don't know if you saw the Dota Plus show up on your screen, but it's at 93 to 7%. So, a lot of favoring from Gaben in terms of Vici.
Gaben usually has a very good read on how things are going to go.
Usually.
Erika, Blurred, wants to find another kill.
Oh god, the right clicks. The glimpse is the free out with Setsu there. FY, stop bullying this bear. Onslaught in you. He's going to trample on top of Cry, who will eventually die. And it will be another kill here for this Primal Beast.
Looking very rough very early on. Like, outsiders from China, they do... Every single game we casted them, they lost the laning stage very hard. So in terms of the comeback, they're going to have a difficult time. Like, in terms of damage also, Disruptor just hit level 6. They smoke, so should try to get something done. CXK also has ulti available. And Erika, he sensed something was wrong by sense they do have an Observer Ward on the high ground inside the triangle, which did not get dewarded. There is a sentry there. So he goes back.
And that sentry's been there for a while. Static Storm. I don't know if this is going to be enough. They look to get the kill on Erika. CXK is going to need a bunch of bashes. Wrath of Nature finally does it. But they are going to lose the Ursa again to Neo.
Erika way too aggressive. He sees one hero, it's a Disruptor. You know that he has ulti available. Jumps in on top of him immediately.
Gets the bloodlust.
Yeah. If there was no Nature's Prophet ulti, he would have not died there. But yeah. Coldbird still needs a lot of farm. Currently only sitting at 4.2k. Has point booster.
To be fair, he is now past the Ursa. Whether or not that's a good thing is up in the air, but he's not the lowest farm core
He probably
anymore.
stole some of his CS with Wrath of Nature. That's why Ursa is below. And not
Macro-fire.
again.
Ice
Great
Path and a
Macro-fire,
kill.
Ice Path.
Yeah. Setsu dominating. By the way, New is 6-0-2. So he's going into the BKB. He's got those drums. Doesn't look like he's going to be upgrading the drums into the Boots of Bearing, though.
It's just a cheap early item that gives him good stats. Gives him more
Uproar.
chase potential, as we
Right
said.
clicks,
One more
Chosen
hit
One.
is needed.
You're going to want to leave. Charge comes in. Can they kill him? He's got an onslaught in a second. Glimpse and rooted. So they'll get the kill. They'll take away the 6-time spree. It does cost them 4 here.
Oh, no. Just dies to breathe fire.
Oh. Well, it was good.
It looked good for a moment. I was
Yeah.
about to say, you know, this could be start of something good, but unfortunately stays there for way too long. Setsu with the Blink Dagger manages to close the gap. The BKB, like 2 BKB timings on side of Vici Gaming are going to be very difficult to deal with. They don't have abilities that go through magic immunity other than Nether Strike. Sure, some right clicks from Ursa, but he's going to have a rough time sitting in the front line, trying to deal damage. And I believe this is Vanguard Ursa. First time seeing this. This is Vanguard. I don't know if we can call it Rush because it's 16 minutes into the game, but it's a first item.
Disruptor's gonna die to FY. Well, I mean, you used to see it, right, when they used to go phase boots Abyssal.
That was a long time ago. And Neo will get another one. Neo has been sitting in this bottom lane pretty much throughout the whole game. Whoever
Yeah.
shows up, he solo kills him.
By the way, the sentry that was over on this cliff still isn't dewarded that obs. And this other sentry does see this sentry, but they're not getting rid of any
Too
of it
busy
yet.
getting kills.
Ice Path, Macro Pyre, Cold Bird, no chance of TPing out.
Cries in.
Yeah, he's in, and he'll get a kill on a Yang. So finally, it took this long, 17 minutes for the dead Yang strat. Back into the Static Storm. They've got the Kinetic Field. They'll have a charge coming in on Erica.
Needs a blink.
Erica blinks away. FY's here, and now, with the cogs around on this Disruptor, well, he's just going to try and do that damage. Tumbler's Toy to stick with him. They go to the ult. Oh, it gets the kill on Erica while FY takes out this Disruptor, but Cry will get the trade.
These are really good trades for Vici Gaming. Sure. Oh, where did Ember die?
Oh,
He died to Neo. Solo killed again. Yeah, if he didn't die there, like the trade really benefits Outsiders from China because they got a kill on Erica, and they also managed to kill Clockwork. And this time around, Cry did not die, so he's getting some farm. Now going into Blade Mail. All right. They're doing something differently. We have Ember Spirit with the Blade Mail. And seems like Nature's Prophet. I mean, he had one queued up at one point. It was Aghanim Scepter plus Blade Mail.
so triple Blade Mail was the plan?
There's a bunch of damage that is on the ground. Like, you're playing against Clockwork, you run into Macro Pyre, Trample, Phantom Assassin with the right clicks.
Uh-oh, Cry tries the TP. Pulverize into the Macro Pyre. That must hurt. And eventually he'll die. Oh, FY's gonna do it to him again. That's just not fair. Anytime that Cry's dying, FY's around.
FY finished off his Meteor Hammer. Earn Meteor Hammer. What a build.
What gameplay with this Meteor Hammer? I can't wait.
Trap him inside the cogs. And you see, Chosen One with that Blade Mail. Cheap item, cheap damage, cheap components. And not a bad pickup here, I would say.
Cogs around CXK. Meteor Hammer to follow it up. They got the kill into the Disruptor. Now they're going to work on this Spirit Breaker. Hook shot with the Tumbler's Toy. He's just sticking onto him and gets the kill with the Rocket Flare.
FY had to click like 16 different buttons to be able to get that kill. But Tumbler's Toy coming in handy because you do not want to attack Clockwork inside the cogs. This is the second time where he bounces off after they kill the cog, so he is able to close the gap.
Setsu pushing him mid. I want to say that FY, if we see him smile, yeah. I feel like he would be having a good time, but this is the face that FY always makes. He's super stoic and serious in every game. Even when there's fireworks around.
I think we might see some smiles this time around. Also going into Yule Scepter, great against Spirit Breaker, great against Ursa.
Charge, Static
Catch
Storm.
too.
Setsu's very tanky. He's got the BKB. They're still trying to get the kill into FY. Ice Path is down. They'll take out the Clockwork. Now, Spirit Breaker next on the menu here for the side of Vici. They get the takeout on CXK. And they'll follow that up with a Disruptor. Ooh. Nope. Setsu with the blink. Last hit.
Setsu didn't die a single time this game. We talked about them having very limited amount of damage. They tried a couple of times on the mid lane to bring him down. Didn't happen, and now he's going into Hex after finishing off his BKB. This should be a tower. Cry is pinging it out.
Oh, Primal Beast did go Boots of Bearing. Alright, so he did upgrade it. I figured with the phase boots, he wouldn't get another pair of boots.
He ran out of charges on drums, that's why.
Get that upgrade. No more charges on Boots of Bearing with the change. Pulverize. Ice Path doesn't land on a Cry. They get the kill on a Chosen One. Now he walks back into it. They've got the trample on top of these heroes. They get the kill on the Yang. Meteor Hammer down onto this Nature's Prophet. Cold Bird He's going to be run down by FY. He's got another kill. CXK looking like he might be next with a charge. BKB's been popped by New, and they'll trample on top of Cry as they finish off 4.
Now Disruptor in trouble. Setsu, another blink available in 5 seconds.
Oh.
They don't even need it. They caught a glimpse of him.
And the right-click damage. Onslaught, full team wipe there for Vici. And the Meteor Hammer on the tower.
Considering how their games went so far in the DPC, I would not be surprised if they lose another fight and call it. We've seen it time and time again where they don't necessarily lose towers, like lose these tier 3 towers, lose barracks, and then they call it. They feel like, you know, they are down way too much. They cannot recover. So they type GG in all chat.
Yeah, that's what they usually go for. I'm looking at Yang's cardigan, or sweater that he's got on. There's like a dog on it, an elephant. You know, elephant's there to represent the old elephant squad. Did not ever show up well, except for that one time in the Dota Pit event. Erica, by the way, BKB, Deso next. After the start he had, I was a little surprised that he's not top of the net worth right now, but he's had a couple of deaths.
New has had way too good of a game. He's been free farming bottom lane. Someone shows up, gets killed immediately. Level 17 on Primal Beast.
FY. Thunder Strike, another strike, and a kill after the hook shot. So they'll take him out. New's going to come from around the back. They've got the Stifling Dagger. It's through on a Cry. Static Storm is down to try and help him survive. But the right clicks are in. They'll take the Disruptor, and the next one there will fall is Cry. They get the kill in a Yang, but again, when they win these fights, it's just the dead Yang strat.
Let's see if they decide to go maybe inside the Roche pit.
Pulverize.
But if they want to wait for Deso, that's also fine. They caught him with the Dragon Tail. Still 2 charges available.
Chosen one on the high ground. Ooh, TP's out.
Chosen one. Tips Setsu.
Even, yeah, tipping. Okay.
I don't think that was tip worthy where he uses Remnant and TP's out. If they had visioned, he's definitely dead there. One thing to notice is if you have like more than 2-3 earn of shadow charges, either you are playing bad, you don't know how to use item, or the game's going so well for you that you're just getting way too many charges. So right now, FY sitting at 7.
Kill there on the Disruptor. This is the power of Phantom Assassin, where the crits will do it all, and they get CXK with the rest of the team converging over onto the top location. Ags picked up for Setsu too.
Where's he getting the gold from?
Heroes.
They're
killing
not
them.
farming creeps, they're farming heroes. So now with that Ags upgrade, flying movement, level 18 Dragonite, 24 minutes into the game. Same goes for Primal Beast.
Oh.
Same goes for Phantom Assassin.
Chosen one. He wanted the double damage, but instead he's going to eat all the damage, and New's going to get the kill with the Pulverize. Hook shot, Meteor Hammer combo. It works. 40-13. It's very one-sided affair at the moment. Onslaught, ooh, trying to catch up. Has Pulverize, but does not stay with Cry. Kaya Sanj for Primal Beast.
Be more tanky. Yashikaya.
Ooh, Yashikai, sorry.
Now this is the item that is almost never
What did I
bought
say?
in Kaya Sanj.
Yeah. Why isn't a Yashikaya ball instead of Kaya Sanj?
Kaya Sanj is much better. He's just trolling. He's having too good of a time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Wants to have extra movement speed. Runs away from Ursa. Phase boots, boots of bearing.
Erica's courier dies too. Yeah, all right. That's the third courier because FY's died a second ago with Yule's on it. Meteor Hammer will fall onto Cold Bird. They'll buy back on CXK. They're still trying to TP out, but there's the hook shot. Now the Pulverize. Try a bunch of times to TP out. It's just not going to work. Static Storm placed down on the Phantom Assassin as well as the Dragonite, but they are so tanky. They'll try to get the kill to Cry and finish him off. Erica has an Aegis to use if needed, but instead they'll still take out this Disruptor.
They got a kill. They killed Yang. But the rest of the team way too tanky to be able to kill them. Chosen One needs to be careful here. One crit. Like one stun, and he's back.
Oh,
Right into FY. He was waiting on that Remnant.
Erica won't even lose the Aegis.
Does not want to risk it. This is the longest...
Charge, maybe. Stifling Dagger, charge lands, miss, and
No!
there it is. Gets the Aegis, pulverized into a Meteor Hammer again with an Ice Path, and another kill there. That was the buyback used by the Spirit Breaker to get that kill.
Worth it. If you
Value.
did not have Aegis.
Real
This is
value
the
bonus.
longest game they had so far. Outsiders from China, most of their games so far in the DPC have been 18 to 21, 22 minutes. This time around, 26 minutes, still standing, relatively strong. One fight away from calling GG.
It always feels like that, doesn't it?
It really does.
Neo, just gonna buy a
All the
third
boots.
pair of boots. Phase boots, boots of bearing, boots of travel. What's after that?
Tranquils, I don't know.
Tranquil boots.
He does have 4 legs, so...
That is true. He does have to get a boot on every single one of them. That's like the question with Leshrac. If Leshrac put pants on, how would he wear it? Chosen One, he dies, buys back, comes back into the fight with the Remnant, now goes over to the side. Setsu's here, and, well, another Remnant away. All that to pop the blade now.
Oh no, he got caught again.
Yeah, Searing Chain's on a Setsu, but I don't know if it's going to matter. And News Courier ends up getting killed because while this is all going on, the Nature's Prophet is just on a Courier hunt. They'll finally call GG, and Vici will take game number 1 over Outsiders from China.
Took them longest so far. 27 minutes, but Vici Gaming, yeah, complete domination from the laning stage. Outsiders from China, it's very difficult to play Dota like this because you are down at least 5k after the laning stage is done 10 minutes into the game. So, like, you need to make all the right moves. I think expectations of them winning against Vici Gaming, like winning even a game, could be a bit too ambitious for them, but we'll have to see. I mean, draft-wise, it was an okay draft. It's just the execution, it's not there.
Yeah, it was lack of execution. Vici kind of taking advantage of what they understand to be the issues that are there for Outsiders from China. From the laning phase, it was like a 4k net worth lead. You can see it looked like a casual day at the office for Vici as well when the frame of all of them came on the screen. Yank's just sipping on some tea, and FY still has the same face on. You know, he's just always the same, like, emotion. There's never anything more or less. But Vici, they end up taking game 1. Break it down for you. We got the panel. Send it back your way. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Vici Gaming grabbed game number 1. Another day at the office for them. Regrettably, though, also another day at the office for the Outsiders from China because they found themselves in some really dire straits. I think it actually might have been worse than what we normally build it as because the lanes, whew, it didn't go well. This Nature's Prophets. What you want to say first? Tell us how you feel, Sheep. Holla at us.
Pathetic.
Jesus Christ. Oh, no. So let me tell you guys something. I have one of my favorite comedians of all time, Norm Macdonald. Shout out to him. And he has this idea of what the perfect joke is. It's the idea where the setup and the payoff are the exact same thing. And I feel like that is the consistent state of Outsiders for China. I keep on finding myself saying, oh, this is the best they look. Oh, this is the best they look. Oh, look, they're able to make some fights happen when they're down 30k. They're making fights happen when they're down 30k. Like, every time, it's like any positive just also has this, like, horrifically negative side to it.
I mean, to be fair, there were a lot of positives from this game to take away, right? For me personally, the main positive is the fact that they found themselves having grit, determination. They were fighting constantly.
Holy
they knew
shit,
the game
that
was
is
lost.
so cope.
And they're like,
Oh my god.
we are going in.
You want to
We're gonna
hop
keep
harder?
fighting.
You want to hop
No.
harder, man?
I mean,
Really?
look at this, right?
Take another hit.
They lose the laning phase pretty hard, right? But they say, you know what? What we're going to do, we're going to show up in this mid lane at 6 minutes. We're going to try overload them with numbers. Yeah, we don't get the kills we want and we lose 2 heroes.
Yeah, that's the
but we
problem.
tried it.
They have to bring 4 heroes to kill FY on his clockwork. It's pathetic. I am so angry at all times watching this team. I swear to God, there's like a level 6 us and his triangle diamond dying to a level 5 clockwork. Like, what am I meant to do? Am I meant to feel joy at this? No.
Yeah, you're meant to feel joy on the behalf of FY. You're supposed to be like, hey, the Prince of Dota is out here. He's carrying a game on his clockwork, you know.
Oh.
If nothing else, I'm glad they did this, right? New definitely was the MVP. The reason why this Ursa had nothing in this game is because New BAB completely demolished him in the laning phase, wasn't even close down bottom, managed to kill him a couple times. Went for also a very absurdly fast-paced build. Boots of Bearing into Yasha and Kaya. This is only the third time it's ever been done. Offlaner on my panel, what do you feel about this? Is this a build that you would recommend?
I'm an offlaner too, actually.
There's the one.
There's 2 offlaners.
I don't play Primal Beast, so
Well,
I don't know.
Me neither, but I can tell you that phase boots into Boots of Bearing, into Kaya Yasha, into the Boost of Travel that he had queued up at the end of the game is a entirely legit build. It's called Gotta Go Fast, and it really just enables you. He was going to go Wind Waker for sure after that, I think.
Yeah.
You know, it's like just enabling the spirit of going quick. You know the way that they ended the game really quick. So, you know, props to him. I think his itemization on point, his gameplay on point. Outsiders from China, I don't know what but there was like a point where PA is like 4K net worth and Nature's is like 1.5K net worth. I just watched him lane and I want to cry.
You know, here's the thing. I see what's going on here. It's out of a sense of like love and wanting better for them that Sheep is so angry. She wants more for outsiders from China, and
No.
okay.
Oh.
I tried.
Take the good stuff.
What do you want from me, man? They're like, so the only reason I'm so hateful is because they didn't play Div 2. You know, this is a completely different squad from the
okay.
outsiders from China that played Div 2. So it's not like they, you know, are coming up and I'm trying to nurture them to be better. They literally just took the slot because the original team disbanded and they're just wildly out of their element.
I mean, that is one of the things that we have seen sometimes is that when you have these teams come up, then at least you can see what they're trying to do, right? But unfortunately, because it is a new team, they could have definitely benefited from being in Div 2, spending some time just getting comfortable as a team, because this is a rough environment to be thrown into. If it's your first time playing in a team, some players haven't played like professionally ever. Some of them haven't played since 2019. Some of them have only played like random tier 3 type of situations. Now you have to play Asters, your VG Gamings, your LGDs. This is a really rough way to start your Dota career again.
I mean, they're going up against one of the top 8 teams in the major soon to be for Vici here.
Holy
It's one of
based.
those things that, like, you know, it's tough for anybody. It's tough for me. Absolutely.
You know, to be fair, I think if I treat them less as like a serious team, because of their circumstances, treat them less seriously and more just like, they're just going to show off and play some Dota 2. I just have to accept what it is that I'm saying.
Like, just having a good time.
I feel like this Nature's guy, I don't think he's going to improve in time for the rest of the tour, honestly. Like, I think he's just incapable of loss hitting. I think PA had like 9 while he had 3, and that was in like a minute and a half.
Right.
So he clearly doesn't really know how to play the lane properly. And then the bad loss hitting turns into like bad trading. He's being forced to TP back to home, come back. Spirit Breaker leaves for 1 second. He gets gone on. He's like, I just don't know how to deal with this.
Yep.
And then you see him TPing mid at like 5 minutes.
Yep. There's a recovery. There's no other option that you have to do. But in this situation, because outsiders of China have lost game number 1, they need to try and find a new look for game number 2. It was a different draft than what they've done up until this point. Much more aggressive, much faster tempo. And it's, you know, for the positive side of things, on the bright side, it's their longest game to date. So clearly, something is starting to get a little bit better. Things are going more right than they would be otherwise. We'll find out if they can keep the, I don't want to say good times rolling, but if they can keep the improvement train rolling into game number 2, or if it's just going to be Vici having another day at the office where they just clean house. We'll find out very shortly after a quick break. Game number 2 coming soon, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, one and all, to our first series of the day, Vici Gaming versus the Outsiders of China, to begin the second week of DPC action here in the China region. So far, not looking so hot for the Outsiders of China. For Vici Gaming, they're just like, well, we came for some easy points. We're going to be getting them if things just continue the way they are. But Outsiders can maybe try to figure something out going into the second game and, crucially, the second draft. My name's Snam, joined yet again on the panel by Lyrical and Sheepstick. We need Nature's Prophets. We need Disruptor.
No.
So we need Nature's Prophet.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
We had this argument off stream as well.
We really did. So why are we on the side of having Nature's Prophet in this game here, Lyrical? What's the positive aspect of this hero that you think contribute or can contribute to success for Outsiders?
She's so mad. All right, so here's what I think with it. The cool little bits and pieces. There's this spell called teleportation, and it takes you anywhere on the map. So when things are going horrifically, terribly bad, you can come in and make it like a little bit less bad. There's Wrath of Nature. It got a kill last game. It killed Erica.
It killed the PA.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
This is the bar we've set.
Yes. Here's the thing, and this is something we talked about.
Copy.
Sheep right now, she is in the denial phase of grief for Outsiders from China. We're in bargaining. We're like, okay, we know your lanes are going to go bad. We know it's all going to fall apart. But you know what? Maybe you can make a couple kills happen. You get a Spirit Breaker. You get some Wrath of Nature.
I would say I'm in the acceptance stage.
Okay.
I know what's going on because I've accepted that they're terrible.
Okay, that's fair too.
You know what you can also do with the teleportation, which
What's
would
that?
have just as much impact as their last game? You just go right to the fountain.
Oh my gosh. Just go straight into the fountain directly. We're going to be seeing if they have anything special for us. I kind of also hope that we see more of what we saw, especially from the mid lane with just high tempo. One thing that was intriguing about how they played this game is no matter what, we are fighting. No matter what. It sort of reminded me of some of these C teams that you can watch, the lower ranked C teams that don't, how do I phrase it? They don't necessarily have this concept of the game is lost. Even if the game is already over, they're just playing Dota. They're here to click some buttons. They're here to have some fun.
Okay.
So let's just have some fun. Let's enjoy ourselves.
All right, I'll stop being a piece of shit now. I think that it was... My biggest problem is they give their offlaner lanes that are too hard to execute, and I really wish they would dumb it down and just pick something that kind of is easy, or at least, you look like a Pango, right? He might get destroyed, but when he has 6, he has roll. So you're able to contribute to team fights that way. Nature's Prophet, his main contribution was the damage on his ult, and you saw that the hard work that the supports were trying to put in, like smoking together into the jungle, finding Erica, they got that kill. Like, I think that's nice. I think their supports did do a really good job this game, even though Disruptor dies too many times. This is kind of like another problem of why they're just not good enough for this division. Is like your Disruptor's dying 16 times because he's just not able to get the kills and get out or do it cleanly. I mean, it's hard. Everything's fucking hard.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's so much.
really hard.
Well,
But sorry,
well, go for it.
I was just gonna say, but I think that was probably the best part of that team that game was the two supports were trying to do stuff together.
Yeah.
And when they had Disrupt roll up, they were like, okay, this is our kill condition. We're gonna go make it work. And then they'll run to places and
Do things.
Do stuff. I mean, that's actually a good point, Lyrical, because that kind of strategy only started to fall apart when we saw the triple BKBs emerging on the side of Vici Gaming. And the fact that they realized, we have to buy BKBs, because one might argue that, well, when you're playing a team that you're that much better than, you can sort of be a bit more experimental with your item builds. And initially it seemed that way. But then even our MVP last game is like, let's buy BKB, y'all. Let's just make sure that we are safe, because this combo is actually kind of scary. So if they can find scary combos again, at least make Vici have to work for it in game 2.
Well, and this is the thing that I would like to sort of pivot to too about that more experimental idea is for Vici, I'd like to see them try an entirely different draft, sort of see what else they can work with. I don't think that they have to. I think they could just run it back and it would be fine. But I like the idea of them just sort of mixing things up and seeing if there's something else that can work with them. If you get some FY Shaker in there, play some heroes that you like to play. At the very least, you're probably going to have another game. If they somehow manage to lose it, they can do whatever they want right now, and then they can go back to the big, hard, super solid strats that they've got.
I really don't want to see them lose.
I think it would be probably really bad for their mental if they ended up losing a game, even an
Right.
experimental one. They'd be like, what went wrong? What went south that caused us to lose this game? Because that first game performance, for the most part, outside of some really, really funny deaths from Erica, everything else is really, really clean. They just did things normally. FY got a super early Meteor Hammer, kept griefing the Ursa. The Ursa had to even stop building Battle Fury. He went from Vanguard into Blade Mail. And it's like, well, when that's happening to your Ursa, because you can't do anything else. He's just always under pressure all the time. So I would like to see them. I mean, even this one was kind of experimental in a way. We haven't seen so far the Jakiro in this tour. And they were like, let's try it out. If there's any game where we can make this work, it's probably going to be this one.
Well, I want to see them do the Jakiro again, but run it mid. That would be really fun.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like seeing.
switcheroo.
Oops, sorry. I like seeing offlane Jakiro as well.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think it's like that good, but I like it.
Nah, that's my type of way to play Dota.
that hero, like, I feel like the potential of Jakiro as a core is like so cool, but he's held back by how like easy it is to kill him. Because
Yeah.
every time I see him, like, okay, you can go like a Witchblade, you know, because you get that attack range talent at level 10 as well, which is really sick.
Yeah.
But then the problem is people are like, let's just gank this guy. Who is he? What does he think he's doing?
Yeah.
And they run at you, or like they pick some Weaver carry or something, and you're kind of just like gun in mouth. I hate my life because I'm Jakiro and I need help. And if your support ever leaves your lane, it's just sad.
It's immediately dead.
Yeah, but the potential is there.
Hey.
I mean, I like to see some potential new stuff. I think also one of the aspects of VG gaming that probably does hold him back a little bit is that he, relative to the rest of the squad, does not have the widest hero pool. Like the heroes that he plays at an excellent level, it's like 4 or 5. The rest of them are somewhat mediocre beneath that. So the more that they can try and progress him, you know, bleed him into some of these better heroes that everybody else is playing. For example, he's one of the few offlane players right now that is not proficient on these Zoo heroes. So maybe drag one out for him and say, well, give it a go, my friend. See what happens here.
They might have first pick. Then they could take Nature's Prophet for themselves, put that on him, see if he could sort of like, you know, get some practice on it. And then they could play like mega fast. They could do like a Luna or something for Erica. Just that's the other way. Like experiment and do crazy things, or like play super duper fast, run down tower strat, which again brings us back to Jakiro mid.
He's right. I don't know how much I want them to experiment, because even their last game, like we talked about, oh, new heroes. I think everything had a very specific place in that draft. Like even I thought they would put Clockwork with PA top, but they put the Jakiro up there instead. And it's because you want the dual breath to help deal with the Treants, and that way he's unable to last hit with them, which makes him unable to have a good game. And then you have the long range poke, which leads into the kills, and everything was very planned. And if you just stop picking random heroes, maybe you don't have that synergy anymore, and you can get punished. And that worries me not very much against this team, but you know.
Fair.
It's still, why give them the chance? Like your DK is just meant to destroy mid by stunning him and LCSing him. Like Chosen One's a good player, you want to shut him down.
I think probably one of the difficult things about how they're going to approach those drafts is the fact that they know that Outsiders from China is a team that at some point will GG out early if they feel that there's no opportunity to fight anymore. They'll keep fighting up until that point, but when that point reaches, they're like, all right, fine, the game is really over here. And that means that you're sort of incentivized to want to play as fast as possible to try and get good at those super high tempo strats, so that you're like, all right, what happens if we crush these lanes? How can we, as quickly as humanly possible, win the game? So if they go back to say, I don't know, we like, oh, let's try this Radiant Spectre or some Abaddon or whatever, then you're playing a much longer game than you actually need to. You're not getting the practice of how to crush a game. Because to be fair, Lyrical, you don't get the chance to practice crushing lanes and then winning a game from that position in China all that often.
No, and I don't know if it's the best type of thing to practice either. Like, I think that there's an element of this too where you want to sort of constantly be putting yourself under pressure. And maybe the way that you try and do that to turn this into a difficult game is you do the experimentation. And then it's like, okay, we got this weird ass draft now. How do we make it work? How do we win this game? And then it's like, there's this like theory of games, right? That it's like there's two different ways that you can sort of look at something, right? It's like, is it a game? What is a game actually? And the idea is that a game is like setting an arbitrary goal for yourself and then fulfilling it. So if you're trying to climb a mountain and then you need yourself to like get a rare herb, a gamer is not going to take a helicopter to the top, but the person looking for the herb would. And for these guys, they're like, okay, we could just win. We could just take them out. We could just end this game. But instead, we're going to set this arbitrary goal. We're going to pick 5 melee heroes. And then we got to figure out how to win. and then they're real gamers. That's how you become a real gamer.
There we go.
Honestly, I respect it. I mean, I'm down for them to pick some clown stuff as long as it doesn't make the game go 50 minutes. That'd be
Okay.
weird. But I mean, maybe it would be cool to see how Outsiders from China actually look past the 30-minute mark.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe they're gods. Who knows?
I was gonna say this could be a situation like what we see from Southeast Asia, right? Where a lot of these teams, laning stage pretty bad, mid game somewhat mediocre, late game incredible, world beaters basically. And we saw that at the major as well. Talon pretty much rode that wave all the way to 3rd place at that tournament. So maybe Outsiders from China, if the
Put
game
some
goes 30
respect on
minutes.
Talon's name, man. Mikoa was owning all stages of the game.
Mikoto was on, to be fair, yeah.
They were all owning. They were a good team.
The team was
I'm
not
feeling
owning.
pretty mad about what you're saying right now, actually. I won't stand for this. I think Talon is a fantastic team. They have problems with
Okay.
throwing stuff. Why does he keep going to you, Gabe?
Because I'm so
You're so
photogenic.
cute, bro. Okay, yeah, no, Talon was a good team. They played really well in that major until that match gets liquid. That was a little sussy.
God, what was it that happened in that one? That was rough. I think it was like the early morning game.
Nah, what happened in that one was that Q, the interplay between Q and Ollie wasn't there. And normally when Q was winning games, he was playing Earthshaker, he was playing Tiny, and then Ollie was playing like Elder Titan.
Yeah.
And then that was one of those games against Liquid was the only time that entire tournament that they deviated from that type of strategy. And then it all kind of falls apart. But it happens sometimes, right? So the successful thing keeps working for so long that you're like, oh, we have something else that might be equally as successful. You try it, it doesn't work out that much. You lose a bit of confidence. Then before you know it, the series is over.
I
It's all
just want to
done.
believe that they were tired. That's the only reason they
Yeah,
lost.
they really just woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Like, I don't know, it kind of feels bad when 23 Savage, he's sleeping, he's having a good dream. He wakes up, he gets out the left side, it's like, oh, fuck.
No, we
not the
lost.
left side, the
No,
left side,
it's
God
all
damn
over.
it. And they just, it's all downhill from there.
Yeah.
All downhill.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if you're an Outsiders from China's fan right now, you'll be hoping that somebody on Vici on the way to the bathroom now, they slipped, fell, sprained an ankle. They're not feeling super comfortable sitting down. And hopefully, we have a situation where Outsiders from China can push them a little bit more. We're just getting ready for the draft right now. I think another thing I really want to see from this game is from Vici, they had to anticipate that Outsiders going to keep running at you, right? That the brawl is coming. I'd actually kind of like to see Vici match that a bit more. Because in this game, they responded very well to the attempts at the brawling. But I want to see them being the ones to be like, all right, 7 minutes into the game, we're bringing all 5 heroes mid. Let's go. We're just keeping this constant ball rolling. Let's never let it go on the map.
Yeah, they were playing it a different way. They were just like, okay, we're putting 1 hero in this lane, 2 heroes are sitting behind them, and when they try and initiate, we're just going to punish them with our net worth advantage. Your clock is happy. You got 4 staffs on your Jakiro. You got Yules on your clock. They can punish them very well. They just have to let them do that because they were happy to group up and take towers. And I don't know. It just felt like the control of the game was good. I see where you're coming from, but when you run, that's when you are able to make mistakes, right? Like if you group up as 5, maybe you're getting less net worth than you really should be. Like we saw when they brought bot, Erica's just farming. He's not there. Maybe the fight looks a little scary. Oh, Erica's not there, but it's still the good thing to do because you had enough confidence in your timings to know that, oh, we have BKB, we shouldn't be able to die here. Our carry's farming. Don't go too crazy.
I have the perfect solution for both of these ideas.
Let's hear it,
Okay.
fam.
So what I'm hearing is that there's this crazy incoming punches coming at Vici
He said
from
punch.
outsiders
I know
from
exactly
China.
what he's gonna say.
They're like
Going,
whiffs all over the place. It's not what you're thinking, actually.
Okay, yeah.
So the entire idea is that they're dodging and then they come back with a little hook.
Okay.
Right? So what they need to do is have a hero that's perfect for counterplay, but that also gets you more gold when you get the win. So that way you want to play aggro. Bounty Hunter.
Oh.
Let's go. Vici Gaming. They run at you. We get the kills, get a bunch of extra gold. Easy peasy.
All right,
fair.
very easy peasy. Let's see if Outsiders of China have listened to this advice from Lyrical and taken it on board
Please
going
don't.
into game number 2. The draft is underway. Outsiders from China playing on Radiant side with the first pick. Dire side once more for Vici with the second pick. Nature's Prophet still in the pool.
Don't pick it.
The bands are more or
Do
less
not
still the
pick it.
same.
Oh,
All
not
right.
this again.
Oh
No.
no, Silence of Doom. Is it happening again? I hope not.
Oh,
I hope
man.
not.
Oh,
See,
man.
this is what the evil that you bring upon us when you say don't pick Nature's
They didn't have
Prophet.
to pick Silencer. There's so many heroes in the game. You don't have to pick it.
I think Vici should take it now,
Just
though.
pick on dying, you freaks.
Damn.
I think Vici right now, you pick what? Just go the same, right?
Wow,
Block
that's
disrupt.
a try-hard response there.
All right.
What's coming now? You got a global silence.
Don't pick the dude.
Global
Don't
teleportation.
Come on. There we
Don't
go.
pick
Make it
Nature's.
happen.
Don't do it.
I want to see it.
I'll lose my mind if
just
they do.
profit, just
Like, here's the thing. I'm not gonna even try and suggest meta. I think they should just pick Juggernaut.
Okay. This is interesting.
They lost with this already.
Yeah, they did. It was the first jug that we had, and I was not happy to see it, but I'm never happy to see Juggernaut. Especially unhappy that Monet managed to make it work, but that's just because Monet is amazing, not because Juggernaut is a good hero. All right, fine. Juggernaut on the bright side, right? Because normally when you pick the Silencer hero, you know that the hero that's going to be in the safe lane not going to have as much protection as you would otherwise when you have like a clock or a tree or an Undying. Jug protects himself, can just spin, hit
I love
Oh,
this. This
that's-
is so great because Snare is like always trying to be like the positive. Let's look at the good side. He has to advocate for like the hero that he hates the most.
Bro, you guys-
This is so good. I love it.
This is why I have to be extra negative because you're both too positive. Now, Jug actually does not protect himself. Yes, he can not die to like if you have if you have to use spells and commit on long cooldowns, then sure he can spin and not die to it. Like maybe if there's like a trample or something from a primal beast. But if you just pick some low cooldown stuns and poke, then Jug feels really bad. Because your spin is so high cooldown at like the first levels, and it just sucks, honestly. So if they have, I don't know, I'm trying to think of offlaners off the top of my head, but it's I don't care. Not Darkseer.
I mean, they might
I
just
mean,
go back to
Darkseer
the
actually
primal.
is not bad.
With Clockwork.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not bad.
they could go back for the primal as well.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about Primal. It's okay, I guess, because you can use your damage to out CS Jug. Because Jug hits really fast, so he's good against offlaners like Visage as an example. But yeah, you're like ideally you want to give him a stun in your lane though, because you want to be able to spin on the enemies. You want to be able to threaten them. I guess Silencer potentially could. I mean, he has like a slow.
Right.
Yeah, it's,
Wow.
it's a kind of mediocre slow. You just play Clockwork in that
Yeah.
lane, and you just press Q, and then suddenly the chase potential is over. It can't really do anything.
Yes.
It's not great. It's not great. Very hard for me to try and find positives about this jug. I'm really earning my paycheck right now. So for Vici, let's see. They've removed Ember Spirit from the game, no Pango. So they are really focusing on Chosen One's hero pool, just to try and make sure they deny him the dynamism from mid. Should we just come out of this phase, Lyrical, for outsiders from China with a Tiny, they could potentially flex that to 4, and they have that as an option for Chosen One. They've already played it 4 before. They've also played the Tusk. I think right now is the time to get them, because there's no way those heroes survive the final phase.
I think that that's reasonable. It is going to be Vici with the first pick out of this second phase, and I kind of think that's going to dictate the tempo more. The thing that's really scary, I think, also for outsiders from China is if they did want to take one of those like aggro heroes, something like a Tiny or what have you, Vici's draft is still very flexible between these two supports. Either one could be 4 or 5. And so if they see that there's like a really dangerous safe lane or a really dangerous off lane, they can switch it up, take a range carry, put Clockwork in there, and then you're in a little bit safer position. So I think that they're going to have to respond to it. And if they take a flex hero between 3 and 1 or between 3 and 2, outsiders from China are in a really tough spot because then they have to commit to the lane before them. And then like they probably just counterpick you and then you lose. So, yeah, I think that's the danger of taking Jug Silencer in the first 2, and the benefit of taking some supports early.
Oh, they
There's
are
another new
experimenting.
hero. This is
Let's
also
go.
the first time in the entire DPC tour that we've seen Axos uncontested up until now. So
Yeah.
new hero emerging here in China. Lots of new stuff happening from Vici. I also think this hero is not great. It's not that amazing. However, it is one of the classic counter options against the Juggernaut, so that he's not protected even inside of his own spin.
Oh, this is nice. I was literally just thinking that it's crazy to me that Bat Rider gets ignored in these first phase by these teams.
It normally gets banned second phase here in China for some reason.
Yeah. Well, they are missing out. That hero is hella cool, and I'm glad to see them get it. I was gonna also pile on about this Jug sucking by the fact that when you play Jug, one of the highlights of him is being able to just split push and play safely and TP out. And now they have 2 ways to cancel your CP through spin and like catch you, so you're not going to be able to play up on lanes, which I think feels terrible because outsiders from China, what they want to do is they want to have this Bat Rider and Spirit Breaker playing together with the Silencer. Like, and then Jug is somewhere else. But Vici now have a lot of kill threat for Jug, so they can like invade his triangle and kill him, or smoke to wherever they really want and kill him.
I do like this Bat Rider from the mid lane for Chosen One. More dynamism on the map. You're always making stuff happen. Also, it's a hero that can still do stuff with just levels. You need items, yes, but levels are very good on this hero. Unfortunately, though, Lyrical,
Yeah.
the classic, the Slog. Not just any Slog, Erica Slog to boot. So this is a fairly easy looking game for him, honestly, it looks like right now.
Yeah, I think that this is set up to be in a really good position. They don't have anything to control him with, like, he is able to get Dark Pact off. And then he's also got 2 different heroes that are great at, like, counter initiation if they do ever find him with, the, you know, Clockwork and Axe. Now, the one thing that's sort of weird about this, though, is that there hasn't really been any hero that addresses global super well. I don't think that any of these heroes want to buy things, well, particularly Axe and like Clockwork, the counter initiation plays that they have. Like Axe isn't buying Greaves.
Oh, he'll buy BKB though.
Yeah, exactly, but that's like after what, 2 items probably.
Yeah, if he wants to go the Blade Mail. I mean, I think he's
Or
really.
Vanguard.
I would prefer if he just went Blink BKB because all he needs to do in this game is just Cole and lock people down for his team. I mean, maybe he can go Blade Mail because they're probably going to own their lanes anyway, so he can be greedy. So.
I think that's a potential like pain point that Outsiders from China could hit on. And then the other nice thing that they've got going is, I mean, we talked about old school simple concepts, global with lasso. Find somebody, you kill them. The downside is that the person that you can easily lasso in this game is Axe, because might get Dark Pact off. And then whoever this last pick is that Vici Gaming have, and it's not easy to kill off the Axe in this game. They are really limited on damage from Outsiders from China.
Ooh, another new hero. Damn, we're getting all the good stuff here today. All right, Sheep, you were talking earlier about how you want them to dumb it down, simplify them playing out this laning phase from Outsiders of China.
Yes.
Liang now has this Necrophos to play in the off lane. Does that fit the criteria
Yes,
of
it
dumbing
does.
it down?
It does. This is one of the heroes I was thinking of when I was like, just make your lane easy. Let's go. I mean, you can still die and feed on this hero. It's definitely possible, but it's meant to be a cool laning one. Never mind. It's dumb. It's shit. It's just over.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Is this gonna be mid Oracle? Yes, it is.
Oh my
Sexy
God.
Oracle.
Try
They
new
don't
things.
care. Holy God, you guys were so on it.
Let's go. Let's
All
go, Vici.
Okay. You're playing a mid Oracle. There's definitely room to lose this game. Let's be real. But things look pretty good matchup-wise overall. Like, especially Slark matchup. Now he has the shard as well. Like, this Juggernaut is never going to be able to really Omni-Slash because you just put down the little pack thing and he just falls out of it.
Dude, it actually owns all 3 of their cores. It's such a good Oracle game. Like, Fate's Edict, all of a sudden, Jug, Batrider, and Necro do nothing.
Yeah.
Like, if he goes Greaves, too, then he even has an answer for the Silencer. And I think he probably goes Greaves.
Yeah.
Okay, you just have to, okay, well, yeah, but you have to imagine that he's now priority #1. So they have to be, like, charging him, you know, using that Global to cover their initiation. Bat needs to try and just lasso him. They can, yeah, if they can kill Oracle to start fight, they're looking pretty okay.
Just pretty okay.
Well, I mean, I hate it. What do you want from me? They're gonna get stomped, man. But like, maybe the Oracle.
The reign of destiny cometh.
The
I'm
reign
ready.
of destiny does indeed cometh. Oracle mid has cometh. It has emerged right now in the DPC. I have Lyrical, my good cop. I've got Sheepsick, my bad cop. And on the mic, I've got Lacoste and B cop.
Take their badges away. There can only be one cop, and that's me. I'm the only one here. But the only one here to have an Oracle on
Hey,
their
I'm
team.
here as well.
Oh, no. You're not a cop, though. It was bad cop, good cop, Lacoste, and B cop. You're always here. You're not a cop. You're fine.
Yeah, I can be handcuffed.
All right, put your hand. All right.
Hands behind my back.
You're going to want to turn away for this one. No.
No, I love this Oracle pick. It looks really good. Against all 3 cores of Outsiders from China, I want to see what the build's going to be.
I really do, because Setsu's only played this one other time, and that was in January of 2021 in DPC China. So, should be interesting. He went... Oh, this does not look like it went well. Blink Ghost Scepter.
Uh-oh.
This
We might see game 3. Battle talked about like some cheesy different heroes for Outsiders from China. And I like Necro. Before this pick, before this Oracle pick, it looked relatively okay. Sure, you're playing into Clockwork, you're playing into Disruptor, but I think you need to have something different. I mean, in terms of opening, they did go with Jug Silencer, which is kind of meh. Like these heroes got nerfed way too many times.
Yeah, not exactly the best opening. They're going to deny their own arms, by the way. 14.49 to 1.02 brought to you by esportsbet.io. Very high favoring going in for Vici, despite having a Oracle mid. They've got the glimpse coming from Yang. They'll pull back this Spirit Breaker, and he'll try to deny himself to Roche. But won't be successful as FY continues the trend of getting a bunch of kills.
Erica, permanent agility. Again, he starts off this time with no first blood. Gets some extra gold, of course, from that kill. But starting with 1 extra agi. They will be playing Batrider plus Spirit Breaker on the side lane. Slark plus Disruptor. It's gotta be tough. Like, Spirit Breaker gets close, he starts getting hit by Slark. Level 1 glimpse, of course, already done by Yang. But seems like we're gonna be looking at the mid lane the most.
Yeah, I want to see what this Oracle is gonna end up with here. As Setsu, he is behind for the moment in terms of experience. Chosen One already hitting level 2. There's Oracle hitting that level 2. And he's going to go into the Purifying Flame, something, you know, that when you're a support, usually use the level 2 of Purifying Flames to swipe some kills away.
One of the greatest KS tools in the game, besides Zeus ulti, maybe Axe ulti on top of that. And we already see aggression from Vici.
Yeah, Yang's got Glimpse, so he's going to be right back towards Erica. Just needs one more last hit, but he's got Pounce on cooldown. And that means he's unable to control the Spirit Breaker enough to get that kill.
Needed a bit of an extra. Let's see what he's bringing on the courier. Is going to be Orb of Venom? Yes, it is. So that's going to be the tool to be able to slow him down. Yang, still level 1. Same goes for Batrider. They should start playing a bit more aggressive now. Spirit Breaker
bottom lane
is level 2. Silencer, oh no.
Yeah, dead to FY. Blade Fury on FY to try and get the trade. But now without the Blade Fury, you've got no damage going out onto the Clockwork. Charge now, top lane, Yang. He'll get hit a couple of times. Also has a couple of stacks of sticky napalm. Goes into the Firefly. Erica chasing, has the bounce, reaches out of the tower. Yeah, that is not what you want at all.
He also had Glimpse available. They hit level 2 much later than Vici Gaming.
I also didn't realize this is a 3 Spirit Breaker, 4 Batrider. Charge, and Erica chasing, has Pounce in a second, leashes him up, and we'll have yet another kill. So already 3 permanent agility.
I don't know who's playing 3, who's playing 4. In terms of net worth, they almost have the same amount, so might share things. Can he get a pull off here? This is big, and Glimpse back top.
Ooh, CXK. Erica in again. He's got the Pounce. He'll have the Dark Pact. They've got the charge, and will keep him alive.
So close.
Woo. That would have been a long walk back to this top lane, and I don't even know if you really want to show up again after you die like that. Die back to back. Silencer going after FY with a battery assault going. Cry moving over maybe to try and throw a Blade Fury and get a kill, but unfortunately there's nothing doing bottom to get those kills.
FY with an early Tranquil Boots, which is going to give him that HP regeneration. Brought some extra clarities. Sage Mask as well. And also we didn't talk about Axe. This hero has been almost dead. We haven't seen him played at all. I think maybe once or twice during last major or previous DPC. Something just screams Team Spirit to me. It was always considered a counter to Juggernaut as a hero in the lane, and also having a BKB piercing ability. So you can lock him down. Now, Silencer looks very dead here.
Yeah, he'll die to Nuke, who hasn't played this Axe since he was on Team Blaze. So it's been a long time. I don't know if you remember the days of Blaze where they eliminated LGD from a big qualifier, I believe, for an ESL. And then looks back, so Firefly's not going to kill the Disruptor. And to go with that, Blaze was also the combination of... or not the combination, it was the beginning, one part of Ocean Blaze, which turned into Magma. Sorry.
Okay. You have everything in your head. All this Chinese Dota history. Spirit Breaker will try to charge bottom lane, but gets stopped in the end.
Yeah, and might just die here for his troubles. Pounce, Leash, Thunderstrike, not going to get the kill. It will be Erica instead. Now got 4 on that permanent agility. Blade Fury on top of FY. They get these heroes low, but they're not getting any kills. It's 6-0 in favor of Vichy already.
Necro is the one who's doing really well. Top 3 net worth. He also pushed out Setsu out of the lane, forced him to TP back the lane, level 5. Chosen One is about to crack level 6, and look at what he has in his quick buy.
Is it
Dagon.
Radiance?
No.
Dagon.
Dagon. It's the pub build. Reaper side Dagon.
See if that works. Setsu. He's only on 302, so he's gone to the Fortune's End heavily, and see what he gets level 6.
No points in Fate's Edict, so can't really remove that magic damage. Chosen One, he's tipping. He's watching all the lanes. He's like, oh, you want to make a move on me, FY? I'll just tip you. I'll pretend that I see you so you don't make a move. That's a next level play right there.
It is, but the whole time
Now he
FY,
sees him.
yeah, he was actually farming a jungle camp with battery assault. Glimpse back onto the Spirit Breaker once again. Dark Pack with the pounce leashing him, and that's going to be a 7th kill to nothing for Vichy.
5 permanent agility. This is the best start for Slark I've ever seen. I'm not even kidding. That's 6 minutes into the game. It does amplify Slark's farm so much.
Yeah. All the agi he could ever want, and he'll have it. And right now, still a 3k lead. Level 6 for both these heroes. Does take an extra level on the Purifying Flames. Setsu's sitting alone. We need to really hold the false promise. And, well, they're going to go over and get a kill on the Chosen One. Setsu with Purifying Flames will finally take him out. And it was lane led by this Necro until now. Like, Setsu's right back in it.
Oh, Glimpse is also available.
Uh-oh. Glimpse into the cogs. Fortune's End and Purifying Flames at level 3. Not something you see 6 minutes into the game normally. Wind up getting
Level
the kill.
4 Jug.
He doesn't have Omni or anything, so go to the Blade Fury and try to get the kill there onto the Disruptor. But now Yang TP's out. FY running away. Cry using a lot of time to chase this Clockwork.
Get him. Reaper sight.
Yeah. And bam. First kill of the game. For a moment, I thought they might not get one this game.
And he tips him again.
That's kind of rude.
Got that one Reaper sight charge, so extra region kicking in. I'm mostly looking at Slark. Erica on top of net worth 4.4k, 7.5 minutes into the game. He also found Batrider.
Oh boy. CXK, only level 4, goes to the Firefly. And will fly away. Level 6 for Niu, or 7 for Niu, and he's got the spins. He'll have the Culling Blade, get the kill onto the Silencer, and now look over at Cry. Because of a Blade Fury, but FY blocking him in with Cogs.
No mana for TP. He was missing 2 mana, and now he's gonna die as well.
Yeah,
we'll
Battery
get dunked.
Assault eventually. There's another dunk.
This is infinite scaling lineup
Yeah,
from both teams. You have Reaper side, Silencer. Silencer, of course, doesn't have points in Blaze yet, but we're talking about Slark, Axe as well. The only 2 heroes that we are missing are Legion Commander and Pudge.
Yeah, it is agility for the Slark, which is at 6 already. And the armor for Niu at 2. Not getting a lot of Culling Blade just immediately. Chosen One, Purifying Flames once again. Fortune's End to get the kill. And it's another one there for the Oracle. You're going to get charged. Do they have the damage to the Firefly? With the bash, they might. 4 stacks. Running towards his team
Firefly
now. Needs
running
some
out.
help. He
He's
has the
okay.
call. Puts it on a 2. 6 stacks of the sticky napalm. And Niu will just get out with 7 stacks on him. Blade Fury from Cry up in the top lane to get away. Then go to the Purifying Flames to get the kill there onto the Spirit Breaker. Look over at CXK, another Purifying Flames, and eventually at Fortune's End should follow, but instead of Culling Blade will chop him in half.
Nicely timed from Niu. He was thinking maybe there's going to be KS coming out from Oracle, but timed it perfectly. And does have 9.5 minute Blink Dagger on Axe.
Oh.
Just a casual one. Outsiders from China straight up not having good time in this game.
No, 15-1 with a 7k lead. Setsu, is he going? Oh, he's going for Aether Lens. I really want the Reign of Destiny. I don't even know if he's going to get enough gold because the game might end too soon.
I'm looking for Dagon. He's also stealing their stacks. Erica will need to fall back. The Chosen One will finish this off.
He's going to go back in. Greedy.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Doesn't have Setsu, doesn't have False Promise. And glimpse back onto the Silencer, Purifying Flames, and eventually, well, he's got another Purifying Flames and Fortune's End. Ooh, not enough damage just yet. One more right click, we'll finally get it as the charge comes in, and I believe Yang was pushed up onto the cliff. He's got Static Storm. He'll commit it with the Kinetic Field. It's onto the Bat Rider while he's just on this cliff. They get the kill on a Cry. Now they look over. They'll take out CXK. And Necro's here to go to the Reaper site onto the Oracle. They'll get the kill afterwards, though. Glimpse back. Another strike onto Yang. Get a second. As they've got the call, they'll get the spin. They'll take out Chosen One. Hookshot on the TPing out Spirit Breaker. And they will look to get another Culling Blade, but Erica's got too much damage.
This was funny. He glimpses Spirit Breaker down after he's stuck. He still dies. Spirit Breaker goes down in the... Yeah, it's just... Very, very... What is this damage?
Oh, Cry. Oh, the Culling Blade. Oh, no. And the cogs around again. Arcane Curse doesn't land onto the axe. They're going to get a kill there onto the Silencer, too. It is 22-3. 9 minutes in... 9K lead, 11 minutes into the game.
It's looking rough. It's like this might be the fastest game of the DPC, at least in China. Might overall DPC, because this looks very done. 3 points in Glimpse. Clockwork, he's ready to go.
Oh boy. And Purifying Flames. There it is. There's the kill. Going Boots of Travel Setsu, we all want to see the Reign of Destiny.
Do we? I kind of want to see Guardian Greaves just to have a bit more sustain so they can push the towers. You want to see Ags, but he is going for Boots of Travel.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's moving so slow. Omni for Yang.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And, I mean, sure. But now you're called, and now you're... What is this damage that is coming in? He's just spinning to win. And now they've got the right clicks. Purifying Flames takes out Chosen One. CXK is next on the menu. The two before that were just an appetizer. As they've got the blink, they'll land the call, the first hit bash, but Fortune's End. And there's the pounce, and Neo doesn't have enough time to Culling Blade.
They're taking all the kills, but Slark is getting that extra permanent agility, sitting at
look at that
10.
stack.
This is a juicy stack for Neo.
Woo! It's perfect. Gotta get all that gold.
Yeah, you
Get
seem
the
hungry.
I'm very.
Didn't have big breakfast. CXK.
Oh,
I'll get killed by neutrals.
Even the neutrals steal the Culling Blade away from him. Charge coming into Setsu. They're not afraid to continue to walk forward as Static Storm onto the Necro. Dagging. Oh, yanked. He's gonna die. Fortune's End, Static Storm, Purifying Flames from a distance. They have the call. Can he get the Culling Blade this time? No, he can't. They're not letting him scale.
It's almost impossible to even talk about the game considering how things are going. 34 kills in 13 minutes.
All right, wait. Neo's smiling. Go to FY's camera. Is he smiling?
Not really. He's just scratching himself.
Just the same. Blink call on a Silencer, and under the tower, Neo doesn't care. There's the Culling Blade, and he's got some more armor. But they use the lasso, which is immediately stopped thanks to the false promise from Setsu. So happy. He's full health again. Blink call, and this should be another dead Bat Rider, another Culling Blade, and more armor for the axe.
So many numbers. He even has Rights of Eloshar, or Eloshar. Not sure how you pronounce that one. The Occult Bracelet, giving him some stacks, called armor, 20 permanent agility on Slark at the moment.
You know, we were talking about how some things have some great ability names, like Rights of Elishar is one that's been thought out. And then we talked about Second Chakra.
I knew you were going to go for that one.
And building.
Or Doom.
Yeah.
Let's call his ability Doom.
Radiant's middle tower is
Some
under
things are well thought out, other things are just very simple. Almost has a pipe on it. Charge on Setsu. And another strike, but trying to kill him is going to be very difficult. Blink call to the back line. They go to the global silence to try and stop the aggression, but Erica's still going to right-click away with that 12 permanent agility,
No,
making it
can't
13.
get the ulti off again.
All he wants is the Culling Blade as they'll lose the silencer to FY. Glimpse, Blade Fury to avoid it. Blink call, can't avoid that. Fortune Zen, Kinetic Field, Static Storm, and Battle Hunger, a right click, still doesn't get the Culling Blade out. But these heroes are dying again, and again, and again, and one more time. CXK gonna fall to FY.
Is this it?
No.
Every single time they get close to outsiders from China's base, they call it. Like, you jump into their base, most of the time, they're like, yeah, this game's over.
So look at that tier 2 mid. That looks like it's next on the menu. I say the menu a lot because they are feasting. They are eating. And there is no scraps being left behind.
This has to be, like, the most one-sided game we've seen. I'm talking about DPC
Ever.
in general. Not ever, but Tour 1 included. We had some one-sided games there as well from Dawn Gaming, but this was not as... Didn't look like this. Neo, another
Ooh,
jump.
Yeah, Blink, Call, Fortune's End, Purifying Flames. Ooh, starting to heal, but Fortune's End again. Culling Blade is there. This time, level 2. Go after CXK, Pounce, Leash, kill, Erica with the double kill. That's 3 more to the tally. Ooh, hook shot, saving Setsu, and does he get the Culling Blade this time? Yes, he does.
Neo beyond
12
godlike.
armor.
Axe has been really included in like a lot of the kills, but if you look at the score, he's been only included in 19 out of 39.
He missed 20. Wow.
Less than 50%.
That, you know, the hero participation is one of those big stats out there, and kill participation, just not a part of it all. He's not a team player. Apparently.
Needs bots for sure to be able to be everywhere on the map.
Yeah, everywhere all
Erica
at
gets
once.
a solo kill.
On the jug. 18 permanent agility. This is a counting cast. We're just counting the kills, the stacks.
0 on Silencer, 1 on Necro. I'll keep an eye on that one. You
Okay.
keep the Dire one.
Call. Battle Hunger. Can he get to 9? Yes, he can. That's going to be 13 armor. Can he get another one? Oh, stolen by Setsu with the Purifying Flames. Oh, is
game.
that the real
That
one?
might be
That
the
is
one.
the real one. GG is called.
17 minutes.
42-5 for Vici. Just 7. Like, all right. I don't really have many words for that other than dunked on.
The biggest upset of the DPC so far, Vici Gaming take down outsiders from China in convincing fashion, 42-5, as you said. Yeah, I mean, the second draft was also really bad, but I think it's fair to say that these players are not on the same level as the rest of the teams in China. It feels like a free W for whoever is facing them. They're probably not going to be able to win a single game. Like, they played against Aster Ares, a team that looked, I think, the worst out of other 7, and they still got demolished by them. So, looking very grim for outsiders from China.
Yeah, it is one of those games where you can count all the kills on one hand, and it just never went their way from the get-go. Again, it just started very quickly for Vici, and 42-5. Just I needed to make sure I was reading that correct. You get the 2-0 over outsiders from China, and to break down each and every kill that Vici got is the panel. Take it away.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Vici Gaming, 42-5 at the very end of the day. Absolute domination from the get-go. Painful times, Sheep. Painful times. It's a rough day to be an Outsiders from China fan right now. And what's really interesting for me is the fact that we're talking about experimentation. 2 heroes in the draft that were completely uncontested in all of DPC. They whip them out and make them look like world beaters right now on the side of Vici.
Honestly, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, that first game, I talked about how, oh yeah, they just have like really calculated draft. You know, they're not overcommitting on things. They're just, you know, they're testing their, you know, ability to just play Dota against this team, and then they realize, hey, these guys suck. Let's just run with them. Let's just pick the weirdest heroes and just go. And FY, being on his clock, that little stable thing from game 1 to 2, he's just always there, always setting things up and making things happen. And my God, they love this game. Their lanes went so well.
Yep. This was one of the easiest games ever, especially for this Axe. Like, we were already worried, Lyrical, when we saw the Axe into the Juggernaut matchup. Everybody on the map should have been worried because you really popped off on this hero. We were just everywhere all at once.
He was only held back by his own team stealing his kills. I mean, this guy could have gotten way more otherwise. He was absolutely slaying it. Yeah, and I think this one, I don't know if you can give an MVP to Vici. Like in general, because it just didn't feel that challenged. Like, if we're gonna be real about it, the game, and like there were so many weird decisions just out of the beginning with the lanes, right? Lanes is what we've consistently said has been the biggest issue for outsiders from China. They ran Necro mid against the Oracle, didn't have a great answer because they had to switch Batrider to support because Slark got pixed against it, so they couldn't lane it anywhere.
I want to flame that in a bit.
And then they ended up taking Spirit Breaker position 3. And so it's like all of the sort of normal things that we thought could maybe look good for them, it just like completely fell apart. And yeah, I mean, I guess this is decent. Give the match MVP to Oracle. Did some cool stuff in the laning stage. Yeah. And it was like the perfect pick for this game.
Yep, the 24 pick Oracle that came out here from Setsu. Unfortunately, one of the things that also ended up happening is that the good times have ended for outsiders from China. They got stomped initially by Aster, our fastest game in the DPC. They started to build up slowly but surely, you know? And now we're all the way back to the beginning. 17-minute game, the fastest throughout the DPC at this point. But talk to me about this. Get it off your chest, Sheep. I see it. Let's hear it. What do you make of that top lane or the Batrider support?
Bro, what the hell was the bat support? Like, they go to lane, right? And I'm like watching how they're playing it, and like it just clicks. You know when it just clicks in your head? I just went, oh, that's a bat support. And then as I said that, he uses Firefly and just walks under the enemy tower and dies to Slark. Yeah. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Like, why did you think that would go well?
What's also awesome about that moment is he didn't have Dark Pack skilled on the Slark. So like the counter wasn't even there, but it didn't matter. Like, he didn't have any way to take off the stacks, but he still just died. Yeah, it was a feels bad man moment.
To make matters even worse, that Slark. Normally, we don't see Slark get online until much later in the game, but at 10 minutes, already had access to 5 additional stacks of Agi. Just feeling very good. Everywhere all across the map was just having the freest time ever. The fact that they very rarely had to connect moves together until they just were like, okay, let's go win the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's the nice thing, right? Your Slark actually can come play. Because Setsu playing Oracle, the only risk he has is if he's playing like without enough numbers where he can get gone on and just die. Because he is an Oracle, right? But you have Erica there playing with you the entire time on Slark. Anyone tries to go on him, it's like, nah, son. You know, the Slark's there, pounces on him, hitting them, beating them to death. You know, Axe comes in. They're all just playing together because they can. And they have so many kills at like 10 minutes.
And this is why they're going to be a top 8 team at the major, you know? Absolutely. That's the #1 reason why. Very impressed with this Vici gaming spot. And knew he looked so happy. Yeah. He was there, you know, smiling in the corner the whole time, even when his kills were getting stolen. He's having a whale of the time.
He was laughing the entire time. So
he had a rough day at the office the other day when they played PSG LGD. So for him, it's probably just like, oh, we're back to some winning ways. And as a result of that victory, they get themselves higher on the leaderboard. They are now in the 4th position there, chilling, enjoying life. Finally get to be in a situation where they feel very nice about themselves. Unfortunately for outsiders from China, we are down even further. They have suffered now 3 losses, all of them very, very rough losses. So I'm a bit concerned about their mental at this point. But honestly, you just have to try to shake this on off, right? And be like, well, we're trying new stuff. We're trying to have fun at this point in time.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anything to really shake off. I think I think they're very aware that they're not playing to do anything. Like, they're not staying in this division. No. They're not going to the majors. And, you know, maybe they'll keep playing some more fun heroes and just have a good time. Maybe we'll see we have 5 uncontested heroes left. Maybe they can pick all 5 of them in their next match.
Yeah. Meepo?
Yeah.
All right, who would play Meepo amongst this lineup?
Chosen one.
Okay, that's the one.
Well, actually, that's what we would think, right? But then we would get you baited and they'd put offlane Meepo.
Or support Meepo.
Support Meepo. You thought to counter our rat? No.
Like, we have some new tech. We have something else figured out for you right now. Yeah. Well, VG Gaming right now, just a very quick day that they've made it because they absolutely stomped the outsiders from China. FY looked a bit sleepy, so he gets to go have a young rest for himself. But we're not done just yet here with the day of Dota 2. We still have YBB versus the side of Invictus Gaming later on today. There's no way it's going to be as one-sided as this series, right? Absolutely impossible that that's going to happen. So give me your read on this, Oracle. When you just think about how the teams have played so far, when you think about what these rosters look like and their positioning in the tour, who's going to win and how they're going to do it.
So I think that IG is going to win because I think that they are just like the slightly better team across the board. And I think that they're still trying to adjust to some of those roster changes that were made and things like that. And this is going to be one of the series that propels them to like more success going forward. That being said, YBB can take this one. I think it's like probably one of the closer matches that we have. And when you have these matches between like two teams that are kind of at the bottom, it also becomes like really fun Dota because like people make mistakes. There's maybe some over aggression play that happens. You dive too far and then suddenly we're like in a 60-minute game. So that's what I think is going to happen. I think IG is going to come out on top, but it's going to be close.
Yeah. Also, like I feel like IG still haven't really shown me the confidence of what they're happy doing between Emo and Dust.
Yeah.
It's like, who wants to be the carry? Who wants to be the mid? I don't know. I don't know if this is meant to be like a really powerful flex, but right now it just seems like a little awkward flex.
I mean, I'll go on a limb and defend them still, right?
Okay.
I really think this actually can work down the stretch. It's very difficult,
Yes.
and it is unorthodox for a reason. There's a reason not many teams can pull it off. But I think about a team like Team Liquid right now. They have Mickey. Mickey spent the majority of last year playing from the mid lane, right? Got top 3 at TI being able to do so. They had Matumba Man on the team. Matu, there was like one game out of 20, he would randomly go mid, right? Because they have the ability to do so. The old IG, when they still had Fly and Emo, when they pick Morphling every now and then, Fly would be the one that's like bro, go mid. Or Emo will play the Morphling mid, or Emo will just go into the safe lane. I think in concept, it really can work, if you can figure it out.
And I think the counterpoint would be the Nigma example. So are they Liquid or are they Nigma? You know, which is going on here for IG? And
Hey, they took a game from Liquid.
They did.
So actually,
And Amar played mid that game.
Pretty
Who knows?
good.
Who knows? Yeah, I know. I think that's the question is like with these teams that sort of have weird identities around their players, it either looks really good or really bad. And it's just kind of a question of who shows up one particular day.
Yeah. So it's going to be obviously that series still coming up in quite a little bit of time. Because of how fast this series went down, it's going to be a fairly extended break before that game ends up kicking off. So you have some time if you're woken up early in our region like we are, or if you're elsewhere in the world, go get a quick meal, go outside, take a young walk, drink some water, maybe even play a pub in between. But no flaming your teammates. Make sure that you have a positive attitude about the game. Come back smiling and laughing to continue the Dota hype and have a much more competitive series for our second set of games for the day. From myself, Snare, with Sheepstick and Lyrical. Bye-bye for now. We'll see you soon for some more Dota 2 action. Welcome one and all to the Chinese Dota DPC. We continue the tour today with our second series of the day, which is going to be a very intriguing matchup between the sides of YBB Gaming and Invictus Gaming. Neither of these teams have notched up a win so far in the DPC, so today, no matter what, one of them will finally get themselves in the W books. My name is Snare, and I'm going to be joined on panel today. I've got Lacoste, I've got Kezu. Gentlemen, I love these kind of matchups, right? Where it's a bit of a scrappy situation here at the bottom of the table. Pretty much everything to play for. Both of them in need of momentum. Both of them having played similar type of opponents. Both of them needing to find form as a team. This is like the kind of thing that you come to watch the DPC for when it's not just going to be a whitewash stomp in either direction.
And also the first series is why you watch DPC. You know, to have a bit of a fun seat, like the pub stomp that did happen. One of the slots is going to be reserved for outsiders from China. Like this team looks like they're just going to be relegated without a doubt. So I think the other two teams, like the matchup that we have today, is going to decide who's going to drop potentially as well. Because, you know, they started both with 0 and 2. They still haven't played outsiders from China, but this is a big one. I'm leaning towards IG from what I've seen, you know, but YBB, they're also a team. I think both of these teams are kind of on the same level.
And Casey, what do you make of this matchup coming into it?
I mean, I've been disappointed with YBB actually, because I looked at them a lot in Division 2, and honestly, they looked a lot better than what I've seen from them here. And to be fair, it's not like the opposition changed that much. Sure, you have some of the Div 1 teams, some of them are better, but you know, there's some of your friends from Div 2 that are also here. And yeah, I mean, like Host mentioned, I didn't play outsiders from China yet, so that's probably at least one of the secured wins they're gonna get. But from the games that I've seen here, their drafting has been all over the place. Their gameplay has been all over the place. And yeah, I will tend to agree. If you want to stay here, then you need to show up today and you're gonna want to win this game.
YBB, of course, they started out their tour up against Vici Gaming, who they did defeat down in Division 2. And I think that initial loss probably set them back mentally a little bit. You're mentioning how all over the place their drafts have been. They have not drafted the same. First, not even in this tour, but very different Lacoste than what they were doing when they were winning in Division 2. What do you think happened in the small break in between these time portions that made them switch up so much?
Sometimes you just think differently. You're like, yeah, this worked for Division 2. We might need to swap things around. We're playing against better teams, especially when you try like to play against PSG, LGD, against Aster. Some of these higher caliber teams are going to be much more difficult, so you need to put in more prep. But looking at the drafts that they played so far in this tour, it's completely different drafts. I don't think they have a single overlapping hero. This also means, you know, maybe you're versatile enough. Like, it can be good and a bad thing at the same time, because like if you're losing and playing different heroes all the time, like I think you need to find some middle ground for a team like YBB. You want to like have something stable and then build onto that.
Speaking of stability, their opponents in the form of Invictus Gaming have been the very opposite of stable because of what's been happening with their 1 and their 2 positions. Lots of switch around between these two roles. However, I still firmly believe that if this works, right, this is one of those magical things that if you can get this right, it can catapult your team into a very good category, because at that point, not only are your drafts very versatile, how the opponent reacts to you, they're going to have more questions as well. Is Emo going safe lane? Is he going mid? That makes it very difficult to play up against a team that has that versatility. The problem is getting there, Kezu. Up until you get to the point where you're versatile and consistent, then you can find yourself being exploited quite a lot.
Yeah, I agree. But the other thing that also, I'm going to say it bothers me, is that they always first two this Brewmaster. And we've talked about it many times before. It's okay to first two specific heroes if they're actually good. Like, Brewmaster is a hero that, sure, if you're a hero specialist, like you can take it later and get something done, but you know, it's not like you're first doing some Pangolier, some Nature's Prophet, some Death Prophet, whatever.
Here's your Brewmaster. He's going to win you the lane, win you the game. It's like he's a very weak laner. Like, he needs perfect setup. This hero doesn't play well from behind. So a bit of a difficult one. I mean, I was also surprised when they decided to swap like position 3 when he decided to join the team. Like, his hero pool is relatively small. Like, he has a couple of these heroes. Like, I watched him play in Division 1 last tour, and he looked okay with the PSG LGD, but it feels a little bit different now. I mean, it does tend to look like that if you're playing with the you know, lower caliber team. But yeah, IG, they're all over the place. I'd say
for sure.
Reckless, like a lot of their skirmishes, a lot of these team fights, they look chaotic. A lot of random deaths. I would even compare them. Like Emo, he won the major, and after that, like, got relegated to Division 2. Now he's like all over the place, like some random deaths on the map. Same thing I would say it's happening with ATF, wins a major, and now Enigma, like he has like a very, like they also are swapping the roles as well. So I think there's a big similarity between these two teams right now.
Yep. I think one of the things as well that's going to be interesting about this particular series is when you talk about the draft, they know on the side of YBB, let's focus on you. Ban his Marcy, which has so far been his best showing. His Brewmaster, you can sort of let it through. And then if you ban both, obviously he's probably going to end up playing the Centaur. And then for the side of YBB, still some question marks about 7E. He played this Nature's Prophet mid, he played the Mars mid, which did not work out whatsoever. So it feels like both of them are just trying to find identity on where's the win condition actually coming from? Because YBB are still stuck basically playing for Lu. They're like, give Lu a great hero. He's going to ultimately carry the game for us. So I want to see the rest of the team start to pick up the slack a little bit and get some better heroes into the mix. Is there any hero that you think stands out back from when they were winning in Div 2 that they should try and reincorporate right now for YBB?
I feel like their most dominant hero was Nature's Prophet, but I think people have caught on that, you know, the hero's pretty damn good. They were actually a very fast-paced team in Division 2, but perhaps now, you know, with Nature's Prophet being banned, maybe that makes it harder. Instead of giving you a hero that I want them to have more, I want them to just drop the Mars. I feel like
please, for the love of God, especially on the mid lane,
like
don't play this hero.
This hero is so hard to make work. He just has way too many weaknesses, from like how the game goes to how your laning stage goes to running into damage issues, and it's just very awkward. I understand they want 7E to be on a playmaker, but then like let him play his mid Earth Spirit for all I care. Like I'm totally down for that compared to some mid Mars.
Well, we're already seeing them maybe going back to some of the things they were doing in Div 2. Very often in Div 2, they would go first phase on the Death Prophet. They would put it on Beyond a lot, but every now and then 7E would play it, and I hope he's playing it in this game. They banned out the Marcy, which you have to do against IG. They leave the Brewmaster in the pool, but IG has learned Lacoste. They're like, Brewmaster's actually a trap. Let's just get Centaur. Centaur, Hoodwink, good
You
lane,
said it
very
perfectly,
solid.
Snare. You said Marcy banned, maybe a Brewmaster. If these two are not in the pool, they're going to go for Centaur. That's the third one. It makes sense, especially with the Death Prophet as like their opener. So you want to be able to have something to run away from a fight if you don't like. It's a good tool. I don't think it's like wow or anything, but it has been used throughout the Dota past so many times. So you don't take that fight. But looking at the opener, YBB. Death Prophet plus Nature's Prophet against Centaur Hoodwink. Sign me up for Radiant anytime.
Same.
We saw this the other day that they went for this against Extreme Gaming. They did ultimately end up losing that game. But one thing we also saw throughout Tour 1 was that when people were playing Linas and your Nature's Prophets in the safe lane, it would often be the Centaur +1, normally Centaur Rubik, that would actually end up crushing that lane and then slow the game down quite a bit. Is this the kind of game, Kezu, that you feel IG can accomplish that against YBB if it is a safe lane Prophet?
It depends a little bit on their bans. I think now if you're YBB, you're probably going to want some +5 that, you know, helps your Prophet get through the lane, and maybe some, you know, any of these Zombie, Treant, maybe Clockwork if the other two get banned. But I think Centaur usually has a pretty okay time. It's going to have a range 4 as well. So, I mean, I feel like Centaur is more of a, it's usually more around the 50-50, and then if an outplay happens, I can swing more into one way or the other.
I'm kind of thinking as well here for IG. Man, if only you got more picks in the first phase, Batrider would have been so nice, but it's going to get banned. There's no way that Batrider gets to the next phase.
Next patch, we're going to have 3 picks in the first phase and 5 bans. Yeah, we'll have to see. But yeah, this looks like it's going to be an offlane duo for IG. Good lane setup. You know, it's okay. You have 2 stuns. You have a lot of control. Decent amount of burst damage, but most likely they're going to play Nature's Prophet here because playing it into Centaur, you do not want to like get too close to him, and then, as Keza said, like something to tank a damage a bit, some melee position 5. I want to see something that can also maybe like maybe it's gonna be too much, but some kind of a spirit hero for IG. Give it to Emo.
See, like that.
Yeah, just something that can also like split the map a little bit, and also something against the Nature's Prophet. Sure, you have Hoodwink with the Bushwhack when he's trying to TP out with the Sprout and stuff, Centaur to close the gap, but I want to see more. I'm
Super confused by some of these bans.
Yes.
I feel like, first of all, if you're YBB, the fact that you're not banning Batrider is very concerning for me. For like some, if IG played that hero, that's going to already be some insane pick on 18. Both of the first 2 picks we have from YBB, they hated. It answers the map play as well from Nature's Prophet. And then that IG are banning 3 carries is very strange.
Yeah.
Because think about it. You first 2, you're off lane. So YBB know on the closing pick that, well, you already see the off lane. We're going to take the most valuable pick, which is most likely carry. otherwise, like, why would they close the face with Nature's Prophet?
Yeah.
So, bit strange, but
Peculiar,
okay.
to be sure.
Yep.
Well, we're coming right now for this Elder Titan for IG. It's going to be the first one that we've seen so far in China. We've seen it in other regions, notably in Southeast Asia. YBB Gaming, Clockwork. This is going to be the body, most likely, for the Nature's Prophet in the safe lane.
I like the
That's
Clockwork
fine.
because he is the one that can close the gap and also keep them in place. So this Stampede is not going to be as effective. And it's also a vision hero against Hoodwink. So finding him in the trees, maybe with Nature's Prophet with some tree and spawn, but it's not like the greatest thing. But it does allow you to get the kill on Hoodwink. Because Hoodwink can be annoying from time to time, just playing from the trees. But I don't think I'm a big fan of ET Hoodwink as a support duo.
Yeah, I think it definitely lacks some stuff. It makes me like the clock pick even more. ET definitely hates that hero.
Yes.
Nature's Prophet is going to help you even more in the lane, right, with these treants. So at least for YBB, when they looked the best in Div 2, it was with this Nature's Prophet high tempo. Now you have Nature's Prophet, you have two more supports that also like help you enable to play fast with the glimpse, Clockwork running around, hookshot. So I feel like for them, they kind of have what they want, and Lacoste wanted a Spirit Hero. Pretty decent Ember game.
I'm very surprised, though, that they didn't go Bat Rider. Bat Rider felt like the game was screaming for it. But, to be fair, that's two supports that make it a bit more complicated. We don't have hard disables for the Spirit Hero, so Emo is going to have, well, presuming it's Emo, could be the one playing the Ember.
You never know.
We never know. I mean, when I look at this YBB draft, right, it feels really clear to me here, Lacoste, that, especially with the support picks, that they were prepared for the Centaur. They were very ready for this. They were
Yeah,
like, right,
these
we're
two
gonna
last
split
picks
the map,
pretty much
drag you back.
screams we want to counter the Centaur, and also we are prepping with this Disruptor for potential Spirit Heroes that we mentioned. You can still dodge some of these stuff, but having like the Static Storm hookshot combo, it's going to be very potent against all of these heroes throughout the whole game, because these heroes don't build into BKB's Ember Sure. Second item BKB, but other three, like they're not going to have it at any time in the game pretty much. So now, like, a lot of weird bans going on.
Agreed.
I'm looking at the IG, like their second Lone Druid, Ursa, and Templar Assassin. Like, sure, I can understand Ursa, but I still feel like this Nature's Prophet is just going to be on the safe lane anyway.
Yeah, I feel like they probably misplayed 3 bans, which you usually don't see in the second phase. Like you have, you can ban for what you're picking next. Like if you're gonna pick ET, maybe you should think more about the Clockwork, or you're like, okay, Centaur needs some of these bans, but we'll kind of see how it pans out. But yeah, very, very strange.
Very strange indeed. It's one of these things where IG, it's a shame we might not be able to talk to them afterwards. Just to ask, hey, what was going on here in the second phase?
I think Drow Ranger is also a ban. Never mind. YBB is going to ban out Shadowfin. So I think Drow is a really good pick here, because you are playing into Death Prophet eventually. Like you build into Pike against Clockwork, BKB buyer. They don't have that much damage overall that goes through magic immunity. So feels, and you have good bodies in front of you. You have like 3 heroes that are going to create chaos. So maybe even a sniper. I don't mind sniper too much.
I just want some range carry, basically.
Yes.
I mean, something range in the lane with ET is going to be pretty good. I mean, they do have last pick, so that's good for them. The only thing maybe with some of these is that you're playing into this high tempo, like with this Nature's Clock. But if you can withstand your stuff early on, they're going to scale okay into the game, and they can at least see like who goes where. Is the DP actually going mid? Because YBB, they have the freedom of, okay, do we want a new mid against the Ember? Do we want the DP to go there, pick a new off lane? So for them, it's still very open.
The matchup is generally quite good, so they can play it there if they do want to. There's actually a lot of flexibility, right?
Keep this Dead Prophet on a mid lane against Ember, because I don't think they're going to run Ember ET on the safe lane. It just looks horrible.
You say that, bruv.
You never know with IG. It might be a thing.
They're really taking their time with this ban on the side of IG. I think they're talking to themselves and asking, all right, where's Nature's Prophet going? It can flex technically between 3 roles, because YBB have played this mid. They've played the Death Prophet mid and off lane, so a lot can still happen. The only thing we know about them is that Lu will generally play the hard carry type of hero. But I would like an off laner that makes a bit more happen. Right now, they're sort of stuck with Clockwork being the only one that initiates for them. So anything else that could create a bit more space from that side of the map could be quite nice. How do you boys feel about like some Primal Beast maybe at the end of the draft?
Primal is okay, and so I feel like at least for now. So when you have they're banning Monkey King. Yeah, some of these bans. Okay, for mid Monkey King against Ember, I can kind of see that. I was thinking for YBB, they don't need too much more catch. I think something that front lines in one way or the other, like Timber, Tide, something like that, because Clock Disruptor, they're gonna give you all the catch you need. They just need to actually see heroes.
Yeah. Well, now that we've got this Timber, I was thinking maybe there's a potential for the last pick on the Emo Morph lane. That's a little bit less likely now. Is it banned? Oh, it is banned. Banned long time ago. My vision's been so bad today. All right, so you wanted range carriers low cost. So you said Drow to me. Anything? You said Sniper. Anything else that's better than those? Is Terrorblade
Now
bad?
they
Yeah,
wish
it
they
is.
didn't ban this Monkey King, because it seems like it could have been a good pick for them.
That's at least one of them.
Yeah, I think still, like, I don't think you have too many options, especially now that Timbersaw came out from YBB as their last pick. Okay.
No.
This has been, like, sort of an answer to Timbersaw in the lane, because you have a bit of a mixed damage early on. Looks good on paper. In theory, like, sure, but in the games from what I've seen, it's like, yeah, maybe he struggles for first 2-3 levels, and then Timbersaw just takes over. Like, he doesn't care too much about your Luna. But yeah, they needed a range carry. It's a mixed damage, as I said, but I don't believe in Luna as a carry, especially against like Nature's Prophet, Death Prophet, like Disruptor. It's just way too many things that Luna needs to be careful about. And she's not like the complete range hero. She has a shortened range than the others, so needs to be much closer to a fight, which she doesn't like to play into some of these heroes. So I say I like YBB Gaming's draft way more in this one.
What do you say, Kezo? They look like they're back to the older drafts that they were doing in
Yep.
Div 2. Do you prefer this on YBB, or do you think this last pick Luna for IG can make the magic happen?
I guess Luna is one of the better last picks for them. I would also kind of agree. It's not the easiest hero to make work. I feel like we've seen LGD kind of pop off with it, but this is YBB. I feel like they're in their element with like this, you know, faster pace, being able to take over the map. So yeah, I prefer YBB's draft.
Well, YBB finally getting a vote of confidence based on their draft from my panel. We're going to see if that vote of confidence translates into the game itself. And to do so, we send it over to the incredible pair of the terrific T-Gov and Doxia. Oh, I meant Lyrical.
Thank you so much. It's good. I just won a pub in the break that we had in between. It was wonderful.
You are mental. The fact that in between you try playing a game,
Yeah.
it's like you're running the risk of having to abandon to then cast a game, and it's like, I couldn't even risk it. I've done it before. I've had to abandon the game. It felt horrendous. I don't abandon normally.
Right.
First time in 3 years, 5 years.
It was just because it was going bad, right?
Yeah. It was for the Dendy's charity tournament. And
Oh, okay.
Koikova joined my chat and was like, bro, we gotta go play the charity tournament. It's like, wait, I thought it was this time. Of course, with Ukrainian time zones and stuff. So then he peer pressured me to abandon the game, and he promised to
Nice.
play pubs with me. That still hasn't happened. So if you're ever in Koikova's chat, please do remind him he does owe me 2 party queue rank games to compensate for the
Perfect.
1 solo queue abandon. Anyways, we have IG versus YBB.
Yeah, and you know who's not going to abandon is Emo, because he gets to play mid again. Let's go. He's like, Dust, get over there. You're going to be playing Luna. I don't even care. And yeah, Dust might end up having a bit of a rough one, potentially, if they get off to a hot start with this Timbersaw. The panel sort of mixed and felt like they liked the YBB draft more.
Yeah, I actually really like the YBB lineup. It's their return to Division 2 play style and drafting style. And they got to do this nice little change up at the end where, you know, this is Ember mid, but you now put the Death Prophet there, and I don't think I've yet to see an Ember really pop off against Death Prophet. In lane, Siphon, you take Tower, it's just super good. So I think YBB are just going to be happy with that mid matchup. Nice little contest at the start.
Oh, the glimpse back and says, oh, that's going to be a free bounty rune for me. So YBB starting off with the triple. Needed to bring 2 heroes up there to secure that one, but doesn't end up happening. 70 going to be playing on the Death Prophet. Very happy with what his supports were able to get done there. And yeah, I kind of am curious, because so this is something that we were talking about on the panel like earlier, is how is this IG draft going to do? How is this team going to do? It feels very hit and miss because of like sort of the mix-up that they have mid of Emo versus Dust and who they decide to put there. Obviously, we've seen multiple different iterations of teams sometimes struggle with this. Most notably, recently has been Amar, Enigma in the Western European region, and then on the side, and then the other way that can go is also Team Liquid that sometimes swap between roles at various points. So I think it's kind of an interesting dynamic to have this across multiple regions.
It is, and I think out of all the teams, IG is the team that are still trying to calibrate the most in regards to it. Because, for example, like Dust played Ember the other day,
Right.
and now Emo's playing Emo. Not Emo's playing Emo. Emo's playing Ember. So it's not as if it's like a hero match situation. Maybe it's just comfort. Maybe it's depending on the day, the bigger picture of the draft. Like
Right.
if they pick a hero that's going to be the ultimate win condition, maybe then they now want Dust to try and play it. And so yeah, I think honestly, I want IG to win a series so that we can actually ask them, because maybe not like the perfect formula that they want. Probably won't want to leak that, but you know,
Yeah.
just some context to why the swapping is happening.
Well, and then on the other side for YBB, you know, this is something that we've been wanting to see them get back to form. And as, you know, Snare mentioned earlier on today, both of these teams yet to win a match. So one of them, at the very least, will be coming out of this one with a W, and we'll be able to hear a little bit more from them potentially at some point in the future. But regardless, early laning stage, 10-1 versus 9-0 on the Death Prophet. The only hero that's really kind of getting bodied here has been the Centaur down bottom. Jian Yu not really getting that much out of this lane, playing against that very pesky Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lane I would want to play least against other than Clock plus Nature's Prophet, other than like Undying Nature's Prophet. These are absolute laning dominating heroes, and I think Centaur will be happy if he can even like eke out like a Hood or a Vanguard from this lane, and then he'll naturally just catch up once the laning phase breaks down. But yeah, this top lane, traditionally back in the day, Luna was this like insane counter to the Timbersaw, the Mars, these big tanky heroes.
Yeah.
But often it would come with having a 5 that also has some kill threat. I don't know how much kill threat there is with the ET being your 5, especially because there is this just Glimpse Disruptor constantly disengaging.
That right there is just devastating.
Yeah, it is.
And he's going to get pulled back in and killed off. So beyond draws first blood, this to me is the other thing. Is when we were watching the draft, I talked about ET being like maybe an answer for the Nature's Prophet. I'm wondering if like they sort of got pigeonholed into switching the Hoodwink down there. They thought MP was going to be offlane, but it just feels bad.
Yeah, I mean, when I see Luna as a carry, I want to have like a Clockwork and Undying, something that can like stand up in the lane and buy time for Luna to constantly spam beams. But when you're this ET playing, especially into the Whirling Death of the Timbersaw, we just saw it there, right? Like you have no life to you.
But down bottom, they find the kill onto the Nature's Prophet. So well played with PYW. Jian Yu, very nicely done.
That's the beauty of Centaur plus Rubik, Centaur plus Hoodwink, right? It's like at any minute, if the carry is left alone and the position 5 does leave lane, you always have kill threat, especially when you go for the 2 points into double edge. Very, very powerful.
Okay, and now a Cogs connection onto PYW. ZQ seeing if he can get some extra action going his way, but won't end up happening. So they connect this creep wave over to theirs. Might be able to get an eye on the range creep too. Not a bad one at all here from him. ZQ, does he get in trouble? Stomp? No, just gonna deny it in his face.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Dude, he's actually kind of bullying a little bit after a bit of a rough start to the first couple waves. He's killing it.
Fat wave top. They're even fortifying it to play on the tower.
Can they do much here though? I mean, this is a lot of creeps. The stomp's there. Starts hitting the tower again. Beyond. Just cutting through, but they need to be careful. TP rotations could come in. Dust has been known to dive pretty far sometimes. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. Another creep wave coming in, but still playing under this tower. We'll have another Lucent Beam in a moment. The Stomp is there. A couple more hits. Tries to bring him down. Beyond. Super low. Does he manage to have enough? The reactive armor is starting to kick in, but it will be enough for the kill. So Dust makes the move. Companion with the ET, very well done.
I love that play from IG. The fact that they had such a big wave, they can tank for so long. It's like if this was a single wave, this play is like atrocious. But they were able to form this double wave because Timbersaw naturally is holding it for so long that they actually punish it against them. So yeah, fair play. And no one really at this point in the game wants to TP. I don't think. I mean, you could argue that maybe Nature's Prophet could have quickly TP'd up, punished that extension, then go back bottom. But at minute 5, getting that play, you can easily ruin your entire game if the play doesn't work out for the carry. So yeah, I like the fact that IG are just really forcing it into the Timber.
And I gotta say, I guess some of probably the reason that while the Timber gets into some trouble up there, that Centaur has been able to sort of have some new prominence is this build that he's gone for. Double Ring of Protection into the Ring of Health. Now that he's gotten these items, it feels so hard to push him out of lane. Like, look at his base regen here with the Tango, 26. Like, it's kind of crazy how much he's able to sort of sustain there. It's a DD bottled for 7E and a glimpse back emo to get away from Tianmei.
Yeah, I think the trade-off right now for IG in kind of securing their lanes, or at least recovering them a little bit with this aggression, is poor old emo has been left on this 1v1. And Death Prophet 1v1 is already kind of hard. And on top of that, you then have the... what's the thing I'm trying to say here? The supports have come into top lane.
Yeah.
which have really punished the kind of the rune game as well for Emo.
Right. He hasn't been able to get involved in those ones and sort of get in position to make the moves around the map that you would want. And eventually that movement is going to come on in and find the Death Prophet getting kills. Is Luo in trouble again. No Quelling Blade. And Battery Assault under a tower now.
Oh, he's a tanky boy. Don't worry.
You gotta be careful. They end up again rotating somebody. Oh my god, they find Luo again. The Bushwhack. I mean, the fact that he's staying in lane right there is pretty crazy. Things could go south very rapidly for him if they manage to get 6 on Centaur and just stampede.
This is the importance of Clockwork's positioning. Like, any minute he moves to a different lane or does anything else, that's when he's not going to be able to, like, at least Nature's Prophet will be under this threat. And you mentioned this itemization from Centaur. The trade-off, right? So he goes 2 rings, right? So instead of going Wraith Band, you know, he now has double the armor, same rough amount of gold. 1 mitigates the Blightstone, and then 2 kind of puts him over the edge. So, honestly, I love that a lot. And look, poor Ego. Like, this is another point where he can't really play mid, especially if there's a support here. It's just, it's rough.
They bring PYW over, and obviously can go for the Bushwhack play in the middle.
They're bringing ET across too.
This is the glyph now used. They don't have one available on Dire, although Emo does some good damage there. Bushwhack connects onto 2 of them, and the Stampede is out, but the good catch immediately keeps alive that Death Prophet for a moment. Does actually get a haste rune bottled up, so 70 could go in if she wants to. It's a little bit scary. Damage bouncing around there from the Hoodwink, and 70 wants to bottle up and go in some more, but with everybody rotating min, it's just a little bit too scary. And they all have that extra damage too from Luna. So,
but this is the point where now I love the fact that IG, they brought the numbers here, and how quickly after defending the tower, they're trying to like run back to their side lanes, right? It's like, okay, Exo's down, get back, and they lost 750 HP on this mid tower. So a really nice difference from IG to mitigate the reasons why Death Prophet is so good against Ember. Yeah.
Sticking around and trying to whittle it down a bit too on 70. So everybody leaves, and that kind of leaves her open to hit the tower a couple of times. But like you said, the fact that they're back farming again is like really clutch and will allow them to maybe build up a little bit of a net worth lead here, or rather reclaim it slightly, because YBB is slightly ahead. Beyond's had a completely free time, does have his arcane boots coming out right now, and set to try and take over this game. Top net worth. Bad at all.
Yeah, I think for IG, they have a weird spot in this game where naturally you'd want Luna to sync up with the Centaur to try and take a tower. But if at any point this Luna dies, I feel like this game can get really hard. So they're being super patient and not trying to break down the map at all.
Right.
But it is giving YBB these moments of just constant aggression where they sweep from mid to another lane. Like YBB is dictating everything right now due to IG's fears of their draft kind of falling apart.
Right. Well, and you see that sort of big wave movement coming down where IG all show up on this bottom side. 4 heroes together, chasing now down on 7E. And, well, they kind of can't connect onto anything. I mean, Luna's still AFK farming. If they could find a kill here, that'd be pretty nice. And it looks like they will be able to bring down the Disruptor. IG already willing to play together as 4.
I mean, I feel like anytime 7E shows in the lane with Exo, IG is just going to bring 4. Even if she's not popping Exo, it's like, all right, if you want to do something, Death Prophet, you're going to come and fight us. And
yeah,
I like the mid one. I think the bottom part of it maybe was a little bit of an overplay from them, but
dude, that buff for the Centaur stomp range,
it's so big. Like, you kind of forget about it, but when you look at it,
yeah,
it used to be like touching his tail, you know, back in the day, but now, that's a hefty size.
It's getting close to like black hole radius, that area. It's freaking big. But now YBB, they bring in more heroes towards mid again. The Bushwhack to try and whittle those down. And actually, the combo of the Bushwhack and then a Slight kills all of those treants off. But now Death Prophet just runs in. Static Storm down. The silence is there. Is it going to be enough? No. Emo gets away just barely. And PYW needs to back out from Beyond. But they've already taken the tower. And that was without Exorcism. So now YBB can make another move if they want.
They could maybe either look to take Dust away from top lane, which they're doing that.
Okay.
I'd say they had some bold options, but no, okay. Sweep into top. No static storm though, but they do have the glimpse. Only one TP cancel available, but already dust with the read. TP's out.
I mean, TP not taking that extra step behind the trees is one of those things that I feel like people could potentially punish.
That's true. I
You
mean,
know
you
what I
throw the
mean?
ward down from behind the tree line and disruptor, see him
Yeah.
quick glimpse.
Well, speaking of taking advantage of, that's going to be a dead Clockwork, and IG, not ones to shy away, are also going to make their big move to take out another tower. So still the tower advantage for YBB after mid has fallen, and Emo is going to have to remnant out from danger. But yeah, they are starting to come online, I feel like, on IG.
Yeah, I think they've got to the point where whenever Luna now shows up to a lane, she will be able to at least have some threat. But again, if you just look at the net worth, IG's playstyle is very much, Luna, we will protect you, all four of us together in conjunction. Like, again, we're not seeing Ember pop off, we're not seeing anything. I'd argue for IG that Centaur, when he picks up his blink, that's when IG can maybe turn up the pace a little bit. You surprise a Death Prophet or a Nature's Prophet. But that's where YB's draft is pretty powerful, because it's like Clockwork will be scouting you, Timbersaw will be up front bodying these engagements, and Disruptor can turn it around quite nicely. So I think IG, they should be happy with their position right now. But again, I feel like at any minute this game can just break apart because either team is scaling to that point.
No, I agree. And I think that's going to be the thing to watch for over these next couple of minutes. Is there a overextension, or like this, just take a good play and the hoodwink. The Bushwhack didn't connect because guess what? Timbersaw kills trees. So Whirling Death meant that the Bushwhack did not connect, and it was an easy kill onto Centaur. Now, QIQX, he's also going to just get ran down. Oh, man. Sick stuff coming out from YBB as they take full advantage. And I mean, the Timbersaw, a good last pick because it sets the tempo, but also really messing with the hoodwink a lot.
Look at Emo, like there's nothing really IG can do in this situation, right? Like when they get aggressed on, it's so difficult. And you talk about Luna farming, but also look at Lu. He's happily farming as well.
Right.
And trying to compare items. So so Lu's going to be going for the Gleipnir first, and he'll most likely get that quicker than Luna gets her Dragon Lance, then Yasha. Actually, no Manta before, so okay.
Yeah, we'll see what she ends up going for there. I mean, I think that some of the stuff too, you go in Gleipnir on Nature's Prophet, like you're talking about here, and that is definitely something where you're going to need the Manta to get out, but there's so many other dangers that she's got in this game. Like BKB feels essential too.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one, but once Luna gets both, and then we start talking about, the small crits, Satanics, of course, that's a whole nother realm where Luna should feel incredibly good in this game.
You can see the esportsbet.io odds slightly favoring YBB. It was even at the start of this match. And I think there is still a good argument to be made for either team pulling away with this one. But YBB with the slight edge and definitely a stronger last couple of minutes after they found that kill on the Centaur.
Yeah, both teams just kind of in farm mode. They don't want to do anything too crazy. Both respecting each other quite a lot. And I'm trying to see if anyone's doing anything fun with their items, but unfortunately, Lyrical,
they don't like fun.
But yeah, they want to win. Again, to give context, like the loser of this series most likely will be contending in the bottom two spots.
Right.
Because you'd argue both these teams should still handle outsiders from China.
Right.
With just their mouse.
I think these ones, and maybe Astra Ares is the other that I would be looking at.
True, that's true. But like this is the starting point from dictating your own position in Division 1, basically.
Right. If you get a win here, it gives you some sort of levity where maybe the only way that you end up dropping down to Div 2 is if you are in a big tiebreaker or something. But look at this. In position, Clockwork can't get brought down without a full commitment. They just pop the Wrath of Nature, do a whole heck of a lot of damage because of that Clockwork flare. And Lil ready to join up with the fight.
Instant smoke up though from IG.
Okay.
They back away from the area. They're doing the wraparound.
Scan.
Nice Radiant scan though.
Looking and finding. Does connect. So YBB fully aware of this. And Emo
so close.
Not going to connect. But they do take away that Observer Ward at the very least. And now, Glimpse, Static Storm down. In some trouble here. Can they get him out of harm's way? The still control is just barely in range of that Static Storm. And just like that, they take down Emo.
The value of Clockwork really coming in, right? It's he rocket flares, and then there's like 4-man Nature's Wrath, but that doesn't really do a lot, but it's more for context of vision and future plays. And then after that, the next flare sets up the glimpse into Static Storms, killing off Emo. So I don't know, I feel like this Clockwork really just giving life to YBB's lineup, and Emo has to be careful. Like pre-BKB, he can easily go down to Disruptor at any point of the game.
Well, it's funny too, because 7E using the voice line from Vici Gaming, and it was Vici just a second ago in the previous match that you know, picked the Clockwork Disruptor in the first 2 phases and looked freaking awesome with it. I think this is a really strong support combination and getting a lot of value out of it. And if we check out Luo too on this Nature's Prophet, one thing I want to point out is he looks a lot like Gunnar. Just gonna throw that out there. His QIQX is gonna get caught for a moment. He also goes down, but yeah, 3,000 gold lead now as they take down that tier 2 tower. Look at him. Look, doesn't he look like Gunnar kind of?
I mean, it helps that the webcam's in kind of the same angle. You know, I'm getting the same kind of stream vibes from him. So yeah, I can see it.
All right.
I've never seen Lou and Gunnar in the same room though, so that's the thing.
That's a good point.
Yep. And also there's enough time between NA and China that he could fly on that 20-minute flight to get to the...
Yeah, new conspiracy unlocked.
There we go. If anyone believes that, I'm so sorry. What I do believe in, though, is Beyond potentially going down.
Wanted to go for it all. They have the Lucent Beam damage coming in, and it's actually enough to bring them down. Gleipnir there, but where's the follow-up? They need that Timber Saw to still be alive. Du has Stampede still ready as soon as he comes out of that silence. Gonna pop it, maybe? Thinking about it, chasing. Looking, Emo catches the glaives onto both, and look at him, he's killing off the cost to get the damage. The Tianming not able to get away from Zhang Yu. 4 dead, and just like that, IG come back in a huge way.
And not only that, Luna picks up BKB instantly into Roshan. There's plenty of time. Like, YB, this was their game to control. All 3 of their cores were scaling, they felt great, but it happens in these Timbersaw games that you feel like this unkillable unit. And the start of this fight, look at the minimap, right? The entirety of YB is spread across the entire map, showing on multiple lanes. So this is such an easy play for IG to go for this Timber pickoff. And again, it's why ET and Luna in conjunction in the mid game will feel good, but
they come back. Stomp there is going to connect. Centaur barely alive is going to drop after, and Roche so freaking low. Oh, the jump in from the Clockwork, and now they're in a ton of trouble. This has to BKB TP out for Dust. That was not going to work. And an easy Roche given over. They just needed it a little bit quicker. Oh, that's devastating. Huge win for YBB.
I'm actually really conflicted because I wanted to see the highlight just to watch Timber die again. It's kind of satisfying. But also it's like, how on earth did IG not do Roshan there? There was like, did anyone buy back? No. I swear their cooldowns were like 20 to 30 seconds, maybe a couple on 10. Like, I'm pretty sure like 1 or 2 heroes alone shouldn't really deter IG's ability to do Roshan. Ah, well, happens, I guess. Unfortunate for IG.
You know,
in those scenarios, it's like either all 5 heroes weren't using their spells to quickly kill it off, someone was holding something back, or B, they didn't send out one support to cushion the cheap aggression that they can do to stall out for the bigger respawn. So yeah, IG, bit complacent at their Roshan attempt.
I mean, I think this is kind of what I was anticipating from this match, is very close in terms of skill, but both teams at various points have shown that they're not infallible. They're not like perfectly consistent with their moves, and so you get these weird little things that like shouldn't necessarily happen, but it creates a good game. You know, that's what we can only hope for here. Just a little bit of drama, a little bit of excitement, and still the story is Luna on top of the net worth. The rest of those cores of YBB starting to catch up, and then it's the Centaur and the Ember that are just a little bit behind. So we'll see if she can carry the day or if it's going to end up falling apart for him. Oh, Emo. No way to save himself yet, but does have that remnant out to get back and away. So 3 heroes on the top side of the map right now for YBB. Beyond very far forward. Are they going to come and try and chase him? And it looks like indeed they are. Root is there, the Stomp to follow up, the Bushwhack, the Static Storm, it's down onto 2. Really good damage coming out. They don't have their Luna with them. And Dust showing up just a bit too late. Might be enough though. That's pretty solid as they take down and trade offlaners, but can they get out after? Gotta be careful. There's the Clockwork Flare, and guess who's got the glimpse ready in just a moment? 70's nearby, they have Dust. Dust in a ton of trouble. Pops that BKB, immediately running away. The rest of the team nearby.
70's going.
They're thinking about going for more. The turn, QYQX is going to get brought down very shortly and killed off. So a 5,000 gold lead now for YBB.
And this is the difference this time, right? YB is actually in position that when Timbersaw gets picked off from all this damage, they can actually take the fight. They can turn it around.
Yeah.
And yeah, I feel like I love the fact that Timbersaw is going for the BKB as the next item. It feels incredibly good. So because now he's not going to be able to die off, and he's going to be able to actually tank up and, you know, survive through this.
Yeah. If he can get into a good position and not get killed off here, I feel like it just sets up for so much potential aggression there. So 6K gold lead now. We almost have that BKB done, like we talked about for Ember too. So all of these timings coming out simultaneously. And the problem that I'm seeing is there isn't that like follow-up damage through BKB that they have on IG. Whereas like EXO just sort of reigns supreme in this. And so much of the game for YBB is going to be centered around this Death Prophet ulti and, you know, their ability to keep people stuck in it.
Yeah, it also helps that for YBB at least, they're going to be able to throw out the Furin, the nature's nature's cool.
Nature.
No, nature's cool.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
And it's like against Luna, like her ult
Oh,
decreases
of
in
course.
value, and on top of that, then like Timbersaw buys BKB, Death Prophet has BKB. So like all of IG's like quirkiness of pickoff is about to get fully picked apart if YBB. Sorry, I was about to say extreme. YBB actually group up and play together.
I mean, it looks like extreme, right? That's the key.
That
That's
is
what
very
happened. Sleep. He thought about jumping. Besides, I think the Clockwork Flare actually broke his Blink Dagger when they were trying to go in right there. And, well, ZZQ is going to pay the price for it, but I think that kept the NP Aegis from being burned through. It looked like he was about to blink Hoof Stomp and then got canceled.
Yeah, it always happens with Centaur. Yo, okay, I'm not going.
Beyond. Thinking about going. Ooh, the Bushwhack! And then the Remnant threw the damage! Oh, he's already gone! 7E! No life! No nothing! They don't have BKB on Dust right now, but Emo is just wrecking havoc to the rest of these heroes. They managed to get the Stomp out, but the BKB is out from that Nature's Prophet. Emo trying to get away, and instead it's Beyond that goes for the BKB TP out. So a good fight win there for IG as they find a way to take down that Death Prophet.
I mean, especially because she has the BKB available. Like, she has this ability to just, you know, be completely unkillable, but
Right.
an overextension behind the tier 2, a quick bushback, and of course, IG, they are going to be able to execute you. And it helps that Timbersaw the Kura came out and threw out another BKB. I won't lie, due to the patch, my brain has been corrupted on channel animations. So when Timber was BKBing and waving his hands, I was like, oh my god, what?
He's
got
a meteor hammer.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell's happening? And it's like, oh, he's just TPing out. All right, chill. I was so worried he went like third item meteor hammer.
Oh, she does have BKB back up in 10, but upon seeing the Centaur, feeling a little bit afraid. With 4 heroes now showing up, though, have to be careful about a potential glimpse. Gets vision onto Dust. BKB back off cooldown soon, but not soon enough. They got him caught. Pops the
Using
BKB, now turns on his EZQ and kills him off. So a great hold ends up working out for them, actually. Dust BKB wears out, but 7E trying to clean up this fight. They're going to stampede, get out of harm's way. Is there any glimpse? They have anybody that can stop this? No.
Everyone-
Although Dust, oh, now Dust is in some trouble. And they should be able to find him here with the glimpse. Good Gleipnir connection. Finds and kills that Luna. Stuck up on the high ground. They managed to actually kill off the Timber, too. So, a couple weird fights going on, 7E. I mean, he's going to get healed back up as the exorcism finishes, but it's not going to be enough. Holy moly. The turn and the kill again. 7E goes down in a triple for Emo.
This ward was YBB's savior and also nemesis at the same time. It gave them like reason to kill off the Luna, but again, I feel like some of these, PYW bushbacks have really been, coming in clutch. And for IG at least, this BKB from Luna, the fact that it just come off cooldown to prolong the fight long enough to bait everyone in, it's like,
That's crazy.
that was beautiful. And like, what was it? Yeah, comes up, she could have BKB'd a little bit earlier, but
It was a full bait,
it's
right?
fine. It was a full bait. And again, like, you've got Sharpshooter, you've got Veil, you have Ember on top, ET Spirit. Like, these heroes without BKB are going to go down to the plethora of magic damage that IG has. And like, their disengage was really nice, But again, this lingering ward that IG wasn't able to kill off gave YBB kind of purpose in the engagement. And at this point, I feel like any team in the world would be like, yeah, we can do what we want. You know, they already see the ET again from the vision, so 7E goes deep, but...
I agree. Plethora. Good word.
Thank you.
As PYW going to try and TP out, but the hook shot comes in and they take him down. So again, the back and forth between these two squads still very, very close. And it kind of feels like it could go either way. Is there one team that, as the game goes later, sort of has the easier path towards, you know, taking objectives, closing out the map, or is it still very open?
Honestly, I feel like it should be YBB.
Okay.
Just because they have DP plus Nature's Prophet, Luna as a hero, you kind of go from a laning phase hero into then awkward farm, and then mid game is your timing. As the game goes super late, you often get kited out, you don't really get to stand an A-click, so I feel like on paper it should be YBB, but with how IG has been taking these fights, at least in the last 5 minutes, they are looking a little bit more kind of cohesive with their bushwhacks into follow-up, so honestly, it's still anyone's game. Also, I won't lie, the way that you laughed at Plethora, you gaslit me, and I had to quickly Google it to make sure I didn't say a dumb word.
No, you got it. It was
No,
good.
I was scared for a second.
No,
So-
I just like the word.
No, thank you. Again, it's honestly the word that I've been scared to say for like the last week.
Yeah.
I've been trying to use it. I don't know why. But every time I go to say, I'm like, big,
Yeah, big.
and then I stop.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've overcome my my hurdle.
I'm glad that
And
I
I got
could
laughed
be
at
there
it
for you
instantly.
in this moment. No, it was good. It wasn't laughed at. What are you talking about?
Oh god, it's all good. It's all good.
Smoke underneath Clockwork Flare, rarely seen but much appreciated. And ZZQ ready to break that smoke in a moment as QIQX walks forward. Hook shots out, Static Storm, that's a lot to use on an ET and then to not even kill him. Are they going to go for the fight after? Yes, indeed. Dust is there, blowing him up. Beyond didn't have a tree to jump to, but a good Sprout is able to keep him alive for a moment. Emo, this is the reveal of the Aghanim Scepter. Gets caught by the Yules, no BKB for 20 seconds, but does have a remnant to get away. The silence is there. He had a chance to get out, but just doesn't end up taking it. Gets blown to pieces. 3 dead for the Clockwork. I thought that might have gone okay for them, but no such luck. IBB too strong.
Yeah, again, when YBB is able to kite out these fights, IG's damage isn't perfect, right? The engagements have been good when it's been layered damage, right? The Veil from the Hoodwing into Sharpshooter, Eclipse doing damage, but in that fight, it was non-existent.
Yeah.
Luna did 440 damage with her BKB. Ember kind of just like remnanted around in circles and was like, hello, but like he didn't really commit or get to stick on a single target. So for IG, fight execution is critical for their lineup. If they don't sync up their spells, their damage, their draft, it just falls apart, and we're seeing it, you know, time and time again. And this is why we don't really see Luna too much, because she is one of those heroes that isn't as simple as give her farm, she will A-click and win you the game.
Right. No, you have to play it a little bit more around those very strong timings that they have. And the next one is obviously going to be that Satanic. We'll see if that makes the difference. The other big thing right now is we got 15 seconds until Roche is going to respawn. Now, BKBs, they were used in that last fight, as well as Exorcism. And I think that's the big thing to watch for. Can IG punish Exorcism being on cooldown for another 60 seconds? I would like to see them try and smoke up and make some move together here. We'll see if they decide to do it or not.
No, I agree fully. The thing as well is like they just need to disassemble the mask to get the Satanic. So she's like 300 gold away. It's like actually kind of an awkward part of the game right now where it's like, does Luna want to sell her Wraith Band, then buy Satanic with disassemble?
Right.
If she doesn't do that, she won't have Satanic. For like, she's now quickly trying to push out mid as well. Okay.
Same exact position that they were in before with ZZQ. This time around does not opt to go in. They're going to back away and not try and take this fight. But for IG, I feel like they need to get something done here before this Exo comes back online. It's so hard to fight a straight up fight and not punish these timings.
The thing is though, for IG, a fight at the Roshan pit, they're pretty comfortable, right? Because then you get some AoE bushwhacks and you've got some, you know, ET spells. So I feel like for them, they should be excited to try and take a fight in a condensed area. Their smoke up feels a little bit ambitious. Trying to smoke into triple BKBs when you don't really have BKB piercing stuns or this like insane damage through it could be a little bit scary.
Well,
and ZZQ's positioning once again, like he's broke the previous smoke that led to the YBB engagement. He's done another smoke. I feel like these POS 5s, when they find a nice position next to trees and they already have vision in the area, like it's so good.
Well, Emo here is going to clean up this wave. Does have a remnant back near where the rest of the fight's going to take place. Also finishing off his shard, which is a pretty nice little addition that you get for the Ember. But YBB recognizing the importance of this moment, they smoke together, we're ready for that movement in towards them too, and they're going to re-smoke again with the Shiva's Guard done on 7E.
And a Hex on Timbersaw as well.
This is a huge timing for them. If they can find a good opening and IG all grouped together, they spot him immediately and Hex is out, finding that Luna right at the beginning, but we'll have the Stampede movement speed. The turnaround comes out immediately with the BKB out, but Dust is just getting eviscerated here, completely left isolated. Luna dead for the Disruptor. That is not the trade they're hoping for. And Emo just dying as well, starting to get brought lower and lower, but they almost come up. Lul goes down. Emo still very low. Remnants through. That's 3 Remnants doing a ton of damage, but the Hex follow-up there is there from beyond. The Timbersaw gets the kill, and it is all looking too easy for YBB right now.
I'm just a little bit confused with how, Luna starts to fight, but she's Satanic. It just didn't feel like it really did,
The Shivas.
yeah, anything too much. It was kind of rough, and that's why when you compare the supports, right? When you're smoking up, especially when you're smoking low ground into high ground, the value of Clockwork's insane, right? He starts like instant hook shot. On the flip side, when you have ET and Hoodwink as your supports, BKBs come out, you're kind of non-existent. And yeah, you saw there Dust, he just gets into the middle of the fight. I feel like the Satanic did literally nothing. And yeah, the entire time he was disengaging, because YBB was just kiting out. Like there's no hero for him to really stand and take this fight. And just look at mid lane.
And back in the real world, it is going to be the ET that likely falls. No,
Nope.
actually going to let him live. Okay.
He's a liver.
So they get him out of harm's way. Still, so much pressure onto these buildings. They take the tier 3 tower. Because NP died in that last one, some sort of silver lining, they aren't able to take more than the tier 3 tower mid, but it feels like they have completely opened up this game. A 9k gold lead. Now, one thing that is a little bit interesting is that Roche is still up. They opted to not go for that and instead go for the push. IG, hypothetically, could maybe go for another round.
There is still hope.
They don't have that many long cooldowns.
But nor does YBB, right? Like, sure, you care about EXO a little bit, but at this state of the game, when you already have Shivas, you've got Yules, BKB, like Siphons, there's ways for you to play out the fight, kind of be an extra body to enable other heroes to shine.
Right.
And I don't think that's why, YBB shouldn't be too afraid. But no, for IG, again, it just feels like the entire time, they just need to hit their spells in that one scenario. I feel like Emo, he needs to step up, initiate the fight, poke out a BKB, disengage, and then look for the fight. I think IG right now, their playstyle has been too one-dimensional in regards to if you see fight, take the fight, If they were able to add layers, then it could help out.
And the other big issue is that, like, okay, yeah, they don't necessarily have to have Exorcism to win the fight on YBB, but at the same time, IG is giving them Exorcism for every fight. There was like a 30-second window or so where they could have made a move without EXO being up, and now this fight,
Nice
it's
BKB.
starting poorly and it's going to end worse because there is no way that this goes any type of good when 70 gets the EXO off, can just run at Dust. The Timbersaw is starting to fall. Okay, that's one good thing coming out from him, but the buyback is there already. Now 7E trying to make the move over, YBB just ready to run him down one by one by one. The buyback is there from the Hoodwink, but they got control onto QIQX. Still chasing Emo, in some trouble. The silence there, and with all those ghosts after him, it's more than enough to get the kill. So Dust managed to live through that engagement, and they do wait out the EXO. Massive amounts of buybacks coming out right now. What can they do? Can they take this fight now with 7E not having EXO? They have buyback ready on this Ember. Wants to run in. Remnants through, breaks the smoke. Okay, a couple good rounds, but the hook shot lands afterwards, and now the Hex. Oh my god, if
The
Emo
sleep.
goes down right now, he tries to get away, 4-step out, keeps him alive. 7E starting to drop lower and lower. Good damage coming out from IG. The Remnant through, not quite enough with the Bushwhack, and the second round of Remnants, it's enough for the kill, but now they buy back on 7E, ready to run in. There have been so many buybacks over the last couple minutes, they can't quite take down ZZQ. The Glimmer Cape save away from that double edge. So they finally will be able to chase him and I think bring down
There it
this
is.
pesky Clockwork. So that's 2 dead with no buyback. IG, they have to get something here.
I mean, when I mentioned that IG wasn't very good at taking these like layered fights, it helps when they take the fight in the same manner. It's like throw bodies in, they kill Timber Force by. but they disengage long enough to utilize their own buys. And just look at the minimap on the vision IG has around this pip. They have every single high ground ward spot possible. Like, this is the perfect scenario for IG to use buybacks, to actually fight, and to feel amazing.
This is dangerous, though.
They've been in this position before.
This is really scary. They pop the BKB and then turn to fight and blow her up. DP gone. There is no buyback there. Luo tries to get out. Oh, they break it with the ET ulti. Can't TP away, even in his BKB. Now finding that disruptor. What a huge win for IG.
Why are we just absolutely crumbling? Like, the fact that they even come back into this Roshan pit, I mentioned the vision that IG has. So you step up here, they're not going to just keep hitting Roshan, they're going to turn around and hit you.
Oh, wow.
Look, they had the damage. Like, they have these beautiful heroes for burst and explosive fights. Just YBB was doing such a good job at kiting it out, and then you slip up one time against this lineup, they are going to punish you. And finally, IG is able to get an Aegis. And now, of course, Luna and Aegis, these two things go incredibly well together, because if Luna gets to a base, that's when she becomes some, you know, godly hero.
Like peanut butter and pickles, it just goes together.
Oh, it's so tasty. Just the crunch.
And a Hex out now, seeing if they can take down Emo. Does some good damage, but he is never going to be in that much trouble. Does have the BKB if things get a little bit too testy, and that also reveals, hey, Timber saw he ain't home.
Dead for
But
like,
he is going to TP back now again.
they're dead for like 30 seconds. Also, Lou just completed his Satanic, so when he's back up, he still doesn't have buyback if he was to go down again. And against the Luna, not... Ooh,
close.
Missed the hook shot.
Yeah, it's a little scary to think about. But after taking that tier 2 tower, IG going to play the more conservative approach.
Yep.
They've got 4 minutes on this Aegis, time to take down the rest of these tier 1 towers. And it just again speaks to like what we were talking about at the beginning, that these teams, they're very evenly matched, but also it's not clean. Like if you mess up a couple of times, Luna will take your entire base.
And that's why I love IG moving to this top side of the map. It's like, would you really want to go and hit a tier 3 for like 10 seconds, or would you rather progress the map where you take top tier 1, top tier 2, and now in the back of YBB's mind, it's like, any time you win a fight or kill one key core, Luna won't take 1 rush, she'll take 2, if not maybe 3 if the fight's good enough. So I think for IG, they should just completely ruin everything on the map, force out this the high ground to be unprotected, or at least only tier 3s, and then you look for the decisive play.
Begin the ruination.
Yes.
I like it.
And for YBB, it's now try and make the map feel wide again, try and get some lanes pushed in, utilize the Nature's Prophet. And if anything, you need to... How far away is Disruptor X, actually?
He's still 2 components, does not have Philly either.
This could be a game where he just has to sell the Yules to pick up the Ags. Like,
yeah. Also, we're seeing some sick stuff coming out from Jiang Yu. Abyssal Blade for Centaur. It's completed. It's coming out right now on the courier.
Oh, yes, the usual Vanguard upgrade for the offlaners. Yes. Yeah, we literally never see this.
It's awesome.
I mean, I feel like for a Centaur, your initiation already feels atrocious. So now if you just blink Abyssal, you set yourself up for the hoofstop.
Oh, Stampede wants to find a fight. Lul's
Abyssal,
there.
Abyssal,
It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. He went for one more hit. He canceled. Oh, he thought he was going to get out no matter what. Oh, the ET ulti too. It hits again to break it. Unreal. Damn, dude.
That's satisfying. That's actually so satisfying. Like this build, I look at Centaur, it doesn't look shit. You know? Like, you know, sometimes people pick up items.
What a metric.
And you're like... but like, sometimes you look at items and you're like, why is he doing this? You know, it's just kind of clowny. But like, I look at this for Centaur and it's like, he's a hero that after Blink BKB, you can buy anything and you could technically, you know, if you're a good salesman, you could sell it, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And like, the Abyssal, I kind of like it. You know, against Nature's Prophet, especially because these heroes have BKBs for so long now. They're all 6-second BKBs. I do rate it. I do. It's what? Yeah, 1.5 second stun, so it's good.
Pretty solid. I remember I used to do Axe with a Blink, and then I would go Abyssal and like Refresher, and it's pretty sick.
It does sound counterintuitive to bash the guy that you want them to hit you with.
I know, but then you have like 12 seconds of BKB piercing control.
I see. Sure. You're a whole different unit.
Yeah,
So I'm
exactly.
thinking of axing, you know, the one dimension,
dealer.
and you're now in like a
I'm in
whole
the
other
8th
world.
dimension.
Yeah, that's true.
Prepared. Well, the real people that need to be prepared right now is YBB, because 45 seconds left on this Aegis, and they're going to get every bit of value out of it they can. With no MP, I mean, you got to pop Glyph, but that Glyph ain't going to last too long. These buildings are going down, and they might even just head over to mid next. It would be a pretty bold play, but we'll see if it ends up happening or not. Already popping Satanic, that's a little scary for Dust.
They got Aegis for another 30 seconds, so worst case, you should be able to just throw that away. Gotta respect the glimpse though.
Yeah, glimpse. Stampede, all right, you want to fight? We're going to fight. They run in. Even without that Aegis being around that much longer, they find one kill. Now back away, hook shot in, find themselves the Centaur, and immediately turns it around with that big ulti coming from Luna. They lose Centaur, he buys back. Ready to run into this one. It's a little bit crazy. There's no buyback on the two supports. IG thinking about going back in. Dust, no more Aegis, apparently no more problem. Are they going to just run mid now?
I mean, with the Centaur buyback, they're getting a little bit spicy with their aggression. That was probably not needed, like you mentioned, but yeah, for IG, it feels like they're at the state of the game that they've kind of crushed YBB's ability to play the map. So now it's like, okay, if we just group of us 5, hit the buildings, Luna is not this squishy hero anymore. She is incredibly survivable. And like we mentioned, like weird items. Ember also kind of went for fourth item. He went fourth item Skadi, as I'm trying to speak.
Very northern.
Thank you. So yeah, he went fourth item Skadi. So now it's like, if he clips it onto DP or Timber or whatever, he's just mitigating that healing. And I feel like IG, they've actually itemized really nicely to give Dust just continuous purpose in the fight, because Centaur's annoying with his Abyssal. Ember's, really annoying with his Skadi on top of that. Right. Plus, Emo's now playing the game with that aggressive nature that I wanted to see. I think he didn't really have it in the first 20 minutes or so. Maybe he was respecting Disruptor a lot, but now he's kind of realized that. And okay, we're now getting double Skadi.
Yeah, so double Skadi.
Don't know about that one too much.
I mean, I think that there's still some elements to it that are pretty cool. You're playing against Death Prophet and Timbersaw, but I agree, it's definitely a little funky. The one thing I do like is that PYW is a freaking monster right now. That guy just bought a Hex. So Hex done on Hoodwink. There's going to be some solo kills if they need it, but I think PYW is going to be fine. And also getting closer to that 25 talent on the Hoodwink.
Yeah, he's having a disgustingly good game. I think some of his bushwhacks have really kept IG in the game.
Oh, yeah. Well, Whirling Death attribute reduction is there for the Timbersaw, and as the smoke up from both teams occurs, YBB should be aware of what's going on and the angle that they're at. Throws on out. One round there of the Acorn shot. Doesn't connect. Oh!
Oh, yeah, you killed that illusion.
Oh, no. Oh, and now you guys got to run. That's not what you want to see at all. Root there onto 2. Emo BKB out, ready to take this battle to them. Stampede is there for the follow-up as they bring down Tianming very, very low. Explode beyond. Didn't stand a chance. He does buy back, though. With XO used, maybe this is a moment where IBB can take the fight. They're thinking about it, chasing. Gleipnir connects now onto 2. ZZQ looking for an opening for himself. There isn't an easy one to take, and he does have hookshot back up in 7 seconds. But YBB, they're just going to disengage. Feels kind of bad when that EXO doesn't connect on anybody.
I mean, I feel like IG, they're playing fights beautifully now. Like, the way that Emo's playing it, he's like remnanting across the entire team, giving all this vision. He then sees Disruptor, he doesn't lock onto him. He doesn't use, he could have used his BKB and just clicked him, but he remnants over him once, then again, again. So it's like this entire time, Disruptor is like, guys, can this Ember just, just get off me? And then meanwhile, you mentioned this Hex pickup. They've got, Boomerang, Veil, ET.
Yeah.
These heroes just die to spell so quickly. So yeah, I think IG, they are... Emo's off in his own little land doing emo things, and then the rest of IG is just putting on a clinic on how to explode heroes with their 4 heroes.
Right. Well, and Lua now with the teleportation cooldown always gone, if you can't take these straight up fights because somebody's just getting blown up by all that damage amp that you're talking about, maybe you just try and cut waves until you can get to your next set of items or something like that.
Oh no, Emma just picked up Refresher.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
It's been 10 charges. Or remnants plus get a kill, get another one. So
they have to take this next Roche fight in a really good way for YBB and take it away from IG. If IG get it, it's like curtains. Very scary situation.
Yeah, I honestly didn't expect YBB's map to feel so small. I mean, it was I feel like it was that one kind of overextension. Maybe, actually, I guess it was the Roshan actually. Giving away the Roshan, kind of rough, but
yeah.
unfortunate for YBB. Their map, I mean, their play is now, it feels near impossible. Like, Emo is, just look at him. Yeah. I feel like we could just leave the camera on Emo and he just shouldn't die for the rest of the game. With how he's playing, what he's doing, it feels near impossible to keep this guy locked down, especially, we've mentioned how beautiful the items have been from IG. They are, all of them are becoming killers in their own right.
Well, one thing that is still going to be decent, granted it did get nerfed in the last patch, is going to be that Sprout leashes maybe. That's something that they can maybe rely upon once the BKB is down to try and control this Ember, because there really isn't that much else. And then, of course, the big thing, Disruptor Ags, which is done. So if they can find this Ember at the start of the fights, Clockwork Flare, scout things out, get the Disruptor ulti down, that's where you can maybe win it.
And it also helps him. It just picked up the Blink Dagger. So now he's going to be able to Blink Hex, give Disruptor some like initiation to the fight to hit the Static Storm. And for YBB, like you mentioned, I think their only option for play is utilize this Nature's Prophet, skip some waves. When IG throws a hero that isn't Ember to that side lane, that's when you quickly go for a, we've got Luna, we Static Storm, we kill her off with everything, and then you try and sweep across the map. But for the rest of this game now, IG should always be wary that YBB will be looking for that one play, that one opportunity. And it's only a 9k difference in net worth, but the difference is all of IG's items, if YBB turn up to the fight, not fully aware of what they want to do, they will just get crushed. Multiple hexes, Abyssal, like we mentioned.
Well, Refresher is there. It's not an Aghanim Scepter for IG, but the scary thing is that I'm not seeing YBB move over there quickly enough. They are going to smoke now, and of course can bring in that Nature's Prophet. Clockwork Flare scouts this all. Can they get there in time, though? Clockwork making space for himself for that Aegis, and you can see that IG, they're actually backing out.
The respect.
Vision there. Again, Static Storm Remnant. They Remnant through right at the start. Hook shot. The connection. It pulls them both in. It's Luna caught. Can they bring her down in time? She can't cast anything.
They gotta...
She is gone. Buyback comes out, though. They've got to take Roche afterwards very, very quickly. Emo caught in the Sprout, but he's BKB'd, so he's going to be fine. And now the connection. Good bushwhack, but it gets taken down by Timber. Nicely played by Beyond to keep him alive for a little bit longer. And there it is. They bring Dust in, and now he's got everything ready to go. Wants to find Luo. They don't have it. No vision, no way to catch him. So Luo gets out of harm's way, can come back into this fight for a second round. Centaur's dead for 2 minutes. 70 still wrecking havoc. That's the Hoodwink gone also. Maybe a chance here, an opportunity, although there is no more exorcism. But when they bring back in Luo, it might be enough damage. They run through, the silence is there, leashed up still for the moment. And Emo gonna TP away, wants to come back into this fight afterwards. Can they kill off Dust beforehand? Hurricane Pike gets him away, and then the back away. With Hoodwink actually regaining buyback status, there's a little bit of an opening there.
But Emo...
He's starting to fall. Emo in trouble, gone. Does have buyback, immediately Remnant's back in this fight, and now the bushwhack is there. Luo gets caught, he has buyback too, might need to use it. 7E in trouble, right on top of him. The Hex is there, but they have a Hex on Beyond too. Do they have enough to kill him off? Well, this is still going to be 70 in trouble. Disruptor ulti down. Good damage, but it's not quite enough. With
lose it.
Now they have it. Hex is there. Couple more punches. They have to back away.
Glimpse.
Dead for 2 minutes.
They got the glimpse on Luna.
Looking some trouble. Dust wants to get away. Can't get away with the Hurricane Pike. The punches are there. Dust is going to fall. It all started with a great Static Storm, and it ends with Luna dead for 2 minutes. What a win for YBB.
They IG just lost the game.
Oh my god.
This was their game to win. They had everything.
Beyond chasing, finding that pesky little Hoodwink trying to escape, and with the Glimmer Cape does manage to make it out. They have buyback on this Centaur, but I don't know if this is going to come around quickly. No, PYW gets caught, pulls him back in, gonna pop the ulti, tries to get away, but with Luo there, they find him, they kill him, dead for another 2 minutes. I think they're ready for the all-in play. They want to end this game.
Okay.
GG. Holy moly, what a comeback there for YBB.
I mean, I feel like IG, they were just dictating the entire game for the last 20 minutes, and we mentioned like YBB, they've got this like one opportunity, this one shot to win the game, and it's Ag Static Storm, and it worked. Outside the pit, you catch the Luna, you force buyback, and then they kill again. I think Emo, after his buyback, he got a little bit spicy with his plays, but I mean, fair play to YBB. Like, this is what I wanted to see from their Division 1 start. You know, like in Division 2, this was their play style. It was annoying, in your face. When behind, they fight you. They haven't done that yet in Division 1, but now this is the first game. So I'm happy for YBB, but for IG to lose a game like this, when they
Right.
probably could have taken that Roshan, they didn't need to disengage, and then because of that, they lose the whole game.
I know.
That's
It feels
going to
bad.
linger on their minds now going into game 2.
No, especially because there was a refresher on Roche, right?
Yeah.
So if you take that Roche, you pop BKB for Luna, you can get it, and then you have the second round ready to go for the battle afterwards. Pretty devastating. But I told y'all this is going to be a good series. These teams are
Yeah.
like good game players, but they make like weird ass
There we
decisions
go,
in the
there we
late
go.
game. And that's the problem. And that's also why these games are awesome. So we're going to get another awesome game, hopefully, for the two of us here. And the wonderful panel, we'll head it back to them and let them break down the action.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And game number 1 in the books, Invictus Gaming versus the side of YBB Gaming. Living up to the billing, Lyrical did indeed say earlier on the panel that this is the kind of game that will be entertaining to watch, if nothing else. Lacoste, what's your feeling about this? IG, they were winning the game. I remember there's a quote from Puppy that I remember once, right? Why he hates the game of Dota past the mid-game stage. He's like, past the mid-game, you'll be winning the game, you'll have everything you need, and then you lose one fight, you lose the game.
Pretty much every game is throwable if you try hard enough. That's my saying, but it looked like IG's gonna take it multiple times. Like the game was very back and forth, a lot of awkward moments, a lot of overextension, as we expected. But in the end, like I also feel very bad for PYW because he played.
Yeah.
Like, I thought he was gonna carry the game. Like he did have hacks. Like these earlier fights that they took with 2-man bushwhacks, like his atomization failed to amplify damage, which did allow them to kill Timbersaw multiple times. A couple of awkward fights again, which did allow YBB to come back into the game. I think it comes down to Nature's Prophet, and also like Timbersaw became, I'm not gonna say unkillable because it's super late game, but he did cause a lot of issues. He dropped very low in multiple fights, and they didn't manage to finish him off.
Unfortunately for them, they did not. And Kezu, there was a point in the game where, look where they are. IG are inside your base. They're taking a lane of racks. They're forcing several buybacks that look subpar. Everything should just be coming together for them. Should be where you're just like slowly choking out the map, closing out the game. What happened? Why weren't they able to do this?
There were so many scrappy plays in this game. Like I think both teams played, they had like 5 minutes of good play, then 7 minutes of sloppy play, and I feel like they were trading that back and forth of how they were actually playing. And I mean, for IG, at some point, it should have been their game. Like their whole comeback was, in my opinion, started by PYW when the enemy team overplayed. He has the Shard and Veil, as Lacoste mentioned, with this amplified damage with their entire team. Luna, Beams, ET Spirit, Ember Spirit as well. Like Emo had a pretty good game, but then they just kind of fall flat. And then the reveal of the Disruptor Axe and the Roche Pit, I feel like that really cost them everything. Then they buy back. I just feel like IG's last couple of minutes left a lot to be desired. They misplayed very hard.
I will say the YBB support duo also played really, really well. Tianming on the Disruptor was great. ZZQ on the Clockwork was great. I do think that Axe play probably is what sealed the game at the end. They didn't know about it. Very often you play this Disruptor hero, you want to just like get out onto the map as quickly as possible, but he was patient. Made sure to also keep the items as far away from himself as possible. So when the Axe does come out, catches the side of IG completely off guard.
Yeah, that Aghanim Scepter is just probably one of the best top 3 Aghanim Scepter upgrades in the game. Changes the game a lot in terms of like what you can do. You need to have some kind of a counterplay to it, and they don't.
Yep.
Like, you don't like. Usually you want to have some kind of a save coming out, some Oracle, maybe Wind Waker that's going to help you out to buy some extra time so you can land down and get the items going. But if he's the one who's initiating, if you have like the support duo did a good job. Like there were a lot of scrappy plays, a lot of missed hook shots, but when it mattered, they really nailed it.
Yeah. Let's agree Tianming for MVP for this one. Is anybody else who you think shown a little bit more? I would have been slightly inclined for ZZQ because he broke like a million smokes in this game, but just from that last play in particular, that felt like he just won the game instantly.
I'm okay with giving it to Tianming on the Disruptor. I think also Beyond did pretty well in this game. Had the IG won this game, I would have definitely given it to PYW
for
because
sure,
he was, you know, the kind of guy that brought it back. And I mean, when everything was going to shit in the game, I feel like he was still there doing good stuff. But yeah, Tianming with the Ags, he made them win the game.
Let's talk about how they actually won this game and the kind of play that we saw from them. It wasn't necessarily the fastest game from YBB, but nonetheless, we finally got to see them back to what was working for them. Not just relying on Lu to uber hard carry the game, but the whole team is playing as a squad, playing with some decent tempo. And in the earlier portions, before IG were mounting their comeback, they were legitimately getting rolled across. And it felt like they didn't have, if PYW wasn't popping off the way he did in the mid game, this game would have been over a long time
Yeah,
ago in YBB's
definitely
favor.
looked like it. You know, they were in control of the game, 6-7k gold lead through the first 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and then all three cores pretty much on YBB Gaming had a good game overall, which does matter in the end, because like Beyond did eventually become super tank. Like he bought Pipe 35 minutes into the game, which is something that we usually don't see. He wanted to tank up a little bit more against this Luna, against Ember Spirit, understood where the damage is coming from.
Yep.
But one thing to notice is also Emo. Like he played really well some
Yeah,
of
he
these,
did.
and he also needed to play like this, play very risky, especially once he picked up Aghanim Scepter to join these fights and also create chaos. We saw him like bouncing
bong.
back and forth multiple times. And also Luna ulti, like they took a lot
Yeah.
of fights during nighttime, which does amplify his damage by quite a lot. Every slide of fist, extra 28 damage coming out from that Luna ulti does matter.
Yeah, makes a huge difference. Although there was something that was kind of strange about the Luna's build, Kezu. Mask of Madness plus Satanic. Let's try and think about like what could be the possible causes for going for that build. Because there's no way that as he's building it, nobody else in the team is
Yeah,
like, hey
Kezu,
man,
what's the
justify
reasoning
yourself.
behind it?
Let's see. So he split it to buy Satanic
Yes.
and then rebought the mask
Yeah.
for no reason.
Yeah.
Maybe he was like, I want a cheaper moon shard.
Okay,
Could be.
I see.
I don't know. It didn't really inspire me too much, but
Could be like item where they feel, oh, we need damage right now, and
Yeah.
that's the cheapest upgrade in terms of damage that I can get. Maybe we can end the game. You know, Luna, once you start hitting those towers, the bounces, like you lose tower, then the multiple bounces coming out from the Moonglaves. I don't mind it. He sold it in the end, but I feel like there are better options.
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of better options that we could have seen coming out from the side of Invictus Gaming. Unfortunately, those options will have to wait for game number 2 because right now they are 1 game against it. And YBB on the cusp of getting their first victory here in Division 1. And so far, it's their first map victory. So both of these teams are literally in the exact same place. 0 Series 1, but at least 1 map taken away from an opponent. Let us see if that changes going into game 2 or if it's going to be IG mounting a comeback and grabbing their second map victory. We find out after a very short break, so don't go anywhere. Dota 2 action here in China resumes very shortly. We'll see you in a second. Welcome back, one and all, to the Chinese DPC. We commence our action here today, continuing the series between YBB Gaming and IG. YBB, one game up right now. Very surprising and scrappy game, but nonetheless, they did take the game one victory, and it's all on IG to try and make a recovery, especially in the execution phase. Gentlemen, when it comes to the draft, I think like the draft was fine, right, for IG. It wasn't the best draft in the entire world, right? But the ideas were very clear. You could see exactly what they were trying to accomplish. Do you want to see any adjustments in that part of the game here, Kezu, once we get into game 2?
For me, I don't really care too much about their draft. Maybe some of the... try to nail the bans perhaps a bit more, because I still stand by the fact that some of their bans were very strange. But in terms of like draft, I think both teams had a playable draft.
Yes.
They just need to clean up their gameplay. Like communicate how you want to play, how you want to fight, do it more together instead of this I'm going in but I'm already backing out and then I use hookshot like that, instead of like it could be a lot more cohesive.
For both teams,
Yes,
I would say.
For sure, for both teams.
It looked so disconnected in a couple of like multiple fights where like one guy goes in, like especially Timbersaw in the mid lane, something that T-Gunner mentioned. Like rest of the team is spreading out. They're also underneath the vision, which does matter. Does allow the other team to play much more aggressive, go for the pickoffs, and then transition that into something bigger. Tier 1 tower, Roche that they took after that. So gotta be more careful, definitely, how you approach and just communicate better overall. It feels like they're not on the same page. Like one guy goes in, suddenly Nature's Prophet TP's out to the other side of the map, while the rest of the team is trying to make something happen.
I mean, communication is one of the things that's hard to nail down, and especially with teams that are still relatively in their infancy. Obviously, YBB had a bit more time together in Div 2, but for IG, they're still figuring this out on the fly, right? PYW, it's difficult for a player like that, right? You were mentioning, both of us, that everybody can see that PYW had one of the best games. He was going to be the MVP if they'd won the game. But the caliber of teams he's used to playing on, he's used to playing on teams that are challenging for major trophies, not a team that's necessarily in rebuild. So it's very difficult to acclimate expectations, I suppose, on both sides in that way. So we'll see, hopefully, that they've gotten this sorted out. And I think as time goes on, the communication between him and Shangyu will get better, and that's also going to help them out in the long run, because it still feels like to me, Kezu, that Shangyu is... it's a bit too easy to draft around him. We saw in the second phase from YBB, they almost entirely focused him. And there was a portion of the game where, because of those two support heroes, the Centaur didn't feel like he had a game.
I mean, it's just hard, right? Because Centaur relies on maybe like running away with your Stampede being too tanky, but they did a good job. They picked the Clock Disruptor to kind of deal with that. And I at least feel like he performed better in this game than, you know, from what I saw him do in some of the other games. But yeah, for me, it's more about how do you actually play together, because that was, you know, just a bit disappointing. But we're in for a different game now.
We're going to find out exactly what kind of game we're in for with Game 2's draft beginning between YBB and IG. IG have Radiant on the first pick. YBB Gaming has second pick on Dire. And YBB did this the other day, Lacoste, where they opened with the Rubik and the Ricky. That's the game where they also wound up going for the Beyond Tidehunter, where they built the double
Meteor Hammer. Not a big fan of that one. Maybe if you're snowballing, if you're having that good of a time, man. IG's opening, like, it just looks so much better. Dead Prophet, Tiny. Also, Tiny was not contested in the previous game. This hero is just way too good to pass on. Like, most of the time, you're going to see him being played from position 4, but if the matchup is good, you can still flex it to mid lane if you, like, want to play a bit more greedy, if the other cores don't have stun. So this is where Tiny from the mid lane comes very nicely, but I think, you know, this Dead Prophet Tiny most likely going to be played from the off lane, toss back. We've seen Tiny with some really good combos. My favorite one, definitely Enigma into Eidolons, but also works well with Dead Prophet.
Yep, I'm also excited. I'm hoping personally that it is the 4 position, because PYW on this hero, really, really good. But for me, the real adaptation here, Kezu, is the fact that they've stolen away the Death Prophet. We saw in Div 2 from YBB, they looked really good at Death Prophet. This was definitely the best game they've had. Obviously, their first win. Death Prophet, a huge part of that. So now that they don't have it, it feels a bit more difficult for YBB to coordinate moves, because they don't have their Death Prophet and they don't have their Nature's Prophet either.
Yeah, I'm also a bit surprised that they responded Ricky into DP. I feel like if you see a DP, what do you want to do? You need to be able to fight against the hero, defend your towers, or at some point stop the hero from running in the fight and just feeling free.
This is where Sleeping Dart comes in.
You make him sleep.
Yeah. And everybody runs away.
Because when you look at a team like Tundra, maybe in their opening picks, they don't address the hero directly, but they address the way it's going to play the game later down the line, which Ricky doesn't really interact with DP in a good way at all, other than putting her to sleep for 2.5 or 3 seconds. So I need to see their next picks, like answer the DP more and bring this first phase to life, because right now, I'm not really seeing the purpose that they're building up.
We're going to be seeing, of course, I think the bans will tell us a lot about how they want to play this. IG, I'm very glad that they banned Bad Rider. I'm still shocked and amazed, honestly, that YBB did not ban this in the previous game, because half the games I see this DP play, the enemy team will go for this Bad Rider and just play super, super fast on the map. So glad that they've removed this, and YBB just trying to strengthen their lanes, I guess. This is always a complication, of course. When you open with your two supports, the second banning phase becomes really, really difficult to make sure all your lanes go well.
That's what I was about to say. Like, Ricky doesn't provide you much in the laning stage. Rubik can also fall flat, especially if he's going to be playing 5 here against Tiny Dead Prophet. One toss back, he's dead. So got to be very careful. This could be very snowbally lanes from IG just by looking at the 2 picks from each side.
It's, yeah, I feel like this next pick is also not easy for YBB. So usually when you open up your 2 supports, you'll have to open the next phase with a core, obviously. But you see DP. You don't know whether it's mid or offline. It's not like you're picking against a center and it's like, okay, I can pick X or Y carry and feel good about it. Like now for YBB, the best thing they can do in the next phase is probably you will open up some whatever mid that you feel okay with. And then later on 18, you pick a carry that lanes well against DP. So whether they put it mid or offlane, you at least have, you know, a counter pick in that way.
YBB, I think this is a very interesting ban for them. They've already removed the Marcy and the Brewmaster away from Shangya. So if they ban the Centaur as well, that would mean the first game in the tour so far that he played something different. Or they could just leave it in with anticipation of we know how he's going to play around this hero. To be fair, playing Stampede with Death Prophet, that doesn't feel very fun. So I wouldn't blame them too much if they decided to ban that anyway.
He did play, I think last season he played the DP once with LGD, which looked pretty good. So at least out of those other heroes, I think DP isn't, I wouldn't say it's like not the most complex hero to make work. You're tanky, you're probably going to have a good lane if you do have the Tiny 4. You build some auras, you're going to be chilling.
Okay, so they take out the Phoenix instead, so denying them the ability to sustain from the back end. We've seen that for the most part, especially in China here, Lacoste, that Phoenix has replaced Treant Protector as the de facto healing hero when you're playing this Death Prophet. So a good ban from them.
Way better, I would say, especially if you have no heroes that can hit the egg. We saw like Chinese teams even prioritizing Phoenix over some other heroes, like you mentioned, Treant Protector. I don't believe in Treant Protector anymore as much. I feel like the hero got nerfed and the hero also got figured out. Teams got way better at drafting against it and also playing. So what is this? Is this like core Ricky? Is this pause 1 Ricky or offlane Ricky? I think YBB is overcomplicating the draft.
So from what I've seen in the past, I've seen Beyond play Clockwork. I have not seen him play Ricky. I've obviously not seen him play this Rubik. Earlier today, we did see a mid spellcaster with the Oracle, so there's some potential that they go for the 7E Rubik as well, because I've definitely seen him play that in the past.
I like Snapfire a lot for IG, just to be able to push people out of the cogs, out of Cloud. Feels really nice and gives you even more team fight burst damage against some of these heroes. So you have Tiny to play with.
Yeah, these YBB picks are like, if it's an offline Clockwork, it doesn't really impress me. I have seen Thompson play some mid Ricky with Meteor Hammer in his pub, so I don't know if that's something they've looked at, or if they're like, okay, I can just play a chill mid Rubik because there's a DP, I'll steal some spells. I don't know how good that is. It's like a very also hero specialist type thing, because obviously one of these heroes is a core. So they'll have to decide down the line which one it is, but yeah, for IG, I feel like their draft is going to be a lot more simple right now, you know, down the line.
How do you fix this draft? That's my problem. Like, you are kind of stuck in this. One of the heroes here is going to be core, and I'm not liking any of them.
Yeah.
If it's Clockwork, we're back to 2017. You know, I don't want to go that back. Ricky, you said maybe mid. Like maybe off-lane Ricky, maybe safe-lane Ricky, but the hero is just way too slow compared to some other heroes in terms of farming. If you want to farm Battle Fury, maybe then you're playing for like 3-4 item timing, but yeah, you need some kind of amplification. You need something that the hero can farm with.
Maybe when they built up that game where they built the Meteor Hammers, they were like, well, the issue wasn't that we had 2 of them, it's that Ricky didn't get their one fast enough. So put this offlane Ricky. When I was at the major, I did hear some murmurs from pro players about offlane Ricky being better than the support Ricky, because everyone is like, support Ricky just falls off at some point, does nothing. So maybe, but I'll admit, I'm fairly confused
It's a
about
core
this.
Treant protector, position 1 Treant coming up. There's some flexibility. I know that some teams in EU played Mirana, mostly Toby, who was the one that played it. So maybe a bit more flexibility. I think they're going to go with the easiest solution. Tiny on a mid lane against all of these squishy heroes. So you probably want to have your stun and toss combo maxed out early on to be able to burst them down. And then have Mirana played as position 4, 3 and 5, Dead Prophet on the offlane, and you're looking for a carry.
Yeah, that seems like the most optimal, I think, for them to do. Visage pick that's probably their best pick in this draft, at least so far, I think. It can help this Riki, if it's the 4 or the clock, whichever one of the two is the 4, it should help them to get out of the lane. The only thing I would like IG to do with their last pick is really address this Visage. We've already said that their lineup looks a bit quirky and clunky, and because if they don't get out of the lanes nicely, I think IG are just going to steamroll them in this game. So if you can take any aggressive carry, like, what is there, any Chaos Knight type carry that's going to do well in lane, has a stun, you know, aggressive Visage early on, lower their tempo, I feel like IG are going to be insanely happy.
Something that concerns me a lot when I look at this draft, Kezu, I also see, outside of this Visage, a huge lack of damage outside of YBB Gaming. And yes, Treant Protector generally has fallen off.
Blink Strike twice, that's the damage. Rocket
Flare.
Flare.
So you're going to get past Triple Spirit Siphon, Living Armor, you know, BKB
No
Tiny.
big deal, bros.
You'll
So
need
fine.
Avalanche or you'll need Crypt Swarm, maybe Starstorm to have some extra damage stolen by Rubik to be able to actually kill the heroes.
Yeah.
I like Troll for IG.
I can see that, yeah.
Laning against Visage. Maybe you don't like to play into Cloud, but I don't think there's a hero that's like, hell yeah, I like the Cloud.
Dire team back.
They ban out Lone Druid on the side of IG, so they're anticipating some degree of push coming in from YBB at the very end here. I mean, that definitely could be an option, but I don't know. YBB, I think it's fortunate for them that they have the overall last pick of the draft, because they're going to need all the time in the world to try and think about this one.
I mean, I'm just trying to find this pick that brings it together for YBB, and I think they're in a tough spot. Because currently, I can't find this one hero that I'm going to place into their draft now, where I'm like, yeah, this is the one. Now I'm happy. I feel like for IG, they just have a lot more of a solid draft. Like, even if I just envision a fight where the DP has a good early game, and he goes in the front with Living Armor, I have a hard time seeing the 4 heroes of YBB currently like just kind of put that hero to a stop. So yeah, this last pick is going to really have to hit the mark.
Let's see, they remove the Faceless Void, and they're taking out the Naga Siren, so they're afraid of the late-game scaling cores coming in for Lu. So Lu heroes that are left, let's see. His TA is here, his Ursa is here, his CK is here. The Troll that you mentioned earlier, Lacoste, is still here as well. Those are the likelier options. He could potentially play Drow, but I don't know if that's necessarily the best option.
On side of IG or YBB?
IG.
5 seconds.
It's okay. I don't mind it. I would prefer maybe Drow Ranger to be on YBB Gaming side. It's
Some
a
Drow
difficult
Visage.
pick. Like, sure, they have last pick, so they're going to see carry-to-carry matchup. In terms of damage, you also need to go through Living Armor from Treant Protector, so that's going to be rough. We already talked about them having very limited amount of damage coming out with the 4 heroes that they picked so far.
I think also right now for IG, the decision also has to be made who's playing what between Emo and Dust. So far, I've been assuming that Emo is going to be playing the Tiny, but Dust could very easily be the one that plays Tiny, and then Emo plays something else.
I mean, I could see... Okay, PA. I was thinking perhaps TA came to mind. I think anything that can like do okay in lane and then you stand your ground later with like high physical damage, I think is pretty chill for them. So yeah, I'm not a hero we see too often, but I can see it work in this game.
So are there any MKB carriers that we have to start thinking about now, or do you just have to play in such a way that you can defeat the team and not necessarily just be target focusing this PA?
Because knowing carry heroes, carry players in general, they love, like they see Treant Protector, they go Manta style.
Yeah.
I don't want to buy BKB, don't want to waste it, but then again, you're playing into Phantom Assassin, so I think illusion-based carry heroes are out of the option. A very difficult pick for YBB here.
Let's see. So Kezu, you suggested potentially Drow Ranger. We've seen Drow Visages before. Ursha, CK, Terrorblade. Ooh. All right, Lacoste, you got this one. Just now we were talking about
We're
this
going
hero.
to game 3.
We're going to game 3?
Yeah, I think so. No, Terrorblade has very low win rate. I think I said something around 25, 26% overall in all the tour Division 1, Tour 2 so far. Doesn't look too good. Wait, I think the hero is much slower than other carries. It always feels like, oh, I need another item. Like I need something else to be able to deal the damage. And he never feels fight ready to me. This is just a feeling that I have about TB.
And what about you, Keza? It turns out it's going to be the off-lane Ricky at this point in time. So does this give you a little bit more confidence? Probably because they want to build this meme hammer anyway.
I guess. I mean, I haven't seen it before, so I don't really know how good it is, but I do think that their draft lacks quite a lot. I would say TB was perhaps one of their better picks, but even then, it doesn't really inspire me. And yeah, we're going to a game 3.
Going to a game 3. All right, we've only had a solitary game 3 in the entirety of the DPC thus far. And that game 3 did involve Invictus Gaming. So let's find out if they can push it to the limit once more and take us to the full distance, or if it's going to be YBB sweeping the series 2-0. To find out, we send it over to our Dota brains in the booth. We have the timing-based T-Gov and the laning phase Lyrical. Take it away, please.
Definitely not the laning phase here. I'm so bad at
Absolutely
it.
love the clock. Just
Yeah.
love the time. Yeah,
Yes.
I time Roshan
Well
every
done.
single time. I add the necessary minutes. Also time how long I'll lose like a 500 MMR again, because
Right?
I just can't hold MMR that well. So just consistently.
It's like, water through a sieve.
But yeah,
Just goes away.
8.5k to 8k, 8.5k to 8k. It's just I can never break it. I'm just doomed forever.
Well, the plus side is that we are going to get to see an offlane Ricky, so we get to see somebody else lose some MMR here.
Let's go.
Maybe not, though. We'll see how it goes. There is the sort of chance here that they get dusted a little bit. We got Dust playing on the Tiny, and it's Emo playing on the PA. So a little bit of that switch up that, of course, the panel was talking a lot about, and as we've seen time and time again, could be pretty good. The one thing that's always dangerous when you see Dust is he going to go in too far? You can see already the esportsbet.io odds slightly favoring IG at this point, so we'll see.
I mean, Dust isn't playing Tusk, so
True.
I'm already happy on that front. I think that's probably one of his weakest heroes, but Tiny. Yet this is like a very stable hero for him, at least.
Wait.
Gone.
Is he running? Wait, he was up on the top side. There's no way that it's going to be offlane Tiny, right?
No, he's just doing a little vibe check at the runes, get some nice D wards, and
Okay.
he should move back towards that mid lane.
Yeah, Xiang,
He has bottle in his quick fire, so IG's not getting that crazy. They're not going to pull Enigma and they're going to like roll the dice for their core lanes and go,
Right.
"Oh, okay, Mike, control your mid today, bye."
It was so funny yesterday too when we were watching it because like they played 3 games on Nigma and all of their cores went mid except for Sumail.
Oh, it's such a pain, actually.
You've got like one of the best mid laners in the world, and you're just like, nah, no, we'll just
Yeah.
put MC there. It's fine.
It's all good.
But regardless, we are into this game, and it's going to be beyond playing on that Ricky, trying to go immediately into the meme hammer. I saw this the other day when I was casting one of the old G games where Thompson was playing it. A different vibe when it's going to be out of the offlane. But what do you think about this build?
Honestly, I think with the nerf to Dart, and so it had high cooldown and lower cast range, I like the fact that it has transitioned a little bit into core.
Right.
Of course, Media Hammer gives it some life, because if you don't have that tower, if you don't have the stun to prevent it and don't have ways to stop Ricky running around, he's a very fluid hero that can utilize Hammer nicely. You sweep to a lane, throw it on the tower, you can skip waves really nicely, and then after that you go Diffusal, Manto, and you become a core. And I think it's really on Beyond in this game to scale correctly, because they need ways to annoy PA throughout the entire game and also have kill threat and support. So I think this Ricky can honestly be a thorn in IG's side as the game progresses much later. And I'm excited to see how he can play it, because I think it is pretty good. It's not going to be some lol Ricky's 0 and 12, what the fuck is this game style. I feel like he's going to have some decent impact throughout.
It'll be something to watch for that could be pretty freaking cool. I'll definitely agree with that. And I think that the other thing is, just in terms of the way that you want to play this game as Emo, likely once the tower goes down, which probably could happen at a decent timing with the Meteor Hammer build, she's going to be vulnerable. And even when farming jungle, there's a chance that Beyond just jumps on her, particularly if he Meteor Hammers while she's like
Oh, now we're talking.
blurred or something. That sounds really good.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky from Invis, he channels the hammer as well. Like
Invis, yeah.
There's beautiful ways for this to occur.
Drops down the cloud, looking for that miss chance to keep him alive. No misses yet, and the Nature's Grass thrown out. QYQX gets the kill. So not a bad way to start this, taking down that Rubik.
This will be the weakness with the lane, is even though Ricky has incredibly good armor and shouldn't die, especially because he can blink out, Rubik is just food. Like, as soon as Rubik steps up to try and be aggressive, especially the fact that IG, they got level 2 on Emo, they pressure a bit. Then they get level 2 on QIQX, they go for the kill. And of course, level 2 advantage often can just get the first blood in lanes.
Ooh, looks for that battery assault. PYW forced to skill and use that leap, but does still show sort of the power that they've got here from Luo. 10 and 4 so far, so a good number of denies in there as the meta was popped this time, and should be able to get some pretty good aggression there. And yet again, Tianming in a little bit of trouble, is going to go for the lift play, throws him back now onto the PA. Beyond still trying to play this bully role.
I mean, yeah, you kind of need to do that in this bot lane, because eventually PA will just get shoved out. I don't see Tree PA ever really killing off this Riki when he gets high level, and there's this inevitability when Hammer comes out, it's like, all right, sure, what are we going to do? Like, what's Tree going to do to the channeling Hammer? Let's throw some slows on him. Ooh, spooky. Like, yeah, this is... Just get as much as you can, so then when Emo needs to retreat to the jungle, then you don't feel as uncomfortable.
Right, and likewise, you have some really cool plays that you can do with YBB to ensure the hammer hits, which is, you know, blink strike, you apply that slow, and then suddenly you're in a position where your meteor hammering and Tianming can lift and pull him back into it.
Yeah.
So very dangerous set of situations. PA can probably dodge it with like a blink strike away, but only if there's a target close enough to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, I'd like to think that Emo shouldn't be in a position where he's getting hit by hammers in this lane. That's what it's like. Ooh, it's kind of rough, but
Yeah.
And yeah, in the mid lane, we get to see a Visage versus Tiny. We don't see that too often.
No.
Yeah, it should be, you know, Tiny should see us really well with the tree, especially against Visage. And then eventually, when the Visage does hit 6, it should be hard to kill. I think just very survivable. But yeah, anything before that is Dust should be pretty happy, as you already see here, throwing out some spells.
Avatos. I think also all those individual instances of Avalanche is enough to break the Gravekeeper's cloak.
Yeah.
And take stacks off of it, or I'm pretty sure at least. But that's something that always looks a little bit funky and weird, but you get down to like, you know, 0 armor or winner or whatever onto it. It feels pretty bad.
Dust should be pretty happy in that regard, but no, yeah, I think so far in the game, everyone's just farming up, pretty chill. I don't think either team really wants to be too quick out of laning phase. Right. You know, you got TB who needs to retreat to jungle, PA naturally retreats to jungle.
Oh, mid lane, Avatos arrow wasn't quite on the mark. It was so close to being brought down, and 70 diving in, thinking about going all in for it, and yeah, PYW realizes it's not going to work. But a good rotation mid there, and almost was able to catch with the Avatos arrow combo.
Yeah, I love the fact that Dust, every time he has the mana up, he's pretty much just running at this Visage and going, please, if you want to play in this lane, but the...
DP?
Yep, that's the consequence of making these moves. Is as soon as you free up a support from a side lane, often the cores will get pressured, and yep, Death Robber does go down. Terrorblade with an incredible start, 27 for 9.
Well, and in spite of the fact that Tiny normally dominates these lanes, it looks like Dust has actually been struggling with the Grave Chill a little bit, and because of that, it's turned into 10 denies for the Visage. So that's one that's like a weird thing, right? It's an attack speed reduction, so it just means you need to like sort of time it all a little bit better, but ends up getting a little bit behind as down bottom, trying to make the move fully onto Tree here, but Beyond not going to go for the all-in play.
Oh, it's exciting times here, Lyrical. Just the Ricky's about, you know, 700 gold away from the Meteor Hammer, and then let Chaos reign in this safe lane of IG.
I'm ready for it. Make it happen. Well, QIQX just running away from the Ricky, or rather from the Rubik here, who does get some wards dropped off, and now level 6 on 70 along with the DD rune. This could be a danger zone for the Tiny. Not a whole heck of a lot of armor, but does actually now take the level 6 ulti talent to get himself some.
Yeah, now the window for Dust to make plays on Visage is kind of gone. Like, even if you get to the Avalanche toss range, the bird should be able to stun after. I'd be surprised if Dust can ever kill off this hero now, unless you bring in multiple supports. But due to that side lane aggression, it's going to be so hard, right? Like, if Death Robber's alone, Clockwork's going to run at him. If PA's alone, going to get Meteor Hammered. And Rubik, once again, should be the victim of playing too far up the lane.
Gets punished pretty heavily there. Yeah, that one hurts.
Yep.
I guess the other thing that's sort of going to be interesting in this game is that for Beyond, not playing a hero with Guardian Greaves, whereas DP very much ready to build into that item. And I think that's going to be a very strong timing for IG, because you have these like big team fight spell or big team fight items that like can salvage a fight. they're going to be able to group together and make some magic happen.
Yeah, the question for YBB is how do they play around not having traditional auras?
Yeah.
I think you might have on Visage Boots of Bearing.
Okay.
He literally just tapped it into his quick buy as I said it, so that's kind of cool.
Nice.
And
Nailed
it's like,
it.
so you now play on your cores being independently strong. And when you have high armor heroes like Terrorblade and Ricky, they can do that.
Well, this is not that independently strong if they're not careful here. Arrow not going to be fully on the mark, and they get the kill. ZZQ picks that one up, so good rotation to that lane. And of course, the Ricky, they don't really have a great way to punish, so he can just stay bottom going 1v1 against the PA perfectly fine.
Yeah, I love this from YBB. And on top of that, it's like Ricky pulls his bot lane, so he gets to stabilize his creep position. He's about to pick up Hammer, and then as soon as he picks that up, then it's like a whole different story of this bot lane.
Yeah.
And yeah, this tree, he feels a little bit displaced. He's gone mid just to get at some levels because Dust can't do anything. And you don't want your Tiny to be sitting AFK mid. He's trying to make moves, but it's like you're going to bot lane to gank a Ricky who just pulled his own lane.
Yeah.
So far, the motions of post-laning phase for IG haven't been the most comfortable where YBB will be able to excel with their farm.
Well, this is always an exciting time, like you said. Will he find and hit his first Meteor Hammer combo?
Oh, here we go. Come on.
Gotta watch for it. And Dust gonna TP actually top now. While they're pressuring mid and starting to pressure in down bottom too. He's just hitting on the creeps, okay?
Dust has to get some plays getting made, but he's scouted by the
He's
ward.
right on a ward.
He's moved from mid to bot, from bot to top. Like he's desperate for something, and just hitting the wave here. This is not enough for Dust. His game is getting heavily hindered by these failed rotations.
Yeah, that one hurts a little bit. Although, where is the Visage? Visage smoked up and now hanging out by that small camp. So they're anticipating they're going to go for the all-in play top,
It's Hammer
but
time.
IG are going to leave that one alone. So yeah, like you said, this means a 1v1 and beyond, just ready to go in and, you know, deny out these creeps right in front of Emo's face.
Yeah, he's going to be a pesky little Ricky now, isn't he? Look at him. Oh, yep,
Dude.
there's another one.
3 denies in a row. Emo's got to be pissed.
I mean, he's hating like right now. On top of that, then the invis.
Oh,
yes!
Oh my god.
He's half
Dude,
HP.
Emo's got to be so sad right now.
Yeah,
Oh.
This is just the beauty of. Is it Meteor Hammer? Is it Ricky?
Ooh.
Who knows?
ZZQ. Cogs. Wasn't
Arrow.
able to push him out, so that is going to be a connection for a kill as PYW takes him down. But that's Exo used, and they can't really go next to the tower either. Every little move just feels a little bit weird, and again, Emo getting caught by the hammer. He drops on down the cloud afterwards. Thinks
He's
about
going for it.
chasing and going for the solo kill.
has been better on Ricky.
Beyond went a little bit too insane there. Gets punished hard. The
He did-
tree armor.
Oh, he didn't have any mana for his tricks, but on top of that, it's like I'd be surprised if he was able to get the kill there. Emo, he has 0 points in blur, so he doesn't even have any natural evasion. Oh god.
Well,
And the trade-off of all this, so Dust sacrificing his game, he gave Tree mid lane, so Tree actually got 5 pretty quick after what could have been a very starved XP Treant.
Yeah.
And if you don't have 3 points in living armor against this Meteor Hammer, you will naturally lose your tower. But also, the fact that you have a Treant Protector with 3 points living armor, and your safe lane tower still isn't at tippity-top shape because of how much damage Hammer does to towers, it is pretty sad.
yeah, it doesn't feel great. And they also have to deal with bottom, where it's constantly getting Meteor hammered out. Beyond jumps away, looks for the arrow, is going to connect. So Beyond might be in some trouble.
Oh, he
Needs some
should be
help
dead.
from his team. But there is nobody to blink strike to. He jumps to the high ground here and, well, going to get caught, going to get killed. There was a chance he maybe could have gotten to Rubik, who was running down towards him too. But no such luck. So back-to-back deaths for this off-lane Ricky. Not what he wanted to see.
Do you want me to say what Ricky's going to do when he respawns?
What's that?
He's going to TP back bottom, do the same thing again. He's
Yeah,
just going to keep
probably.
on hammering.
Ooh, stolen tree armor.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that's really good.
Yep, it's going to really annoy Death Prophet if she ever wants to make an aggressive move. Again, pretty scary for Death Prophet to step up to a tower, especially when you have, you know, Clock Rubik, this meta always available to take the fight. But, you know, so far for YBB, other than the volatility of this Ricky going a bit, you know, Rambo with his Meteor Hammers, they're playing a very stable game. They know they don't need to make any moves, they need to wait for their items. Like, same thing for Visage. Like, this hero, you could argue, oh, you can play like a Death Prophet style where you want to go and hit buildings, but no,
Right.
instead he's just playing in his lane, getting the kills that come to him as
Well,
Dust.
Out. Do they have detection? They do indeed. Some dust for dust, but Well, the dust won't do enough as ZZQ is going to try and get out of there. The bird drops, keeps him alive for the moment. Arrow a little bit off the mark, and he will have another round of cogs, tries to jump away, but Rana says no to that. PYW finding the kill. And showing that, you know, get the toss out with the Avalanche, and Dust still able to survive. He's just about even with the Visage now. They're sort of bouncing back and forth in terms of farm. And across the board, all of these cores on about the same level as each other. Very even game.
Very even game, very healthy game, just like the previous. It's like it was very stable for both teams, and yo, that's a clean hammer.
Just out of vision right there of that Sentry Ward, and Beyond looks to finish him off. Dust in trouble, going to die. Yeah, that Sentry Ward was just out of range for him. Otherwise, it would have been able to get out of harm's way from that Meteor Hammer.
Tree desperately trying to keep the tower alive, but you know, Beyond, he's now in the neighborhood. 2 seconds for the next hammer. Will he just blindly throw it onto mid tower? Of course he will. There's no other option. Also, he's going to yoink the wave a little bit. Yeah. Sorry, Visage. I'm so sorry I stole that creep or two.
This is still going to be really good, though, because this is a ton of damage onto this tower. PYW tries to pull the wave away. Will glyph this one. That's glyph used now. I mean, I don't know. This is pretty good from QIQX as far as keeping the game even. But ZZQ going to find now onto that Death Prophet. No way for her to escape, as will bring Jianming down.
And
Jianyu down.
Rubik's still Siphon as well. So he's going to have...
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, just might smoke up at this point and look for the fight. You can also just heavily pressure this tier 1 tower. You know, bot's getting hit, mid's getting hit by hammer at least, but towers should fall right now. Easily 2 towers. Tree can't defend everything. Yep, there goes bottom.
And Avalanche toss comes out onto Rubik.
Oh,
ZZQ
Rubik.
also in some trouble, but they set up enough space for that Terrorblade to live. They did also scout as ZZQ gets jumped on by Emo. Lil realizes he can't be there that much longer. Emo is on a killing spree now. Terrorblade will manage to escape, but at the same time, the mid tower goes down to Beyond.
I'm pretty sure there's a stat out there for time difference between all 3 tier 1s dying.
Right.
This was near like identical. I think there's like a 15-second window in which all tier 1s just disappeared on the side of IG. So if there's any of the Nahazes or Benjis out there, even the Limares, you know, Spectral lads, like if any of you want to quickly, you know,
check it out,
throw the numbers in,
see what's happening.
This was pretty filthy from YBB, utilizing
nice.
their heroes very nicely at the same time.
And 3 heroes, I mean, you don't normally think about Ricky as a tower taker, but with the Meteor Hammer, it definitely fits the bill. I have been liking seeing these like Ob Sentry combos together, because that's been scouting out Beyond's movement through the jungle here. And they, well, are actually going to find 7E right away. So Avalanche toss, Visage gone. And Meteor Hammer onto Tree, so they get a return kill. ZZQ tries to back away, does not have a hook shot anymore, and is just going to wrap himself out of there.
Has no TP, so has to live in the neighborhood, and no, DP's Courier did
Courier,
scout him out.
no, they saw him.
All right,
Oh,
the
God.
great chase begins. 33 seconds, has Tranquils.
Oh, jeez, tries to run away.
Oh, Emo's TPing.
Can vision the cogs push back. All right, this is space created. ZZQ's a god.
And it's nighttime, so
What a
okay.
winner. The
He's seen.
exorcism's going to wear out. They miss on the arrow. Get away. Poor little ZZQ. He blocks the camp before he dies. Love to see that. Oh, and it's immediately going to be taken away.
Ah, but he got that 1 despawn,
He
so that's
did.
important.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and Emo picked up Battle Fury, so of course would have been a very nice time to be able to hit those Ancients, but alas, he can't.
I have a question for you.
I might have the answer.
Why do wards block camps from spawning? As Dust
They're living entities.
is going to get caught. Avalanche tries to get away. Arrow onto Beyond to stop it. They're living entities is what you're giving me.
Yeah, I mean, have you looked at what they have? Eyes. They move around.
Is that what it takes to be alive? Because I've seen dead fish with eyes.
Yeah, but they used to be living.
They're not anymore.
I mean,
Maybe wards used to be living.
and then you deward it, they die, and then they respawn.
Got it.
So I'm happy that we understand the circle of life.
Has been ya.
That was such a core player question, honestly. Ooh, where did the Woods book the camps? Like, come on, man.
I know.
Give us something to do in the game.
Well, you know, you just not.
You want Dota to come on like a 3-player game? Maybe we
No,
move it to, you know, platforms like Android or
No,
iOS.
I think it should be, but you can just be like a bot, you know, as a support. Just
I mean, a lot of supports are bots. We play Ogre and Undying.
Well, again, very even amongst that like second tier of cores, but TB and PA the ones that are sort of leading the charge in terms of this net worth. And the big thing, of course, again, is the hookshot comes in and they find themselves the tree. QYQX pushed back, has the reflection out, good damage. It's going to be enough for the kill.
the
Beyond,
DP just
he
dead.
jumps forward. The DP in no man's land, although
She's
the
not dead.
turnaround with the arrow, is it going to be enough? The toss comes out. They find that kill. And look at all the spirit siphons. They're everywhere. The meteor hammer from on high lands onto Dust, but it won't be enough damage to take down the rest of them. Beyond in trouble now, way too deep, and that's going to be 4 dead. YBB get punished.
Just the fact that, Terrorblade got clipped by the avalanche and then hit by the arrow just mitigated the damage just enough to give DP a lease of life and she'll turn it around. And I feel like for the last 6 months we've seen this Death Prophet clips in all regions, all plays. If you don't kill her off pre-siphon, it is an absolute disaster.
As we'll take a look at that replay. Don't worry, Tiny's just dying, or
there's
Visages
70
rather.
yeah, 70's about
Or
to
maybe
die.
not, ZZQ. Oh my god,
The
ZZQ
turnaround again?
with the greatest cogs that I've seen in a while. And look at all the rounds of Soul Assumption that are going to get thrown out. Now it's IG that have gone too far and are going to get punished quite heavily. PYW can't even deny that regen rune as ZZQ, the playmaker, makes the move in and saves his Visage.
Both teams learnt not to gank the tanky hero. You got DP in the bot lane, you got Visage in the mid lane. This Visage, you got Boots Bearing, he's got a hood. He's still got the fairy fire from laning phase. Like, this lad is going to be tanky as hell. And the difference is, YBB's area, bottom tier 2, a dead area of the map. IG's area, right outside of Roshan. And when you have Visage, Boots of Bearing, and a 11,000 net worth Terrorblade, this Roshan should fall. And yeah, IG, they can't contest this. Emo, he's blurred up. He's trying to at least look at the area, but yeah, there's no way. So yeah, YBB still the victors of this, but they have to clean up their engagements, because if they make this bottom tier 2 mistake a couple more times,
Oh yeah.
that's the thing with PA. It's like she will always get to the point where it's like, oh, she has Deso now. Oh, she now has Satanic.
Right. I agree with you, and it does sort of speak to some of the issues. This is maybe going to be a problem. Oh, Sunder gets it out in time. A little bit of a lag spike there as Emo gets caught in no man's land. Going to get ran down by ZZQ. Has a blink start target to get up to the high ground. They're going to lose Jiang Yu again. This Death Prophet just cannot stay alive. And one of the issues with this hero, if it's the centerpiece of your draft, the Guardian Greaves just aren't enough to keep it alive against all that minus armor.
It's honestly really hard for them to play. The speed in which YBB can play around the map, the way that they help each other help each other out. My God, sometimes it's so hard.
The rain in Spain.
Pain. But no, I feel like YBB, this is the best timing for their draft. It's the cheap skirmish, hug Visage, throw out spells like Ricky, Rubik, and Clock. They love taking these random fights. And PA, sure, is a pretty good game for her, minus the Terrorblade.
Right.
But you throw a sport screen and no BKB on her, like, she's completely removed from the game. So the value of this Ricky will be here throughout the entire game, based on if PA has BKB or not.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you there. And Ricky just becomes even stronger now, ready to solo kill these supports. You jump on them, you defusel them, which he has done now, and then you can, cloud if you want and drop a meteor hammer. They probably can't escape in time if they drop the meteor right on top of them. So needing those BKBs as the movement across the map. God, he's so fast with the Boots of Bearing. And they find one. Emo there.
Oh, the lift into Cog's pushback.
And they've got him caught. Emo pops his BKB, wants to get away, and does manage to. Dust now jumps in, but the pipe, it saves him. ZZQ, he's going to walk away from that. Dust went in very far. The overgrowth is there, but the Manta was ready. So YBB, they bait out a lot by making that move. Did force the BKB from PA, but that was also round of the Metamorphosis.
It honestly feels like YBB is playing with like a Cottle in their draft, where like this
Yeah.
Terrorblade has like 0 meta. Even though Terrorblade doesn't have meta up, it's like he's still playing with the confidence of, I can join the fight, I can be here to threaten a couple spells to give my team purpose, and I'm loving the way they're playing. It's really nice, and for IG, I just don't know if I've seen the value of Dust yet in this game.
Yeah.
He's had some failed rotations in laning phase. He's optimistically tried to kill with Visage multiple times and kind of force his team into really bad spots. And because of that, they have no real ways to make plays. Death Prophet, like we've seen, is not tanky into this lineup. There's no Tiny, and now PA's farming. So YBB should be feeling this and going, you know what, let's just keep fighting them. They're smoked up. They're looking for it. They're going to find dust.
Right away. Pops the Dust himself, tries to make the turnaround play happen, but the pipe is there, and Dust, in complete and total no man's land, is just going to be isolated, brought down. There is a stomp there from the neutral getting involved in the action, but nonetheless, Rubik for Tiny, you take that every day of the week. Yeah, I am really pretty concerned. It's interesting, right? Because coming into this, we knew that this match could be very even one way or the other, but it always felt like IG has like that higher ceiling of these players that are so freaking good, but then YBB have been like the more consistent roster, and they've kind of just run away, it feels like, in a way with this series, especially after that devastating loss in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, at least with YBB, I feel like they've just had a great team talk to kind of go, guys, what are we doing? We're YBB. Let's play like YBB. They joined Div 1. They're trying to be this, like, you know, YAA or something. And it's like, no, it's just not them. And for IG, at least, I kind of... I don't know.
Oh, maybe a chance. The turnaround.
Easy, Ricky,
Take care of that, Ricky. All right, do YBB stick around through this? They still have Aegis on Terrorblade.
They should respect it,
I
maybe
think
disengage. Like, not having Ricky with smoke screen, super high value, but yeah, going back to IG, I think they will always have issues when they lack true identity in their shot calling, and I think also core placement. This whole role swapping shenanigans, it causes doubt in my mind about the scalability of this team, how far they can really progress when they themselves don't really know what they want to do with 2 key players on their team.
I agree. I think the one thing that's interesting is if they can find a formula that works,
sure,
then they could stick to it, but they haven't been able to find that.
Exactly.
In this series alone,
Yep.
we've switched between the mid and the safe lane both times for Emo and Dust, and it's looked a little bit funky, as we were sort of talking about. So 4,000 gold lead right now for YBB. It's definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. IG can pull this one back, but it does feel like it's tilting their direction.
Yeah, for IG to take fights, they need to kind of poke out the meta, disengage, and then look to swarm over the map after that. Of course, you can do that quite nicely. Death Prophet is going for a 4-star for the Greaves, so now she has some level of survivability in the fight.
Right.
She won't just instantly die to some Diffusal Media Hammer plus right clicks from Terrorblade. So just to clarify, the Diffusal Media Hammer is on the Ricky. This isn't some weird build on Terrorblade. I realized that could confuse a couple of the radio listeners for a second.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically Death Prophet now has ways to survive against that. And if anything, IG, I think Dust, again, if he cleans up his initiations, you focus on the supports or you punish the Ricky like they just did, that's where IG have ways to enter the fight. But if it's a pure 5-on-5 A-click into the middle of one engagement, IG will be losing it 9 times out of 10 right now.
That's fair. No, absolutely. And I think that the other thing that you got to sort of consider is like the group up oriented items that they've got. Like we've talked about how valuable this pipe has been on the Visage. Boots of Bearing's done. Clockwork, with the net worth that he's been getting, he's actually queuing up a drums himself, which is sort of weird.
I love it.
Because the Boots of Bearing, right? But
just get more bongo drums. I actually have no idea if it acts independently.
No, they're not going to go. Hook shot in, finds Dust. Dust getting dusted, getting caught, getting killed. Arrow is out, dodged away by ZZQ. Do they have enough damage to bring down the Tiny, though? Doesn't look like it. And Emo taking full advantage. Finds a bird and finds a kill onto that Clockwork. Interesting, interesting. IG fighting back here, not willing to go out.
Now the bash are complete on Emo, and it's like every time Emo gets an item, it causes concern for YBB a little bit.
Right.
Beyond.
Ooh, Emo reveals himself. One shot and I die. One shot, one time. No armor for me. I am Rubik. Can we get a replay of that, please? That's just a slowed down one would be lovely.
Yeah.
I know I'm asking a lot, but we'll see.
Like 0.1 speed, you want to really just
Take that, you little. Oh, here we
There
go.
we
Thank
go,
you
yeah.
so much.
So at this point,
dun, dun.
that is some.
Wait, am I fine?
1292. What can you do?
I love PA. This year's awesome.
I love not playing it. Again, core support player. I hate PA. You love PA. Love it. Very poetic. Anyway, so YBB, I like the fact that Terrorblade has gone for MKB, and it gives pressure against this PA. But
Ooh,
Emo just be
crit.
critting.
Emo, he knows what he needs to do here. This game's starting to get in his control, maybe. Oh, it's a long respawn on Roche, though. 1:50 seconds. That would have been a huge opening for IG to head on in.
Yeah, YBB needs to stabilize their game and just utilize vision once again. The fact that Emo is able to just pick off these supports, in the back of their mind now, IG's like, all right, this is the game plan, right? Make a little bit of chaos. I understand where they're fighting, and then fight around that. But once YBB groups up, they have pipe auras. This Wraith Pact, actually, he's going AC. He actually didn't go Wraith Pact.
Okay.
I kind of feel like Wraith Pact would just be incredibly good in this game from Visage. You just hug each other as 5, you throw it on the ground, you now prevent this 1-hit crit. It's now maybe 2 hits and dead, so you got a little bit of room to play, but...
Although the crit wouldn't affect him if Emo's throwing daggers from far away, right?
That's also true. So if he's outside of the Wraith Pact aura, then yes, for sure.
Okay. Well, we'll see. The smoke on smoke. They thought they were in the pit, but now realizing that is not the case. YBB, they break their smoke, spot a couple, then back away with that Visage. The other nice thing, of course, is that if PA tries to go for the all-in play on the Visage at the start, who you want to kill, it's going to be really tough to burst through it with just that base level of damage reduction that you have from the Gravekeeper's Cloak. Maxed out right now at 80% damage reduction across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you got Stoneform as well, so you can kind of dip out and just force it. And for Emo, this is why fight selection for IG is so critical. Like, if Emo wastes BKB and doesn't kill off enough heroes to force YBB to think about retreating, the turnaround potential is going to be disgustingly good. We've already mentioned how smoke screen is super high value. You're going to have this Boots of Bearing, so everyone's going to quickly move throughout the fight. MKB on Terrorblade. So we saw Emo in the previous game on his Ember get very over-aggressive and potentially have an issue, but
Sleeping Dart to start. Toss back.
Meta used.
Get away from me. Doesn't want to be there. Dust is in very, very far and in a ton of trouble, but can they bring down this Terrorblade? Emo right on top of him. Down to half HP. Doesn't have an answer, but he gets the Manta off. Not going to be able to keep him alive. And now Emo free to run rampant through this fight with 3 dead already. That is a huge window. And Roche, theirs for the taking.
Double buyback.
Dangerous. Do they want to keep this one going? It doesn't look like it. So after the 2 buybacks, Terrorblade doesn't have one available and also wouldn't have meta. But we see right there the problem. This hero still dies in the duration of a stun.
That was crazy positioning from YBB. It's like, we mentioned how, you know, you protect each other, hug each other, but it's like Terrorblade all out by his lonesome, just going for the quick kill on Tiny, and Emo gets the perfect bash to prevent the Sunder play. And now you got Abyssal Blade on PA, so it's only going to get easier to jump onto this Terrorblade.
Right, and Mirana has been hitting a couple of these clutch arrows at various points, staying alive in the fights. Almost Wraith Pact done for her.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the start of the fight, it was a DP silence, then into Aura, into Abyssal Blade, so it was just enough combos to prevent Sunder the entire time. But
wait a minute.
Waiting.
Terrorblade has Nether Shawl. I feel like that's not his item. Dude, get a tier 3 neutral. Like, what?
Yeah, I'm down for him to have a tunic.
Like, literally anything else but the minus armor item.
Oh, actually, no, they actually don't even have tier 3s right now. They're farming them.
They need
okay,
to
he sends the shawl back. There we go.
Okay.
Now he's got the Quickening Charm, another very renowned Terrorblade item, Smile.
I mean, to be honest, I think that
their items are terrible.
If he didn't have Nether Shawl, he actually might have lived there. I mean, he got -2 armor. That sort of puts him in weird territory with Emo giving him
armor. Oh, I guess with the minus armor as well, that does get to like 16 or something. Yeah, actually, yeah, it does get. For a Terrorblade, it is awkward levels of armor for sure.
I don't know. It's a weird one. Regardless, doesn't matter. Smoke up now, and IG ready to head on into the pit. They did Rocket Flare this, so they know this is going on, and now Smoke up is 5. Terrorblade, 10 seconds until he has his real ulti back up. Metamorphosis, they send in the birds to start the fight. Looking for him. Jump in, Dust! The huge avalanche! And then the Overgrowth connects onto them all. Look at Emo just queuing them up to take them down. Terrorblade walks in. I don't even know if they need to run away necessarily. If they can find that TB, they could bring him down, but they're respecting the potential. Dust, avalanche, tossback, finds him there. Low turns to fight and just explodes him. Dust went in way too far. Roche is very low. Emo gets him. Turns around with the Sunder, but it's not going to happen. They find that Terrorblade kill, and IG all over it with Emo talking a little trash with the voice lines to back it up.
I mean, Emo is absolutely crushing this game. 12-0-7. His target prioritization in the previous 2 fights has just been clean. The grouping from YBB, it just sets up for this beautiful just crits and
Dude, so the DP picked up the shard.
yeah.
Emo started talking. Immediately, she passed it back into his inventory.
I mean, Emo, I feel like he's talking the entire game. Like,
Oh, yeah.
There could honestly be a whole YouTube video of just his player cam, and you could. I think he talks maybe like 85% of every game.
Look
he
at him
plays.
go.
Look at it.
He's not even farming.
Bro, he's walking to lane.
lane.
And now he's in a rest point. He hits creeps. Now he's going to think. And he's
Yeah.
probably in about 3 seconds. He'll probably say something again. Ready?
my.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, it's okay. You tried.
He's improving, though.
It
I'm
is.
happy.
That would have been really good.
That would have been amazing. I did it for the clip. You know, I can do it in 5 minutes
50-50.
time.
There you
yeah,
go.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there you go. He's back talking.
All
Sorry,
right.
I meant to say 13 seconds, not 3
That's the one.
seconds.
Okay, so 7K gold lead now. God, what can they do? It feels like Lul in the last 2 fights has just not been able to touch Emo at all. But if he does ever like unload on him, if Emo goes on another target and Terrorblade can get some control of his other heroes, maybe a Meteor Hammer, who knows?
Ooh.
Then I feel like he can rip him to shreds, right? Like MKB, he's solid.
I mean, it also doesn't help for YB that Beyond hasn't been able to scale into this game because of the backwards momentum that they've been experiencing. He's
Right.
not able to continue farming up. So he
Yes.
himself doesn't have any backline kill threat that maybe the Tiny or whatever is providing on the side of IG. And on top of that, just Terrorblade, he can't really buy BKB too comfortably early in the game because then he doesn't have the damage to kill him off. So I can
True.
respect why doesn't have it right now, but then it's the argument of he should have better positioning to cover the fact he doesn't have Satanic or BKB. And on top of that, he hasn't been using this Elven Tunic that he could
What?
be using, which would have been pretty helpful.
What the fuck are you doing, Emo? What the hell?
Radiant's middle tower is
Okay. He's
I'll
got
let
a
it
rapier
I'll
now.
let it sink in for a second. Let it sink in. Dude, I respect this so much. Thank you for making this absolutely the
Dude,
most
Emo's
stellar
about to
game.
throw the game. Emo's
Yep.
legit about to throw the game.
And it's fine. We're gonna enjoy the experience. All right, think about it this way: he doesn't throw the game, he becomes a god of all men. He loses the game.
Dude,
It's fucking hilarious.
what are you doing?
Radiant's middle
Oh my god, IG, please, not like this.
All right, come on. Okay, if PA loses a fight with Bottle DD plus Rapier, Abyssal Blade, Battle Fury, 20 charges on
Yo.
Desolator, like, surely this is unthrowable. Surely.
God, it's only a 5K gold lead, T. I am very concerned about him here.
I'm setting it up so the throw looks funny, all right?
They have a 6-second BKB on Emo.
Just think about this tasty crit that's coming.
That's right.
How long do they have? They got like 15 seconds on DD. Emo, he is
All right,
so
the
hungry.
other thing, they are not going to be expecting this. Like, that is the most important thing. YBB have no idea
Yes.
of the insanity that's about to come out of them. Although Blur, they jump in. ZZQ, he's there. Emo jumps in, finds him right at the start. Where is he? He's now on to Lul, doing some good damage, but he's not finding the right
All right,
targets.
the BKB's out.
Okay, gotta run. Emo, they
Ooh.
back away.
This is spicy.
So again, I don't know. In the midst of that chaos, they might not have seen Emo's rapier. It did a lot of damage to TB when one of those daggers went out, but the fact that they couldn't find a blow up at the start, dude, if they last out this Aegis, it's a minute 20 left.
I mean, also 2 minutes for Metamorphosis, so
They're under a ward. They see him now. They know. Wait, is that an observer or a sentry? It's both. Okay. So they saw Emo's items.
Oh, this game's incredible. Like, especially because like he picks up Rapier, he jumps to tier 3, and does nothing. But like in open terrain, this will do absolute work. But the fact that that one little engagement, it's,
Right.
Ooh, okay.
I mean, so-
I wasn't ready for this level of plot twist in this game.
Look, this was the thing that we said at the beginning of the game, right? Both of these teams
Emo likes to
very,
throw.
very talented, very, very strong individual players, but sometimes they have trouble closing out games. Sometimes crazy things can happen. And guess what? That has happened again because the net worth lead is like closing down. They're getting these items to mitigate physical damage. Like,
Yeah, okay, to be fair, the team that normally buys Rapier doesn't then suddenly dip down in net worth. Just gonna put it out there in case anyone's new to Dota. Rapier is an item that you buy and you're meant to like go to the moon, you know?
Right.
Stonks are rising, but okay. And to be fair, like this is gonna be a weird game for the Rapier, whereas like if you jump in YB's quick to react, there's going to be Stonefrom on Visage. There's a Ghost Scepter on Clockwork, Ghost Scepter on Rubik. So there are windows in which YBB can turn around, kite out the BKB to then give platforms to fight. But again, you have to respect that PA is going to pump out, 2,000 plus damage with a crit. Like, heroes will fall. So YBB has to play in their own vision with knowledge of PA's rapier.
Right. T, can I tell you a little story real quickly?
Okay, once upon a time.
So there is, I'm a big rock climbing fan. And there's this one guy named Alex Arnold, which I'm sure you've heard of. He was one of the first people to ever free solo El Capitan.
Okay.
Which means that he's up like, 1,000 meters in the air with no rope, with no nothing, climbing on the side of a mountain. That sounds insane. He's one of the most successful people to have done this. They did a brain scan on him, and they found out that he has the normal section of his brain that experiences fear. He doesn't have as big a one of those as other people do. I think Emo has the same exact issue in his brain. And that's why he bought this rapier right now, because he doesn't look scared. He doesn't look under pressure. This dude's just talking. He's having a great time. And the whole time I'm just thinking, you're about to lose the game, my man. What's going on? This Emo is the Alex Arnold of the Dota 2 scene. That's what we're about to see this happen here.
Will he be... Did Alex Arnold ever fall off the cliff?
No, he won.
There we go. Then I don't think
freaking
Emo's
did
going to
it.
throw the game then. If he's like Alex Arnold, then he's climbing this mountain. He's scaling it without the ropes. If anything, not buying rapier were the ropes that were holding him back from scaling this mountain. He needed the rapier to become the Emo he was always destined to become. This was the issue with IG the entire time. They didn't have the guts and the gusto to do these plays.
I love this. This is a good idea right now. This is what should happen. Okay.
Well, I'm so excited in 10 minutes time when we're like, oh, well, Rapier's dropped, IG's lost,
Medallion is done for the Clockwork. It's being brought out right now. He's queuing up Solar Crest afterwards. Everything for armor, because again, if you look at these net worths right now, in terms of where we're saying buyback status, obviously incredibly important. It's very close on all of them, but it is all this PA. These other heroes from IG don't have almost anything at this point. I mean, Mirana's big. Mirana has a lot of defensive items, though. Hasn't built like damage on her own. She has Solar Crest. She has Wraith Pact. And Visage is the one that's sort of carrying those items for YBB. It's going to be an interesting couple of moments here as they take down the Vision, and now they're stuck in their base again. 2,600 crits onto those creeps.
Yeah, and so now PA is about to complete Satanic. So that's going to give Emo ways to jump in. Worst case scenario, if he does get punished by a spell, Satanic turn around. Again, I feel like for him, BKB is so critical that I would argue maybe even some Refresher or something could be critical for his build to feel great. Because again, he needs to have that immunity from just getting CC down or anything. Otherwise, again, Smokescreen is the key thing as well.
Yes. Yeah, the BKB thing coming out there. Now, Illusion Rune picked up for the Terrorblade. IG retake this side of the map, picking up some of these tier 4 neutral items. That was the last one done. They still are waiting for some. It's a Trickster Cloak onto the Terrorblade. So even if he gets jumps, if they don't have detection, there could be a window there where they get caught. But they are carrying dust on 3 of their heroes. They have a gem on the Tiny, and then it's only PA that doesn't have detection.
Yeah, also helps that PA does have the Witchbane, so can apply some Dispel, so now that kiting potential should be a little bit, decreased. Inside of YBB.
It was a very quick grocery spawn. It's back up, and it's Refresher. But down bottom, they're pressuring out this lane.
Terrorblade just completed Satanic as well. So this entire time where Emo's been hitting these, haha, Terrorblade, you're half HP, I BKB, you can't sunder. Now it's Terrorblade has ways to survive. I don't know, in a vacuum of the 1v1 of PA-TB, if both BKB and click each other, I'm pretty sure PA Rapier should do the
Clockwork.
job.
The flare goes out. They see these heroes up on the high ground. They know that that's going on. ZZQ walks up high ground there. The Avatos coming from Dust, down to half HP right at the start. Ghost Scepter keeps him alive. Silence tries to walk away. Overgrowth comes out. 7E walks in, wants to find Dust, but he gets the blink back, and now the buyback and the jump just explodes. Did not stand a chance, and now the arrow connection onto Visage means he is gone too. What a perfect fight. The man has no fear, and he doesn't need it, because he just jumped in and killed them all to death.
I mean, for YBB, it was a very aggressive play.
Yeah, they like to walk high ground with no vision, apparently.
Walk high ground, no vision. Clock didn't even try and maybe throw a blind hook shot, just walks in, puts everyone into a choke point. TB, of course, doesn't BKB, doesn't matter anyway into the Abyssal on the physical damage of PA, but... And we speak about Refresher for Emo, just comes naturally in the forms of the Shard, so
Yeah.
he's going to be extremely happy. Also backpacks his BKB, puts it on a longer cooldown. Don't know about that one right now, Chief, but I don't think he really cares right now. Yeah, Emo is just playing the ultimate carry game right now.
Yeah, he switches it back in now, trying to
Thank you.
get that BKB up again. There is like some split push potential going on. You're seeing Rubik coming down bottom, trying to pressure this one out a little bit. No way to cut the waves mid. There is still a tier 2 tower standing here for not very long, actually. Emo moves in, takes it down in about 5 hits. But the high ground defense, it's still not easy. In spite of how far ahead they are, you can still die as this PA.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like IG, they don't have a very clean way of going high ground. Like, even though you have EXO and maybe Tiny with the Tream, like, their games haven't been good enough that they also play with confidence, because a hook shot cogs back into TB right clicks. Like, TB does kill everything in this game.
Oh, yeah.
But TB also gets 2 hit by a PA because of this rapier. So it's like, for YBB, their tier 3s will be their best friend. And again, for YBB, I feel like they need to try and find a way in which they initiate with, let's say, the Visage or the Riki first, to then force Emo to think about, am I jumping this guy and maybe not the TB? And then you give a platform to click. But you also look at Riki's net worth, and he's about to get overtaken by a Rubik. And he also has progressed 1 item in the last 20 minutes of the game.
It's been bad for him.
No, yeah, it's been, yeah. Bad, honestly, is an understatement right now for this Riki. It's been an incredibly difficult game for him, at least. And yeah, YBB, they need to just find a way, even though the heroes don't present it naturally, to just throw bodies in.
Yeah.
And normally in this position, Terrorblades would have like a Swift Blink. In a game where positioning is key, you'd have Swift Blink to help you out, but you see from his itemization that he went BKB to try and stand his ground. He got MKB to kill PA. He went Satanic to also stand his ground. Like, he's gone so many items that now trading one for a Swift Blink, it's kind of hard. Like, are you just going to give up Manta?
Well, but you do see him now switching it up again and trying to go in for that butterfly.
But PA
is queuing up MKB, but it's going to be a while. So there's something there.
Potentially. Butterfly is such an underwhelming item nowadays that I feel like as soon as you buy it, the enemy carry just goes, sure, I buy MKB, whatever, you know?
Right.
Like, there isn't a large enough window where you feel good with it. Potentially in this game, if the PA, with his inventory management right now, maybe he buys MKB as a snap response to Butterfly, dies, and then gives Rapier away, no buyback.
Right.
I could see that scenario working out, but
it feels like they need to do something, because the TB is just dying too quickly. And so I respect the idea of saying, okay, I need this other thing. I'm going to, go for something that gives me a winning chance. I don't know what he swaps it out for, though, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the issue as well. There's not enough inventory slots, but also I feel like in this type of game, one Lotus would have been insane for Terrorblade. Abyssal Blade is now off the cards for this PA.
That's true. Yeah,
but the support, they've itemized for themselves, right? They've gone they've gone Ghost Scepters, sorry. Right. And it's like the Rubik has a Blink. Clock has a Force, but it doesn't do anything in this game right now. He just went for a Solar Crest to help a little bit with armor, but I feel like one Lotus Orb will actually give Terrorblade purpose in the fight.
No, and that's the part that's sort of difficult, is that they're like, at this point you're thinking about like Riki buying it or something too, and then he's completely dead and just doing nothing. But TB does buy out for the butterfly, so he sold his what? Manta. Okay. So
now overgrowth value, it obviously increases. You have Satanic to dispel that.
And
BKB. So there's still multiple ways or avenues to do it, but if you're using your Satanic as your defensive tool and not the lifesteal, it can be difficult.
The other problem is that PA is going to see this this butterfly done on the illusions.
Already buying the MKB.
Yeah.
He's not even thinking twice.
Yeah.
The Terrorblade's been farming underwater.
Although, they jump in. They're missing. Avatos, though. Well, he's missing because he's dead. And that is a BKB. No use of it. 70 seconds on the sideline. That feels really bad.
Yeah, again, I feel like, again, in this PA versus Terrorblade matchup, Terrorblade naturally feel pretty good. They pick TV into the PA.
Right.
Because if you can dictate the game, when you use meta, you're high armor, you feel great. But Emo, the way that he's been playing, never really giving opportunities to fall behind, never gave away any cheap kills. He bought the Rapier on the previous on this Aegis with just confidence, and it just,
Does have the sold Deso now and just MKB in hand. 40 seconds until Terrorblade's back up, and I have a feeling that they're going to be ready to go high ground much sooner than that. Boots now back in inventory. Going to try and cut some waves here. Ricky, 20 seconds till he's up. They will have double glyphs, so Terrorblade, and he also didn't use meta in that last one. So there's something there, but it still just feels so hard for them to make any type of a play.
I mean, Emo doesn't have BKB right now, so he's a bit afraid to hit the buildings. Now he's going to finally step up. 15 seconds on the Terrorblade.
Don't have a creep wave yet. It's taking a little bit of time.
I'm pretty sure backdoor is not even a concept in this game right now because of how much damage Emo does.
Second round, and with Terrorblade back up, they actually don't get the set of racks.
Well, IPB, they have to smoke up and make a play.
Yeah.
The last 15 or so minutes, it's been Lu just getting jumped and dying. Like, one time in this game, they need to set up Lu for success. They need to enable themselves where this Emo can't cleanly fight. And we also saw he picked up Butterfly.
Right.
PA didn't have MKB.
Yeah.
He died in 2 seconds. Now PA has MKB.
Right.
He's going to die in a second. Like,
And does also have double Abyssal Blade. I mean, this is the thing. They have to find a way to get to reveal Emo before this stuff happens.
Yep.
And if that doesn't happen, it's curtains.
it's also like ZZQ. Like, the only way they stop PA through BKB is hookshot.
Yeah.
So like they need to find some insane, like PA jumps in, Clockwork reinitiates, prevents PA, then from that you can do the damage. But I'm still skeptical if they even have the damage through one hookshot or one post BKB that they can get them off. Because again, the refresher shard is in play. This is literally Emo's game to lose. I think that's what we're trying to get to.
Right. Vision there, they see them all, looks for the lift, but Dust is there. Revealed immediately low. Does he get jumped on? Yes, he will. Abyssal Blade, the hook shot to try and salvage it. Force Staff keeping him alive. The Hex, he can't get out of there in time. Does buy back after, though. No meta available for the rest of this fight, as IG are going to retreat back and keep themselves fine and dandy. So, Terrorblade buyback used. No Aegis on PA. It's again one of these weird situations where they just lose out on their ability to make something happen. IG playing it very safe.
I don't know. It's like YBB just can't fight, and also I don't think they're fighting that well as well, unlike the previous game. Because like PA jumps in and he spends about 2 seconds just looking at the PA hitting, and then hooks after. And which then, after that, it's like, IG's now able to quickly jump back onto the area that PA's jumped into, and then they lock down the TB further. So even in the moment where there could have been a chance for TB to not just die instantly, YBB missed that window, and IG once again just clean sweep it. So I just don't see how YBB fights. Like,
No, it's
legit.
true.
This TB, it honestly feels like, with all this gold, I just not feeling it. This 24,000 lead for IG, you could also add the 31,000 from TB. Like, his net worth doesn't do anything in the game right now.
No, and it's just really, really tough. Like, Dust initiates, and they try and turn and kill this Tiny, and it just isn't working. He's got an AC down at this point. So incredibly hard to kill off. They're going to jump here and find and kill off 7E. So the Visage even finding ways to get brought down very rapidly as he tries to build towards the Aghanim Scepter and doesn't have buyback either.
Yeah, and QIQX on this Treant Protector, he went for this Aghanims, and I love the fact that in this type of game, where all you need is that one glimpse of vision to get the crit on PA, it just synergizes beautifully. He doesn't need to go for anything else. And it's already so hard for YBB to play the map with confidence. Beyond now just picks up a gem, has a Quelling Blade, so he's going to be able to maybe get some of these trees down, but it's so hard for YBB to even make moves. So IG is like, yeah, sure. So again, itemization. I even loved their itemization in the previous game. It was just more of like a macro choice around Roshan that lost in the game. So I think IG are making improvements as the DPC progresses. Just can they in this game not throw away their lead with a 25,000 gold lead and probably another Aegis?
That is the question. Well, it's going to be, like you said, another Aegis into their hands while they constantly push out this bottom wave here. Emo now gifted an Aghanim Scepter on top of everything else. I feel like Homie could have just bought that and given it to somebody else. Like, Dust would love an Aghanims right now.
No.
This is
This is Emo's team. He gets what he wants. So you got the axe, you got the shard. And then he's gonna go, you know what, Dust? You got buyback. Buy me the moon shard.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, you want a gem for the team? Yeah, you're a support. Buy it. Emo just needs his currency.
Well, and even these little plays right here down bottom from Luo, it's a Treant protector that you're playing against. So even though you get some good split push going on, tower's not dead, it's not going to die. It's going to get healed back up to full. Game feeling really, really rough for YBB. And IG, they're making the safe play. They deny out a DD there.
Oh, Rubik looks very dead on my screen. Oh,
Yeah.
There we go.
Just drops way too quickly. And of course, Emo so stacked up with the Boots of Travel level 2, he can get into the map so quickly. Looking for more, wanting to hunt, wanting to find somebody. Terrorblade.
Dude, he is so confident right now to even
Yeah.
move out. Of course, he's smoked up with the ninja gear, so he's able to at least escape. And this neutral line will give Terrorblade a little bit of purpose. You can always get yourself out, send out illusions. But with this tree, you throw down one random, little, what's it called? Eyes in the forest.
Right.
It's just going to clip them. PATP's in like this, and bam, you're dead.
Oh.
So
That was a good attempt there. They almost caught Beyond, but not able to quite get onto him in time.
Emo is hunting.
Yeah. He wants to find a target. He knows where to look, too.
Will he continue?
And-
One is blurred, one is smoked.
Jesus.
They're going to hit each
The
other.
vision, the
All right.
vision. The
How
vision's
many hits?
bigger.
1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4,
God,
5.
no. Low.
That was 5 hits and a TB died.
Damn, dude. And no buyback for 3 and a bit minutes. Yeah, that one hurts. Oh, that one hurts.
IG, they're playing this game. Of course, they're up by an incredible amount of gold, but just the
Yeah.
small things they're doing,
Radiant structures
it's honestly really fun to watch. Like the way they're using tree, the bots too, looking for bottom, Emo killing bot, now instantly running the top.
70. Do they find him? I mean, the other thing about that is he TPs away. Good.
The
play.
50-50.
It's the vision or the sort of range change on Blur. I think that's what that buff was partially too.
Yep. No, it really helps. The fact that you can get 400 units or something
Right.
to your opponent, and then it's like, surprise,
Yep.
it helps so much.
1 minute until Terrorblade is back up again. And they're just going to pop Exo ready to go in. Was that a stolen Exo? No, he got Crypt Swarm. So good way to cover that from Jiang Yu. 40k gold lead. IG, they're ready to call this one done. Glyph is going to be used to try and clear out the creep wave. Emo revealing himself for the moment here. It is an incredibly hard hold at this point. Without their Terrorblade, they're missing so much damage, but a lot of them do have buyback. They can throw bodies in if they need to. Holy moly! Emo just jumps in. They're going to throw out the arrow. Actually, a pretty good connection onto Emo,
Oh,
but the
the
hook
missed
shot,
hook shot.
they miss it. And Emo pops his BKB ready to turn onto the racks. Turn onto
There's
the
no
Ancient, in
creeps.
fact, but there are no creeps. Okay, arrow goes out a little bit off the mark. Terrorblade back up in 6 seconds. They're not going for the all-in play on IG. Without a creep wave, they respect the high ground. I can't believe it. We're still in this game. Oh, man.
Don't worry. One time in this game, Terrorblade will be able to do something. He will be able to click that one time.
Yeah, you'd think so. I mean, I feel like his damage numbers have got to be pretty low compared to everybody else.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. I'm pretty sure like Rubik has more. But even this Ricky that we've not seen, he's gained like 4,000 gold in nearly 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah, he is a monster at this point. And, well, Emo is just so freaking farmed. 52,000 net worth at 55 minutes. GPM off the charts. And
Just in case you're just tuning in, this rapier wasn't bought
No.
down the line. This was like a third, fourth item rapier. Like,
wait a minute. No chance for a save there from Beyond. I thought he might have gone in for that, but not opting for it. So they lose the Visage. Does have buyback and might need it. 'Cause I think they're getting ready to go high ground again.
also, Emo has a very set meta with his voice line usage. It's always the how many daggers am I holding up when he gets a
Yeah.
kill.
Yep.
He doesn't try and diversify the options. Again, I'm not too aware of what all chat voice lines are available for a PA, but I like the fact that he does stick true to himself and have one play. Lou again is just dead. One hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, gone.
Oh my god, dude. It feels so bad. And he doesn't have buyback this time for gold. Emo punishing heavy on to YBB. And Luo just not having the time of his life as Dust comes in, starts hitting the racks. He will not have buyback for the rest of this game, as I think that they're just getting ready to call this one. Stun from downtown connects onto Beyond. They're focusing down these buildings. A couple daggers thrown out as the Ancient is going to fall. They move on in, try and settle this one out if they can at all. Dust jumps forward, but the big jump from Emo, it's more than enough. They're all dead. There is no buyback, and this game is going to end in a whimper. Coming out from YBB is IG lay down the law.
I mean, I've not seen a game that lasts so long when a carry can do literally nothing for also so long. Like this TB. Oh, my chair just lost one. There you go.
Well done.
There you go.
Well done.
I'm just a natural. You know what? I'll just push out the way.
Just
Just
roll away.
like Emo pushed Lou out of this game.
True.
I mean, fair play to Emo. This was a stellar performance.
Oh,
a
yeah.
very bold rapier pickup. No overextensions. Played it perfectly. And for YBB, that's... IG after game 1 should have been beaten down, and the bounce back is insane. YBB got the beat down in game 2. How's their bounce back going to be? Because this is a pretty rough
True.
game if you're Lou. I don't know how you're talking to your team going, sorry, boy, I couldn't carry this one. It's like, he did nothing.
How do you kill that which feels no fear? The
True, he
Emo
did. He
PA
ascended the mountain.
Right, he got to the top, he climbed, he free soloed, and we're gonna head on back to the panel now as we get ready for game number 3.
Game number 2 in the books. We're going to our first, or to game 3 between these two teams. The only second game 3 that we've had thus far here in the DPC in China. It was a very entertaining game. At the end of the day, though, the PA just way too strong. Gentlemen, you were correct that we are going to be getting a game number 3. However, I'll be honest, right? It felt like this could have ended 20 minutes ago. Like they were
Yeah,
in the lead
20,
for a
25
very long
minutes,
time.
most
30.
definitely. Make it 40. It was over pretty much from the start. Like first 10, 15 minutes were okay-ish for YBB, where Ricky had Meteor Hammer, landed it on PA, dives underneath the tower, proceeds to die afterwards, and PA just had their number throughout the whole game. Like it all started with him landing one dagger and one shot Rubik. This is where like, okay, the damage from Phantom Assassin is pretty nuts, and finding Emo was a difficult task. They didn't even kill him a single time this game. He ended up the game with 22, 0, and 12.
Very, very good stuff, you know? 34
Not
KVA.
bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
Breaking the record. Before this, the record in China was 32, I believe, coming in from the Planet Phoenix. But now, this PA just making that look ridiculous. And Kezu, the frustrating thing about this is that YBB Gaming, they had a draft that required them. They absolutely had no chance or no choice but to play extremely high tempo. You mentioned that lanes have to go magnificently. They didn't go bad. It was okay. It was fine. But just not nearly good enough to be able to end the game fast enough that this PA wouldn't come online. In retrospect, this draft just didn't work. What was the idea?
Surprise.
Who would have guessed? Wow,
Surprise,
shocker.
surprise. The Ricky Rubik Clockwork first 3 picks, I mean, they did better than I probably thought. You know, after seeing their first 3 picks, I was like, damn, this looks pretty bad. But, you know, gameplay-wise, there was some okay stuff in the early to maybe early mid-game, but eventually, yeah, this PA is way too fat. He has all these auras. He buys a rapier at 35 minutes. That was kind of the emo show, but I also, again, feel like PYW with his items, I think he rushed 4s, then Vlad's for his PA, then you know Solar Crest for his PA, then they had drums and AC and like everything to just buff him up, and then, yeah, I mean, I feel like emo just kind of abused everything from YBB, goes on whoever he wants to, insta-kills them, and yeah, eventually they couldn't deal with the zero at all.
Yep. Absolutely
PYW,
nothing.
yeah, one more time having perfect game almost this time around, died only once, but he was all over the place, landing the arrows, being involved in those early kills. Same goes for the previous game when he played Hoodwink, so PYW also carrying the game pretty hard from that position 4. That Prophet, a bit slower entry to the game, had like one item for a very long time. And speaking of getting items inside of YBB, Ricky, it's like he had no gold whatsoever. Like the item progression is not there. He tried to optimize to get a bit more damage in terms of scaling. Maybe that's gonna, you know, keep them in the mid and late game, but it never really happened because Visage tends to fall off your position 4 and 5. They can't really scale, and they're gonna be always one shot or 2 hit by Phantom Assassin. It's a pretty difficult game for both supports inside of YBB. And even like we saw Terrorblade dying 5 times in a row to solo Phantom Assassin. Not a fun time for him.
The days are pretty much gone where you can just play TB and 1v9 an entire game. I mean, you can still do it on PA, but TB, just doesn't necessarily fit the bill anymore. So now that we do have a game 3, Kezu, the difficult thing for YBB, draft-wise in particular, is that now Chang Yu has demonstrated he can play 4 heroes to a decent level now, right?
That's good.
The DP wasn't terrible. We know he can play the Centaur. We had the
Yep.
Brewmaster and the Marcy banned out by YBB. You can't ban all of his heroes.
Yep.
And you can't over-focus him either because there's still an entire other team to play around. And it's finally starting to sort of click. Dust and Emo moving in between one another. Yes, they lost game 1, but Emo popped off, looked very good. Game 2, he plays carry. He looks good again. So trying to focus Emo is very, very difficult given how versatile they can be in the drafting phase.
I mean, I think for YBB, screw thinking about the enemy team because with the draft you had this game or the first opening picks, it's way too hard for yourself to play. Like try to do something more similar to game 1 where you can play up tempo but you still have team fight, or pick heroes that can play like better together, because I'm sure if you take away the team names and you show these opening picks to any tier 1 team, they're gonna tell you that this is bad, and that is, I'm putting it pretty nicely.
Yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the being PC, don't want to go too hard, but it's pretty bad. You know, it's really bad. It's like 2 out of 10 draft. I would say.
1 out of 10. 1.5.
The euphemistic word is suboptimal. Is the draft that we found from the side of YBB. Didn't necessarily allow them many options in the mid game and beyond. And unfortunately, beyond on his Ricky as well, couldn't necessarily make that hero work. There's a reason we don't see him all that often. And even with the meme hammer, there's a reason that it kind of doesn't always work with every single offlaner in the game. So now YBB have some deep soul searching to do because they have their back against the wall. The momentum is in favor of IG. It took a while for them to win, but they were just securing the win in a 100% guaranteed fashion and making sure that they have the record for net worth. So far in the DPC tours, they've just broken the overall net worth record at 56, 57K. A lot of gold, most of it sitting on Emo. We'll find out if YBB have what it takes to make this a game where they come back to make their competitive game 3, or if IG have finally found the key to unlock their full roster. We find out together after a short break here in the DPC for China. Game 3 comes soon, so don't go anywhere. Welcome one and all here to the DPC. This game between Invictus Gaming and YBB Gaming has gone the distance, the second time in the tour and the second time that it involves IG. We're going to find out exactly what happens in this third and decisive game as the draft is about to hit our screens any moment now. At the moment, gentlemen, it was the longest game that we've had so far in this tour, mostly because IG was guaranteeing the win, not going to take any unnecessary risks. Going into this game, I think YBB can sort of try to exploit that, right? Make IG uncomfortable. It's very clear now that this is a team that's not going to push the envelope. They're not going to go up the hill unless they have all the tools in their toolbox. So make them uncomfortable, force them to be a bit scrappier, and maybe we can find a victory. Extreme Gaming did it the other day. Let's see if they can do it now. Lacoste, let's do it. Draft-wise, what do you want to see change for Extreme Gaming? Because I doubt they'll be, or for IG rather, I doubt they'll be allowed to play Death Prophet, nor will they be allowed to play the Mossy.
Yeah, I mean, it's the other one, the third one that you mentioned. It's going to be Centaur one more time, but I want to see things change for YBB. I want to see the better scaling draft than the previous one, because one of the reasons why the game lasted for so long, they don't need to actually go in and end the game. They can go for the kills, build it up. Sure, you had an opportunity to do so, but IG decided to take it slowly. And this time around, I see Enchantress, I see Doom. Both of these heroes do scale extremely well into the mid and late game. We saw Enchantress 5 with just a Pike with her level 15 talent dealing so much damage. Same goes for Doom. Like, this hero is pretty nuts once he gets to his timings. Like, once he gets 5-6 slotted, it's almost impossible to play into. And yeah, this is going to be Centaur as a response to Doom, which I'm okay with. So you kind of are taking the Doom target away from your carry and putting it on the Centaur. Otherwise, he's going to use Stampede, and they will run away, try to reset with the Doom.
One of the things you often talk about, Kezu, is having an option at every single point in the game. And at some point, YBB ran out in Game 2 of any kind of effective options. Doom always provides you that. No matter what, no matter how bad the matchup is, no matter how farmed the enemy carry is, you have a chance to be able to Doom them and actually kill them in these engagements.
No, and they also paired up with the Eng. We've seen this hero being picked more often. Good laner, good early game, good tempo. But yeah, for IG, Centaur is a very good response. Once again, you have the answer into the Doom to stampede your team away. You also lane pretty well into the Eng, at least once you get your Ring of Health and you get your Vanguard. You don't really care too much. You can maybe build a Halberd later too. But now if you're YBB...
What about the Abyssal Blade?
Oh, I love it. he will do that too. Halberd, Abyssal. Honestly, who was it? It was Zhang Yu? He did it, right?
It was, yeah, first game.
It was pretty good. But I think now, like, drafting works in a way where you give an answer, and now it's on the enemy team to answer it once more. So you pick Doom, they go answer it with a Centaur, but now if you're YBB, you can't just leave your Doom stranded. You need, like, you pick a hero such as Puck, for instance, where, sure, they're stampeded, but it's like, well, screw you, you're still locked down. Or you just take multiple heroes that can go in, so that maybe Doom can be patient, maybe they have to use Stampede for something else. So I just hope that YBB help out Doom, because this hero already can struggle a bit. It might not just be the Stampede, it could even be the Rubik Shard. We've seen that before, and when people can kite you as Doom, it feels horrible. So for YBB, it's on them to enable him furthermore in the draft.
I wouldn't mind seeing some position 4 with lower cooldown abilities. I know that they play Tusk. They also played Earth Spirit in Division 2, so I wouldn't mind seeing something like that. Just someone that can constantly get in and provide you with that lockdown, create chaos. As you mentioned, Rubik with the lift, which is also a great tool once you upgrade the shard. So you also want to be able to take down Rubik in these mid-game fights.
YBB here in the second phase, they'll be the ones that finish off this round of banning. Obviously, IG is going to lead us off in terms of picking up some new heroes. Lone Druid banned out, Bat Rider taken out as well. Yet another Bat ban, and Bat, we only saw him picked once earlier today. Unfortunately, did get played support, not where we want to see this hero.
Definitely not, no.
So there's no Nature's Prophet, and Phoenix gets taken out as well. So one of the big team fight spells gone from the game, and one of the better overall sustainers. And right now, YBB Gaming don't necessarily have an egg hitter, so why deal with it when you don't have to?
Yeah, I think it's a good ban. I think Disruptor could fit here. It's like a Stampede away, get them back in, so it's like a good answer there. Overall, hero's just very good. Because I feel like you'd want a bit more catch, maybe some damage. Disruptor gives you both, so that's kind of check out. Just feel like Disruptor is the way better Clockwork nowadays.
Yeah,
it's like before, if you wanted catch, you go with Clock, but now it's like Disruptor gives you the same damage, has better lane, easier catch as well, doesn't have to commit himself, so yeah, it's chill.
So Pango, I was actually thinking that Pango would be really nice for the side of IG here. Whether or not they probably put this mid, because Shang Yu, I've not seen him play this Pangolier hero. It's an open question as to who does the
I mean, they do have Centaur.
Mid-Centaur.
Mid-Centaur, let's go.
It could be 4 Centaur, you know? or 5 Centaur.
Stop with these four
No, no, no.
bats.
Just don't overcomplicate things. It's not
Agreed.
necessary. You can play
Agreed.
normal Dota. Pangolier does come in handy because you can
Agreed.
always build, like you can always burst Enchantress. Sometimes you see them struggling. If you don't have magical damage, sure, you have Centaur Rubik, so the burst is there, but with Pangolier's Swashbuckle Shield Crash, Enchantress does suffer, and you're also taking away, you know, like a lot of... if you get the roll going during the team fight, like these heroes can't really stop you, so they don't have anything at the moment.
Yeah, they definitely do not. And especially if you get the roll before Static Storm comes out, you know, Disruptor is just a sad boy. They go in for Templar Assassin. So this is a loot classic. When he was making his name on the first iteration of YBB, this was the hero that everybody knew him for at the time. So we get this, I suppose, decent-ish lane against the Centaur Rubik. Like, they still probably do fine in that lane, but I don't anticipate them being able to kill off this TA. They wanted to dominate this laning phase. At the very least, between the Ench and the TA, there's a bit more protection for this side of the map.
I mean, I do like the TA versus Pango. I think in like this mid and later stages of the game, it's super annoying for Pango to play because when you roll in, you're like, yeah, I'm the king, but then you play against these Drow Rangers TAs, and yeah, you're really not the king. He hits you once, twice with that, so you're like, holy shit, I better steer away from this fight. So I can see the TA. It's also good tempo. Like when you have Doom, you want people who like speed up the game. You can hit some towers, you can hit Roche. So as long as the lane goes okay, which I think it should, you have some good range heroes to back you up as the TA, then yeah, I kind of vibe with this pick.
Templar Assassin.
I want to see some low cooldown, something cheap from the mid lane that provides you with some kind of a lockdown, because right now you don't have much.
Yeah.
Not a biggest fan of Enchantress Disruptor duo. I think like they were probably planning to pick something else, but Kezu explained it really well why, you know, Disruptor against the Centaur, of course, going to give them a bit more team fight as well. Like it's just a better catch overall. But is Tiny still available from the mid lane?
Tiny, right?
Yeah,
You
Tiny
just had a good
feels
game
good for
Tiny.
YBB.
Yeah. Like that feels very nice. For IG, they just need a safe laner, right now. For whether it be for Dust or for Emo remains to be seen. And IG ban out the Tusk instead, so it does feel like Tiny has a lot of space to be in this game. Maybe IG, nah, it's too complicated. I was gonna say maybe they take it themselves, you know, you play some safe lane Tiny, but that's probably not the build here. Is there anything that stands out to you here, Kezu, as a hero that can match up against the tempo of the Templar Assassin and provide physical damage for IG?
It's nothing really comes to mind that badly for me right now. I could see something like CK potentially.
More flame.
Okay. I mean, it has an okay matchup against TA, but I think that, you know, there might be a bit of some tempo issues, potentially, but we'll see. I think for YBB, any of Tiny, Puck, Ember, I feel like any of these heroes are, you know, pretty chill. They can go together with the supports. They answer Pango in some way, help your TA out, yeah.
Puck checks a lot of the boxes against the Pangolier, against the Centaur Stampede, so like you can fight every minute pretty much, but yeah, I don't mind Puck. I also don't mind the other option that I said, which I actually forgot.
The Tiny.
Tiny, yeah.
That
Here
one.
we go. Thank you guys. That's why I have you here.
Personally, I think Puck is probably one of the better ones. I feel like Silence in this game feels real nice against a bevy of these heroes. So I definitely would love to see that. And I'm looking at the catch from the side of IG. Unless you get caught into like some left hoof stomp or overgrowth catches you out, you are fairly elusive in this game. Also, we have to see exactly how Emo plays this Morphling to avoid getting doomed up. I mean, you can build Linken's here at some point, right? It doesn't feel so bad to do on this Morphling, so...
Yeah, it's a good Linken's game, and it's also China. They do really love to rush Linken Sphere as a first item on Morphling, so you're removing potential Glimpse, removing Doom. They don't have too many abilities that they can pierce the Linkens with, so it looks really good. It's a bit slower than when you get like Dragonlance, and then you start to farming up more. The components are much more expensive, and it's like doesn't feel like you want to buy Linken straight away, but in this type of a game, I don't mind it.
It'd also be nice if you have this Puck in tandem with the Disruptor. You know that Dream Coil setting up for the Static Storm could be quite good. They have a lot of time on this reserve. So this is where 7E has to earn his keep. And all right, want to go for the Tiny here. We saw it in game number 2 in the hands of IG, so now it goes in the opposite direction, and we'll see if YBB can make this work. Lacoste, give me your feeling when you look at these drafts. Who would you rather be if you're one of these teams playing these drafts?
Who would I rather be? Give me a sec. I mean, I like the Tiny last pick. I'm just not convinced with the Enchantress Disruptor combo. I think Templar Assassin Doom can have a bit of a slow entrance to the game. They're going to be playing into Morphling, which I think Morphling is not going to get contested in this lane, especially because he's playing with the Treant. So I am favoring IG this time around.
And now hit me with it, Kezu. If you're looking at this YPB draft, how do they
Split this
utilize
panel,
this
Kezu.
lineup
Split
to win
it?
game 3? If you think they're going to win game 3.
It's hard because I like the IG draft more. I think it's a pretty good morph game. It's also emo morph, but for YBB, like if they want to win this game, it's gonna have to come off of the back of their laning stage and some like early game aggression where Tiny can take over, run over the map, and then they get this first Aegis with the TA Deso. That's what they have to do. If they like don't speed up the game or aren't ahead early on, then I think eventually emo morph is gonna buy Ags, gonna press it on TA, and gonna 1v5.
E-Morph got this.
E-Morph. All right. This is the Chinese region. We've seen the Emo Morphling many, many times. Even when he was exclusively a mid laner, he would be the one to often play it. Every now and then he'd let Fly do it. Fly would lose again. Then he'd be like, no, give it to me. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make this one work again, or if YBB, off the back of the legendary Lu TA, can win game number 3. To find out if that happens, we send it over to our duo. We have the tryhard T-Gov and the late game Lyrical. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. Appropriate tags, I would say.
I try hard too much, actually, and I think Snare's really just hurting me now, because like in
All
the
right.
last game he made me realize that I do think about time a lot, and now this time it's like
Right,
I use
right.
Mike, or I'm a position 5 player. I like to sometimes make some calls, like watch out for this, watch out for that. And I
Right.
think using your Mike in Dota is actually can be a big bane, big issue. And you know, just like Emo, he also uses Mike a lot. So yeah, we're going to a game 3, and yeah, we'll be seeing if they can convert on what looks like quite a beautiful draft.
And a lot of tips for this beautiful draft as they head out across the map right at the beginning. Someone beyond, I noticed right there playing on the Doom as, oh no, QX trying to get away. The enchant is out. Does take Thunder Strike though, so no glimpsy. Interesting.
I mean, yeah, a glimpse situation would have probably set up for at least a meld into then a slow, but
He's the old school disruptor player. That's what that tells me.
that's a very polite way of wording it.
What do you mean?
He hasn't evolved.
Oh,
He's-
okay, I see.
I'm trying to not say bad, but
Okay, all right.
I really just dislike Thunderstrike level 1 now. I think it's only good when you're trying to trade up against like Maranas and heroes that have high range and don't really have positioning where Glimpse feels good, but that's
Oh,
not
no.
really in this game. And
Oh no.
from
Well,
top lane to bot lane, Lu is now actually getting aggressive.
could skill refraction if he wants, pops it. Oh no.
Oh,
PYW
easy.
able to draw that first blood, not bad at all. And right underneath the ward right now for YBB, they're going to back out of there as Tianming makes the move over, trying to get some damage there onto Emo. Getting some early punish onto this fella.
Yeah, some nice damage, and you already see from the quick buyer beyond he. Oh wait, they're doing the play. They're killing the range creep before it even gets to the lane.
Interesting.
cool.
Okay, neat, like it, love it.
So now
And
this
are they
will...
trialing? No.
No. Don't be too crazy. Hopefully for YBB. So now for them, it's lane should push in. They block the small camp, and now yeah, the lane should stabilize in front of YBB's tower eventually. So yeah, overall, quite a nice start to recover from the fact they did get first blooded on their carry.
I think they did it down bottom too. Well, we'll see how it goes. Emo already taken a bit of a beating. And I'm curious out of this Doom if we end up seeing the continued trend of Meteor Hammer. And it looks like he has it queued up again. So likely, I'll be honest with you, I like Doom Meteor Hammer a hell of a lot more than I like Rookie Meteor Hammer.
That's true. That's true. I mean,
He's not going to fall off in net worth this game either.
It also helps that with Doom, he has pretty good kill threat, and also he uses the hammer to then buy a Midas, and then he just gets insanely fat. So this Doom, unless you somehow kill him a lot in lane and defend your tower to prevent him from just existing, which is nearly hard. Like, sure, you have this Tree and Protector, but we saw in the previous game, Living Armor, it doesn't do anything to this Meteor Hammer. Like, the damage of Meteor Hammer offsets even level 3 Living Armor, and I'd be surprised if IG able to keep this top tower alive. It's all on how Dust goes in the mid lane, because if Dust, let's say, doesn't get the correct rune or doesn't have the resources to TP up with Rolling Thunder, I feel like this tower will just fall. And even if he does go there that one time, Meteor Hammers are just so constant. And yeah, I'm looking forward to maybe even a small patch to remove hammers.
Okay. I
So
doubt
before
that's
the
gonna
big patch,
happen.
we get another small...
Probably not.
That would actually be insane, though.
No, it's true. Speaking of mid lane, we can sort of talk about it a little bit. We're 9-3 versus the 5-0. Dust definitely struggling against this like big heavy hitter in 7E who keeps on finding it. And well, speaking of being in trouble, ZZQ gonna get brought down very, very low. They turn now into low to force him back also. But yeah, wave coming into tower. This should end up equalizing in a pretty good position for Jiang Yu, it looks like.
Yeah, and this is such a strong lane, right? Centaur, Rubik, you've got Fadebolt, Double Edge. Disruptor as a support isn't the best at bullying out these heroes, and TA all by herself, without refraction, she's going to go down. So this is quite a volatile lane for YBB.
Yeah.
And it's something they need to be careful about, because like the panel was mentioning, YBB's lineup, it doesn't feel great as the game goes later. Even if they have this whole concept of Doom onto Morphling, if that doesn't happen, the whole draft can break apart with the craziness of the fight with Pangolier, the disengage of Centaur with Stampede, and even if Morph does get hit by Doom, like I just mentioned, Stampede could be your savior. So
Right.
why we need to make sure that they set the motions of this game.
To disengage from the fight at least feels like the way that you can make that move. And I think that there is some potential late game for Beyond to, have Refresher or what have you. And I'm just thinking about this again because the last match went to such a late game scenario that there is that sort of dual threat. And I think I liked what Kezu was talking about too, of the Morph Aghanims to deal with TA later on. That feels like it's just the be-all, end-all in some of these matches. Definitely against Terrorblade, but I think it probably holds true for TA also.
No, for sure. I mean, as soon as you lose your attack speed to the Agi, it just feels so rough.
Yeah.
But for YBB, I can see a really nice window where Doom takes top tower, TA moves from bot to the Ancients. As soon as he picks up like a Deso, you get Roshan. And with Roshan, that's now your window to be like, guys, let's sweep across the map, use Disruptor.
Right.
So it's all eyes on YBB. They're the ones who need to make the first moves in this game.
Well, we'll see if they can make just that happen. 20-3 right now on the TA. All the lanes appearing to go pretty well. Centaur is a little bit behind, and so too is the Pango. But again, it's going to probably be down for that Pango at least, those early rotations that we're talking about. As with that, a little Wild Ring Ripper action, keeping the pressure now onto QIQX. He has dropped down a lot of HP and Beyond right onto him now too. Gets the Infernal Blade, another round of the Impetus, and just got beat to death. Tian Ming not messing around.
No, this lane is soon going to crumble.
Oh,
I mean, he's got some shifting available. Should be fine.
Still,
Unless he gets surprised by the Seed Shot. No, okay. You
mean,
gotta hype it up just in case.
he's still taking a lot of pressure here, and Emo, he's just dead. I was wondering. I was like, there's something going on there.
Yeah,
It doesn't look right.
As our wonderful observer is pointing to us, he had Waveform available, and also in the middle of his inventory, he had a cheeky little 5-stick situation. So he just decided to die there for the memes, and not the best. And now because of that, look at this. The crown will be complete, and Hammer's pretty much online for the Doom.
What was interesting about that too is that even when he was dead, he was still like typing out, clicking, punching the buttons a bunch, and like talking. And he's like, "I'm dead, guys." Like,
maybe he was rebinding Waveform.
Maybe.
When he plays PA, he puts dagger on.
Oh my God, QIQX is in trouble. This top lane is just a catastrophe here as they're getting ran under tower. I mean, look, Emo might not die this time. He might still die. But even if he's not, like, last hitting in this sort of chaos is really hard to deal with, too.
I mean, he's not laning right now. He's surviving. This is not what you want to have from your Morphling. Like, again, Morphling is an incredible pick in this game once you get over that kind of 30-minute hurdle. Like, Skadi, Manta, all these items, you're going to feel incredible. Even just like a casual Lincoln's potentially deal with the Doom down the line, but this is an incredible game for Morphling, but you're so slow to come online, especially with this level of threat, and the Hammer is coming out for Doom.
Well, and the Courier dies there from Morphling, I think, as well. But Dust, wanting to salvage some of this early going, went in for it, but doesn't actually end up connecting. And now, the glimpse to pull him in. 7E finds the finish. YBB, they're coming out strong in this game, and IG across multiple lanes, not really having the answers.
And the fact that now Centaur is by himself skipping towers, so TA gets to farm.
Right.
You get the solo, well, not the solo kill, but you get the pick off onto Pangolin mid lane. Hammer complete on Doom. Like, I feel like all the lanes on YBB are just really happy right now.
The one hero that might be able to salvage some of this would maybe be, again, the Rubik, who's gotten some pretty good farm for himself as QIQX getting chased down. The seed shot, it's not going to be there in time as the creep expires. Dust makes the rotation top, and this leaves alone the Rubik mid. But yeah, Meteor Hammer done. Like, game is online. YBB feeling great.
And now Dust has a really important decision to make. It's like, does he walk back to mid lane? Because if he does and he shows them the creeps, they know he just used his TP top. So now Beyond's like, I can play a little bit more aggressive top potentially. So unfortunately for Dust, not hitting on that rotation. But yeah, you look at the net worth. You Doom at top already, he's going to be even fatter. And then the fact that the TA and the Tiny are looking pretty healthy as well.
Right. Well, and Doom online now has that ulti ready to go. If he spots a moment here, an opening, Emo, Meteor Hammer, it's not going to connect, but has to be careful about his sort of shifting back and forth on this morph lane. Of course, there's also the other play you could do, Whirlwind into Doom if they wanted to. But
I was thinking they might have done it, but they opted not to.
QIQX gives his life for that ward, and Emo turns into the Doom. Gonna get some gold for himself.
It was the play all along. But this tower, like,
yeah,
he's had to do nothing and the tower's gonna fall.
Down bottom, wanting to make the move over. Avalanche comes out. They do have Stampede, but the glimpse a little bit early as Dust makes the move. Toss out, still looking for the finish. A couple more hits is all that they need, but they're not gonna find it onto that Centaur. And Disruptor dies as Dust made the move. Very solid performance. And Emo's like, all right, I'm taking back mid. I'm over this.
Yo, Dust, go farm top or something. And look, there you go. Top. Oh, okay, they fortified top lane, but Lou.
Very low. Good stomp. And IG able to play cleanup there. 7E wants to make a move to get a counter kill, but it's just not going to happen. Although maybe if they get some vision, doesn't look like it. No chance for a glimpse.
Yeah, it helps when IG, under the threat of how well lanes went for YBV.
Another attempt at it, wanting to get it and not
really
finding
tanky.
it.
Like, he's got Vanguard double ring plus living armor, which living armor is level 2. Like, he is incredibly tanky.
Yeah, Dust finds him now with the move over. 7E maybe stuck around a bit too long, thinks about going back in again. The toss, no, he doesn't find the toss back. Instead, tosses back Dust. And now Dust, he's caught here in the kinetic field, but there's no TP rotations. There's no chance for a kill. They could maybe go for a glimpse play again, but it feels kind of meh. Weird game. Weird game.
Weird, but I think it's not too bad with the fact that Beyond hasn't fallen victim to what some
Not
Doom
too bad
players
for
do.
who? Any of them?
I don't know at this point. This whole series is a bit close, but no, I think the fact that Doom hasn't fallen victim to TPing around and joining these weird fights.
Right.
A lot of players that aren't like the top 3 Doom players, they kind of do this to themselves, where it's like, if you buy Hammer and Midas, you're meant to just AFK top side of the map.
Right.
Buy BKB, upgrade your boots, and then from there, that's when you really join the perfect fight. And you just basically make this top area of the map non-existent for IG. So I think YBB should be pretty happy because TA's farming jungle freely, Doom's farming freely, and then your supports plus Tiny are kind of tanking the early engagements, and it is giving you some a lease of life. And I think Lou, he shouldn't show on lanes now and give opportunities for the Centaur Rubik combo to him, like we just saw previously.
Okay.
Yeah, basically just AFK in the jungle. As soon as you get Deso, scream for your team to go Roshan, and then the game becomes one that you want to play across the river if you're YBB.
Absolutely. Well, that could be what they go for here. Down bottom, ZZQ is going to end up giving up a kill, but as you said, this is sort of not the most important thing in the world. It's much more the macro game going on for YBB, but they could find a kill here onto Enchantress. That would be pretty clutch. Misses on that roll, but finds her on the second go. And Emo makes the move over, and now PYW, he's got a big creep. They might be able to push this a little bit, while down bottom, they're also taking that tier 1 tower.
That feels pretty good for Rubik to still enchant at this point in the game.
Yeah.
You know, of course, down the line, Avalanche and stuff is going to feel pretty good, but to have the creep to apply some extra farm to yourself, is maybe him just yeeting it into the mid lane is not the best option for it, but...
You can see the esportsbet.io odds right now actually favoring IG. Again, maybe taking into consideration that late game scenario that we're talking about that could be pretty deadly, but it's going to be YBB that are trying to put the hurt to them earlier if they can around these other timings. See how it goes, though. Not a foregone conclusion that this is going to fall apart. But the smoke up now with Tiny, with Disruptor, and heading in towards mid. They scan and do manage to spot it onto somebody. It's onto the Rubik there. They opt to go for this. Well, Blink Dagger completed on the Centaur too. And PYW in no man's land. He's going to get caught. And with that smoke reveal, it's going to be enough to take down that pesky Rubik.
It's an awkward part of the game where obviously Tiny still doesn't have Blink, so these smokes, it's like you kind of need to wait and hope someone kind of walks into your territory before you can make the play, but of course Rubik does.
Yeah.
And it helps out just a little bit. But yeah, again, I feel like YBB, they're just in a really comfortable position because just mode farm. And you might be arguing, guys, they should be doing something, but no, it's like they're farming into the point where they know where they need to make the perfect move.
Right. Yeah, makes sense. And of course, like you can see, this top tower, even though he's playing against a Treant, there's still been so much pressure placed onto it. You're kind of stuck up here on QIQX.
I mean, I feel scammed if I'm playing a Treant to Media Hammer. It's like you're picking this hero to keep towers alive, and this one item that costs like 2,500 gold fully removes you from the game. Like, why would you pick Tree nowadays if your enemy can buy Meteor Hammer? It just doesn't feel good.
We were listening to the interview yesterday with Boxy, and he actually said that he felt like Tree was sort of a dead hero now, even though they ended up playing it themselves. But
it's dead, but alive when you're against like Enigma and stuff, you know? Like, that's the only kind of way I can see it working out.
ZZQ, he's going to get caught there in the jungle with the smoke up play, and I wonder if IG now are going to think to put the hurt onto the mid as well, but continuing to pressure this top side of the map with that Meteor Hammer, hits onto it, and then the Tree Armor, tale as old as time. So Dust makes the move, does almost have Diffusal Blade completed, which is obviously a huge power spike for him, and the Blink Dagger finally done on 70.
Yeah, the Pangolier is going to be the real X factor in this game, especially around the Roshan pit when YBB inevitably want to go there soon in the next, let's say, 4 or 5 minutes.
Right.
Dust, if in the right spot, no BKB on TA, Diffusal slow, you can pressure him, even snatch the Aegis. Like, I don't think IG will be looking to win the fight, but just to disrupt the motions of YBB, even if you get the kill or snatch the Aegis, that alone will help you kind of offset the momentum. But yeah, you know, Tiny, with the Blink Dagger, bottled up DD, they're at the point in the game where they just want to go for a cheap kill. And Emo is currently running around on 400 HP, now 700 HP. Like, he dies to one combo.
He does get the Lincoln Sphere delivered right now. Going to maybe feel a little bit more safe. Uses Waveform in towards those Ancients. They spot him now.
Static Storm.
Not easy. Avalanche toss. Static Storm done. And Emo, that one is a kill he did not want to give up.
Yeah, it's a rough one, especially with the vision that IG have in this area. He feels naturally pretty safe. They didn't have a scan available, so if you did have that 6th sense read, you weren't able to just, you know, double check with the scan. But a really nice double play from the Tiny Disruptor. Exactly what you need to do against this Morphling, and it just builds up to the bigger plan from YBB.
Yeah, shut him down as much as possible. But there is going to be that strong timing again. Diffusal Blade, like we talked about, done on Dust. They're also just about to complete the BKB on Doom. He's having that brought out to him right away. So a bunch of timing syncing together with the Deso also flying out. This feels like it's Roche all on the mind right now for YBB. And all they need is like a clutch pickoff, or at least not losing their hero in towards mid. 70 spots him, but can't do anything to stop that jump. Avatos afterwards.
They got Emo again!
Emo dies to the DD Tiny. Dude, what a huge hit. Now they got Glimpse ready. If they find somebody, you guys got to be so careful. This is tier 1 tower and potentially Roche.
This is not what you want against this lineup. YBB, anytime they get a core pick, the map is going to feel disgustingly small. And Emo, he has to respect the Tiny. There's no way you can play on full Agi.
That's crazy. Yeah, and now they find Dust too. He's in no man's land. IG, their entire game plan is falling apart right before their eyes, but look at that! The swashbuckle and the overgrowth! They do manage to kill Dust, and now stampeding forward. The huge timing from that Diffusal Blade keeps them in this one, and Static Storm down a second time turn onto Centaur, finds that finish, and, well, wanted to glimpse back in one. It's not quite going to be enough. QIQX went in for the punch, but ZZQ still living as Lul will get lifted and thrown away by PYW. Tianming forcing him back, and they managed to keep the tower alive with the 2 supports.
such an incredibly awkward engagement once again, but fair play to IG. The fact they had the overgrowth, the swashbuckle on top, and for Doom, he wasn't able to use BKB because of low mana. Of course, it cost 50 mana. He only had like 35 when he died. So, yeah, YBB, they need to be careful. They need to respect that as soon as you kill the Morphling 100-0, you shouldn't then be struggling with the post-fight after. Like, with your heroes and the lead that you have, and all right,
nice.
just
Good
taking
play.
a trip back to base once again.
And that's going to ensure that they get this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, 100%.
Very well played. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a bit of a struggle like you talked about with the fight afterwards. I think a huge part of that was not being able to blow up Dust right away, and Swash Pango is just insane. It's like one of the craziest things in the game right now. I don't get how it's... Oh, he's muted in the roll-up. Feels bad. Oh, God. And so, well, not going to be able to make use of that Pango. That's Roche.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ench is tanking some stuff middle. You're killing off the Pango, getting a free Roshan, using the Ench Group to tank it up for Lu, so he can, technically solo it. And IG kind of wasting Scanner a little bit here. It's like, your Pango's dead. They got a TA with Deso. Of course, they're in Roshan, so a little bit of misplay there on the information side of things. But yeah, any misplays from IG, YBB should be able to, capitalize quite nicely.
Yeah, I don't know. This one, it feels kind of rough. A 4,000 gold lead. Granted, by no means are they out completely, but it doesn't feel good from IG.
Just look at Emo and how he's farming. Like,
he's crazy.
This guy, just putting it bluntly, just doesn't give a shit about Tiny in this game.
I told you.
Like, bro, what Morphling player plays on 700 HP?
Look, he's got a toothpick in his mouth. He's just chilling.
Like, at least be on like 1100. Like, or at least maybe buy like I don't know. But Ench is gonna go down eventually.
Got her.
Okay, this feels good. Emo's now on 1400. Finally, my anxiety is, slowly fading.
No fear. Now, we asked, how do you kill that which has no fear? We found out how over the last couple of minutes there, glimpsing away the Centaur. Stampede is out, and Static Storm down. Do they glimpse back in the tree? Doesn't look like it. Morphling goes into that as he's on strength form, and ZZQ backs away, glimpses in Lul, throws down the kinetic field. Emo still wanting to play Disruptor, and they take away the vision. And now he's kind of out and away. Doom finds one, gonna get lifted. They drop down the roll afterwards. Luo hits now on a QIQX, BKB out from beyond. Item just down on the ground while that's happening. They glimpse back in to the side and will find the finish onto that Centaur. And now Dust, he's caught, can't get away.
TP?
What is happening with this IG lineup? These fights are so disconnected. Oh no, they had a good defense, they had a good thing going, and then they just let it all fall apart.
I just don't think they're respecting the fact that YBB is in their strongest timing of the game right now. I think IG, they need to play a wider map, need to push out lanes, and just make the game feel awkward, where if YBB are sending 4 or 5 heroes to hit a tower, you're sending, 2 or 3 heroes to go just do other things on the map. And I think Emo, he's obviously making the call. It's like, guys, I can catch him, I can get a free kill, but you're not able to get said free kill. And when a neutral item's pretty bad when Eye of the Vizier is sitting on the ground for the entire fight and no one cares. It's like, if it was any other neutral item, they might ping it and go for it, but I was like, whatever, man. Just let this one go. And
Emo, he's going to take out this Ancient stack. This is a nice little injection of gold. He needs this in a bad way. And to be honest, you're still sitting with, only Manta and a couple here once he finishes this whole thing off. But getting towards that Aghanim Scepter, trying to come online in some way, it's definitely needed.
Yeah, he needs Manta, he needs Skadi, he needs Ags. The Skadi Ags, honestly, at this rate of the game, he might need to go Ags first, just to give, just to put a bit of pain on the TA.
Stampede, jump, stun. Where's the follow-up? Do they have it? ZZQ, Static Storm down, connects onto the Centaur, but Dust already got that Rolling Thunder out. They're hitting back and forth, not really able to do that much more, but with no Disruptor, there's no Glimpse, so YBB can't chase that effectively. But they could maybe find somebody over here if they're not careful. Not looking like they want to go for it.
Yeah, 70 was poking, but IG really in a very defensive position here. I like the fact that they go for a quick pick back to farming. Again, that's how I feel like they should have been playing. Right. But they're kind of now adjusting to this playstyle, which is it's good to see IG developing in the game at least. And yeah, item-wise, no crazy pickups right now for IG to give them any sense of aggression. You know, Pango is scaling with potentially going for the Ags, and of course, we've already mentioned Emo quite a lot.
Right. Well, Doom, he is going to be going for the Aghanims also, and that gives them another way to sort of deal with this lineup. Now, of course, the weird part about it is with Centaur in the game, you know, if you cast it on yourself, it actually might end up not doing as much as if you just cast it on the hero.
That is very true. I honestly feel at this point in the game, he could buy Shivas,
Okay.
and it would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, heal mitigation, bit more armor, tanky enough to rebuttal some swashes and stuff, and then maybe down the line, if you are thinking about some AoE dooms, could be cool. But no, I fully agree that the idea of Stampede should be enough to prevent this Ags being like the perfect item pickup.
But then again,
Go
if
on.
you manage to doom yourself and blink in and catch 2 or something,
That is
the
true.
static storm drop afterwards with kinetic field.
There is also Ava Toss from Tiny, so there's
Yeah.
ways to throw him back onto Doom.
There's some
ways
cool
to-
things.
There are a lot of cool things. So hopefully they do it to give purpose to this pickup. But again, I feel like some other players in this scenario might have opted for, Shivas or just something along those lines.
Trying to hunt now. TA already heading out of there, but Tree is the one that's sort of there to break the smoke first. QIQX blinks away. Not bad, not bad. So they get out of harm. Oh, no. Never mind. Spoke too soon. There's a disruptor in the game, so they will find and kill the tree. And that sets up to actually go and finish off the tier 2 tower mid if they want to. They were already beating away at that one a little bit. Low in the area.
IG not getting picked off really too badly by that. And yeah, we're now at the point of the game where we'll be constantly saying, oh, well, IG are getting their next item. Do not fear. Just hold, hold, hold. And it's on YB to play with some conviction.
They're playing into so many TA traps over here.
There's
Like
a
this
lot, yeah.
entire area is filled. PYW right on top of one. Dust there, chasing, looking. Dust needs to be careful because when he comes out of this, they have the glimpse to find the Rubik. They just get these easy pickoffs into more objectives. 9K gold lead. This is a serious problem for IG. They really just have felt like they've not been able to do anything over the last couple minutes.
And look, Top Beyond instantly TP'd up in the hope to catch Dust with the Doom, and yeah, he is
They
able to
got him.
connect.
No way out. He's just sitting there, eventually going to be pulled back into position. The whirlwind, super annoying, and well, disarmed for a little bit.
Yeah, Beyond, use your Midas, brother. Come on. You can Midas. There, thank you.
Easy.
I love the fact that Beyond instantly just identified that after a fight, naturally IG is going to want to skip waves. So I
Right.
love the fact he quickly TPs up, hugs the side of the tree line, doesn't show any auras or anything, and then boom, jumps on in. So nice read there from Beyond.
Move on in. 7E waveform. Emo? Is that a TP broken?
No, he
No,
still has
okay.
TP. The real
God.
question is Emo going to just chill here and then waveform back out to get the next wave?
I mean, here's the thing that's also a really big problem as they are starting to take these towers is he needs BKB and Ags to really be impactful on this Morph lane. And he's still hanging around here, maybe thinking about a fight. With no Doom, it does become a little bit easier for him. But no, they're not going to make that move.
Yep, Ags now picked up on the Doom as well. So yeah. Obviously got to wait 80 seconds for it to come
Oh
online.
my god. Oh my god. Emo, please. Emo. Emo. Emo! No, Emo, he's wanting to get away. He just wants to live. Is he going to be able to? Maybe. Actually, yes. With the root, the turnaround, it's there. It's enough. And the 4 staff trying to get him away, and 7E ready to go in for another round. Another volley. Avalanche is big. The toss back onto all of them. And now Dust in very, very far, but the silence is out. Luo turns, starts to punch, hits him,
Emo's just
and
gone.
Emo is gone. Just like that, it all falls apart. Dust now silenced for a long time with the TA traps, trying to get away, just push every which way with the roll up. And guess what? Everybody on IG dies. YBB don't lose one. This team is just way too volatile on IG.
I just don't understand why they're constantly trying to take a fight. It's like, I feel when you just see the hero that YBB have, it's like, I don't know any team in the world that would actively go, yeah, let's try and do this. And Emo, again, look at the little Agi bar at the bottom. He shifted so far into Agi. His team needs to kind of throw bodies in, clutch overgrowth to at least survive the fight. But
it was really close.
even
Almost went out right there.
extending this, like after there, it's like, all right, boys, Emo nearly died. We've used roll. Let's chill. But they linger in the area. They provide options for 70 to initiate and
They
beyond.
waveform in.
They go in. I'm not understanding IG's decision making right now. It just really isn't respecting just what YB want to do to win this game.
I think that there is an argument to be made too that they're like concerned about, okay, Doom is down, we have to make something happen. But if it's like not the right fight, I feel like they have these outs as the game gets later and later. But as you said, not if these fights keep on going this poorly.
I mean, that call's perfectly fine if you're in a timeline where Morphling has like Manta Axe, right?
Right.
Or just something like that. But because he went for Manta, then Lincoln's, and now he's going for a BKB, your carry doesn't really have kill threat now until, what was it, like 20k plus net worth? Like, this is not a scenario where you can really lean on this. So,
oh, up top. In trouble. Caught him. Can they bring him down?
He got
In
the shift off
trouble, and Doom is used, but the Stampede doesn't matter. They have the glimpse to pull him back in. A very well-played move. They do steal Doom, and now throws it, the green version, the green monster. Look at him, it's the Jolly Green Giant. He's also golden at the moment, which means he's not going to die. And Emo dead again. Glimpse looking, can't find it.
yeah, you mentioned already the traps, but this top side of the map is just unplayable for IG. Unless they get up a gem and sweep through, there are so many forms of vision here that Disruptor, Doom, Tiny, they're loving life.
This is a really rough game, I feel like, for IG too, because there's so much that was riding on this one to not be like on the verge of being eliminated and knocked out of Div 1, right? Because like you've got sort of 3 to 4 teams that are in contention, and now you just lost to one of them. If they don't make some type of a turnaround play here in the next couple of minutes, Avalanche, Toss, just perfect control by Beyond, by 7E, and, well, Dust moves in. They want to make a move, want to make something happen, but they start this fight already down 1. And now Dust, he might be in more trouble if he's not careful, but they won't chase for that much more. TA is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, only had to trade off 1 BKB for that, and all right, I'm looking at Lou's quick buy. He's going for just Hex. I mean, fair play. Like, the fact that he's already got, Deso, BKB, Hurricane Bite, he can do whatever he wants, and he goes for Daedalus instead. I mean, Hex would have been pretty cool, to be fair. I actually wouldn't have minded to can do threat, but just also, let's be real, he can also just crush the game with a Daedalus. Don't need to be cute. The game's already secured with Doom on Morph, play the fight, but it wouldn't have been the worst time if you bought it.
No, it would have been pretty cool. I wouldn't have minded it at all.
He can go after Daedalus as well.
Right. I mean, I think the Lincolns makes it a little bit less valuable against the Morph, but you can still, like, just blow up Dust or what have you.
Yep.
And as it stands, he walks right into the pit as Roche respawns, and now going to get a little bit of help from the Centaur to tank this one through. And now another set of Aegis, and also the Shard available. Passing that off to whoever he wants to.
Yeah,
looks like it's going to be Beyond.
Yeah, so it's a nice pickup for Doom, increasing the stun, increasing a little bit of damage, provide some better entry to fights, and yeah, you got Aegis, 22,000 gold, 22 kills, 29 minutes. Yeah, smoke up, go find them. IG again, no BKB yet completed on this Morphling, so they are mode retreat, mode hug 5, and hope they don't get picked off.
They're all grouped together. Do they follow the courier? They saw it heading down, but instead they're looking to maybe just go high ground. I mean, that's the thing too. If they TP back to defend this, people might get a glimpse.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Oh, Dust, he's revealed. They glimpse him. Okay, a little bit too quick on the draw there. So glimpse not used. They do still have this Doom ready onto Rubik. Waiting for the late timing as these heroes coming back slowly but steadily, and Morphling farming out over here. We'll see if they can catch him.
Yeah, I mean, a couple big defensive items are coming online for IG, so the BKB is complete on Emo once he gets back to a shop. Centaur just picked up BKB. So for IG, they kind of need to just stampede away from the Doom, survive the initiation, kite out the TA, and then look for a fight. There's a lot of things that need to go right. Again, you're fighting into 20,000 gold. The fact they're smoking up is commendable to their mindset and how to play Dota, but it's also... they lose this fight, it could be GG.
Right on top of them, Doom used from the Rubik. Big play.
Perfect pickoff, actually.
That is exactly what they needed, but can they do it again? Do they want to stick around? Dust staying right on top of her, but the BKB is out. And now Dust under control. Oh my god, 7E played that perfectly. They find him, get the Aghanim Scepter, tree volley out, and now with 2 dead, they stuck around just a bit too long.
And now the question goes down, it's like, you kill off the Aegis, but that's not going to stop YBB going. And
No.
Tree's dead, Pango's dead for 35, no roll for 45.
Oh.
You glimpsed back the Rubik, he's now dead for 44. Like,
That glimpse with the impetus shot looked a little funny, but YBB not laughing now. They're going high ground, taking this one out. No buyback on the Pango for 20 seconds. And with how much damage this TA does, that's at least a set of racks, if not a second one.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they want to go to top side. When you have Tiny and TA in the game, you already mentioned it, buildings do fall.
They're going incredibly fast. And, I mean, honestly, they aren't going to have roll either. He still has another 10 seconds until it's back up. So can't go immediately into the fight with that. And in fact, they jump on it, Dust, and find him. Drop everything. He just came back to life. 50 seconds without the Pango. They were so ready for that with the TA trap down.
I mean, another Rax is going to fall. I'm just left a little bit speechless. That's
Oh my
all I
God.
can say.
Oh my God, they're all going one by one. Emo now jumps in. Avatos run away. BKB's out. They turn it again. And the Enchantress starting to fall, but Tianming still standing tall in this one. Emo BKB out. It is not going to save him from the devastation that's being wrecked by YBB, but a good stomp coming out from the Centaur. That turns things around for a moment. Still more damage to be thrown in. His buyback status hadn't even fully gone away. GG is called an ultra kill for Luo to finish this one off and take the series 2-1.
Incredibly commendable game from YBB. Again, to be very clear, this is the YBB I wanted to see at the start of this tour. It took them a couple of series to calibrate themselves, but they are back in their aggressive form. Sure, it's against some of the weaker teams in the division,
Right.
but this is the Dota I want to see. And Lu, he's only ever played up against IG once before. He beat them when he was playing for Extreme.
All right.
So he's undefeated against the emo IG did. Lu is the emo slayer, and for emo, this game 3, he's going to want to forget about it quite quickly. It was a really rough game. He died too many times on low
Yeah.
HP.
Yeah.
He basically catapulted YBB into this performance.
I mean, here's the thing that's super interesting about this team. In a way, they kind of have two sides of the same coin with Dust and Emo.
Yep.
Right? Like, Dust goes in way too crazily with, like, Tusk, with Batrider, with these other
Yep.
heroes.
And then Emo?
Emo just is like a psycho. He's out of his mind. And he's like buying
Yeah.
a rapier third item. Like,
Full Agi or Morphling against Tiny hitting
he's
towers.
crazy.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works and it's amazing.
But is this crazy going to keep them in Division 1? Because it's
Right.
like, maybe they're too crazy this tour.
I mean-
I'm scared for IG. That's what I'm going to say.
I'm with you there as well. Well, a lot of fear coming out from IG, and YBB come out on top. An impressive showing from them. Let's head on back to the panel now and end off the last day here for China.
The last game indeed of this first day of the second week in the DPC for China, and IG find themselves falling prey to the YBB Lu TA. Anyone who's watched enough Chinese Dota would have expected a win from Lu TA. Unfortunately, anyone who's watched Chinese Dota for a long time also knows that IG plus Morphling, there's a very high likelihood some clowny stuff is going to happen.
Yeah, never go full Agi.
Yep.
It's just
Never
the
go
old
full fly
saying.
fly.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, both of these players, like Emo just made way too many mistakes throughout the whole game, but
Yep.
being able to just get bursted by Tiny so many times. All 3 cores on side of YBB had a pretty damn good game, especially Lu, as you mentioned. Like, he hit that timing, and something that I like to say, but also Kezu mentioned it, is like Pango, he doesn't feel too comfortable fighting into this overwhelming damage from Templar Assassin. You get hit by Meld, Refraction, couple of right clicks while you're rolling. It just feels very, very difficult. Like, you try, oh, never mind, I'm gonna do the 180 wrong way. This was not supposed to go this way. And then you just either straight up die or waste a Rolling Thunder, which is your big team fight LT.
And unfortunately, because they didn't get a very early Aghanim Scepter out of this Pango, and because of how often this Morphling was dying, most of these fights, they just didn't have damage to actually threaten the side of YBB. Even if they got like some decent initiation with the Overgrowth, with the Centaur, they were always just like, well, this fight's a very good example, right? They're like, multiple heroes get hit by the roll, but where's the damage? Where's the hurt?
Yeah, I feel like YBB, I really liked how they played the early sections of the mid game, right? They have this overwhelming run into with the Disruptor, the Eng, TA having traps on the map, the Tiny as well. So they played really fast, and I feel that IG kind of fell victim pretty hard. They weren't ready to fight yet, but then they were bleeding with kills, because maybe you need to just get to a timing where your Morph has like Yasha Ags. You delayed until then he turns into the TA.
So funny, bro.
Yeah. But yeah, they were just like dying too much, and then, YBB, I agree with T. This is the I was waiting for them to show me this type of performance. It took them a bit, but now they did do it. I hope that they can maybe, you know, gain some momentum from this moving forward. But yeah, they looked a lot better in this game.
They absolutely did, and they came through with a very good performance here. We have to decide who we think impressed us the most, right? I'm looking at this team, and yes, Lute did a ton of damage, right? 70 was out here getting a lot of solo kills onto the Morphling. You know, Beyond was just doing regular Doom things, bought the early
It's gonna be the last one that
bought
you
the
mentioned.
Aghanim Scepter. Of course,
What's
we're
next?
building up. Then, you know, Tian Ming did a lot of damage, held it down, but ZZQ, right? I'm personally going to say, not just for this game, but he's my series MVP. In the first game that they won, which they absolutely had no business doing, most of the reason why they won is that he was frustrating IG. They would smoke, go somewhere on the map, and his clockwork is just there. They would try to get into the Roshan pit. He's spamming these rockets everywhere. He's putting his body on the line. In this game, he played the Disruptor instead of Tian Ming, but his performance, Tian Ming needed Aghanim Scepter before he was able to step up to that level.
He didn't.
ZZQ is like, who needs that item, man? I
needs
just
gold?
got this.
I agree. He had some really, like, I wanted to see coming into the Lima Major, because I saw a lot of Entity. I think they get a really good grasp of the patch when it comes out, and they also stick with their own ideas. They're also the team that played a lot of Disruptor, and I'm like, man, this hero is really good. It looks actually broken. The amount of damage that it does and the setup, if you have good vision, you take out one hero immediately, then it's 4 versus 5, you glimpse someone back, the fight's immediately over. So I'm really glad that teams are picking it up on it, that this Disruptor is a first phase material.
I mean, it made life really complicated for Emo because he's playing this Morphling. Lacoste mentioned earlier that in China, people like buying the first item, Lincoln Sphere. He does that. He understands he's playing against Doom. Doesn't help you against a static storm. Tiny jumps on you before you even know it, you're static, and it's like, well, all right, there's 4,000 gold down the drain and can do nothing from this position. From your perspective, Kezu, is there any way, outside of the Morphling just like dying too many times, could they have done something differently on the side of IG to get this game 3 victory?
I think they had to just understand that the 15 to 20 minute mark is not their time to shine. It's where YBB gets strong, Doom is going to get his BKB, Tiny has his Blink, TA has Deso. And I think instead of looking for all these defensive items on Morph, like if you buy Lincolns, you still have issues. Then later, even when you have BKB Lincolns, you're going to lag damage. I would have preferred like some Yasha Ags, and then you just wait patiently to see the TA, and you play off of the Centaur and Pango going in. Like sometimes you just need to build aggressive items where you play defensive at the start, and then like you find the right timing to go in.
It's way too defensive. This is Mushi Medusa all over again, pretty much. Like I see Lincoln's, Manta, BKB, this is it. Like this is the build. You need to be able to like deal damage at some point. Because the rest of the team, like Pango also didn't have too good of a game. Like we were talking about it in our green room. Both him and Tiny were kind of struggling bottom in terms of the net worth of all 6 cores, because they've been, you know, dying here and there, and he didn't manage to find the farm, didn't manage to keep the distance. So a bit of a difficult one for IG. They like this also looks really rough for them. Looking at the leaderboard at the moment, not looking great. You know, they seem like to be the second team that's going to be relegated potentially.
Yeah, they've just suffered their 3rd loss right now. YBB, of course, get their first win so far of this initial tour, but at the very bottom, IG in contention with the outsiders from China as thus far the least successful team in the division. Aster Aries still sitting and hovering around the same region as YBB Gaming. Of course, we saw Vici win in our prior series, so they are 2-1. Extreme Gaming still have 2 wins to their name, tied up with LGD, and at the very top, we still have Team Aster. So far, unfortunately, it's not looking too surprising, right? This feels more or less what we were anticipating to see coming into this tour. Many of us had this as our predictions coming into it, and it's fine if you're an Aster or an LGD. That feels good. Hey, everything is going right according to plan. Not so much if you're an IG, if you are a YBB Gaming, who they're a bit on the come up, but it only gets harder from here, right? They've already lost some difficult games. They only have like 1 game against the teams around the same level with an Aster Aries and an outsiders from China. But you need to start picking up these performances. And for IG as well, scary times.
Not the position you want to be in for sure. 0-3, and also in these games, there's like too much clowny stuff, too much like being all over the place. It is just looking, I think, way too shaky for them to match up with the top teams in their division right now.
They can't touch them. I think there's a big difference. Like LGD, Aster, they still look like the strongest teams in Chinese DPC. Extreme Gaming, still have to see how they're going to show up against 2 of those teams. But there's a big difference between top 4 and what seems to be like the bottom 4 in China at the moment. Seems like these bottom 4 teams are going to have much harder time competing with the other 4.
Yep. Fortunately for some of these bottom 4 teams, because of how Outsiders of China have been performing at this moment, kind of free wins against them. So if you're not one of the top tier teams, you still have inroads to try stay in the division, start building from there, and make sure that you can get the necessary cohesion and team strategy to get into top 4 and get into the major positions. With that, though, we are going to be done here for the day of Dota. Not done for the week, though. This is only day 1 of the second week. So we have some pretty intriguing series that will be coming your way next up. Invictus Gaming will be in action yet again up against the side of Aster Aries. So that's a game that they potentially could find themselves winning out. It's a much more even affair. Aster Aries, of course, have played and won up against the Outsiders from China. So they want to try and make sure that they can keep that momentum going. But it's the second series of the day that I'm very, very interested in, because that's PSG LGD versus Extreme Gaming. Still a lot of question marks about this Extreme Gaming side, Kezu. We don't know exactly how good they actually are just yet. They played IG, they beat IG, looked decent there. They played YBB, beat YBB, but close games in both of those situations. We went to game 3 against IG. The second game against YBB, they should have lost. They end up not being able to close it out from YBB side. So against an LGD, mistakes will not be allowed. But it might help that they got those games out of the way first, reintegrate Kaka into the squad so that he's at max comfort going into such a difficult series.
I mean, at least the momentum is good, but dropping games and having difficulties against those teams is not the greatest sign. And I would also say as a counterpoint that LGD look way better right now than they did in the prior season. I think having Zeal in their offlane has already shown a lot of improvements. So, I mean, you know, Extreme we don't know yet, but LGD they're my favorites by quite a bit.
You were mentioning that there's a big gap between some of these teams at the top and the teams at the bottom. That first series that we have on our cards here between IG and Aster Aries, they're both on the bottom side of this division. So where would you rank that going, or which direction do you think that series will go?
I mean, Aster Aries, they were supposed to be relegated, but with everything what happened, they're back in Div 1. They only managed to win against Outsiders from China, which is a good thing. You know, you play these lower ranking teams, maybe it gives you a bit more confidence coming into this matchup, but I think I'm still going to favor IG. They are chaotic teams, so you never know what's going to happen with them. Like, they're straight up 50-50. Depends like what Emo and does decide to do in the game, whether they want to overextend, but yeah, I still favor them.
Well, we're going to be seeing those games coming on the next day of action here in the DPC. But that does mean that day number 1 of the second week is completely done and dusted. So from myself, Snare, my panel right now, Kezu and Lacoste, the panel from earlier, Sheepstick and Lyrical and T on the mic, and of course B-Cop and Lacoste on the mic as well, with the young production crew in the background helping us to bring you this action. We say goodbye, we say good night, good morning, good afternoon, just wherever you are. We hope you enjoy your day. Have some water, play some Dota, get some smiles on your faces, tell someone you love in your life that you do love them, and return to love some more Dota 2 on the next day in about 48 hours. We'll see you then. Goodbye, and come back for some Dota. Peace out.
I love you, Snare.